Λοιπόν, για να δούμε αυτό. Τι γίνεται, Just Chilling, καλημέρα. Καλημέρα, Γιώργο, καλό μήνα. Καλό μήνα, παιδιά. Λοιπόν, για να δούμε εδώ. Θέλουμε αυτό. Show video.
Even much better at critical junctures of the game. So for Gukesh, it's not like he's had more opportunity to score points. It's actually Ding who has left some slight or even significant advantages on the table from the differently. It's actually been Ding who's been controlling quite a lot of this match, I'd say.
So the real question is, if Ding gets an advantage, to what extent later on in the match is he going to regret not pressing when he's been better with these kind of chances? Now, folks, whether you're on Team Gukesh or Team Ding, it's not just our opinions on this panel that matter to the broadcast, it is yours as well. You can go ahead and head over to chess.com/events and use the Vote Chess feature to let us know who you think is going to win today. Once you click on the title banner, not to miss it, pretty big one, and you go to today's game, you should see somewhere in the top right-hand corner a tab called Social. It might be underneath our stream. That could be up there as well. And there you can vote for a win for white, a win for black, or a draw. And this is particularly important because it allows you to potentially win some pretty juicy prizes. Up to $400 in Chessable course vouchers are up for grabs. For anyone who chooses the correct result, it does have to be correct admittedly, in today's Vote Chess feature, but it's not just a player who comes in first that's going to win everything. You can have up to 20 winners. So by all means, head over to chess.com/events now, make your pick for who you think is going to win today's game, and then make sure you are locked in. 20 prizes to be won by the end of the stream today. So there we go, Battle of the Chairs. It's so amusing to see the size difference in them. The players did choose them themselves. And we are getting ready now, Ding Liren with the more humble office chair. Although I have to say it looks very comfortable. And then Gukesh picking the gaming chair.
Καλημέρα, Ανδρέα.
With the black pieces.
Πρέπει να έγινε χθες χαμός στη Θεσσαλονίκη,
We are about to get started. Do you have any opening predictions for...
Ανοίξαν οι ουρανοί, λέει.
I think it would be silly to predict one because we have seen different openings throughout the match.
Και εδώ έβρεξα, αλλά όχι τόσο τρομερά. Μισό λεπτό.
The French defense and then it quickly changed with an exchange. And so here we see Gukesh maybe rolling up the sleeves a little bit, getting set, locked in. He might not even know what first move that Ding is going to play. Let's not forget that Ding played this, knight f3, pawn to b3, put his bishop instead of fianchettoing all the way out on that short diagonal.
Είχε πάρει το έκτο παιχνίδι με τον Έπο. Για να δούμε σημαντικό. Καλημέρα, David.
So John, I can't give you an answer to that question.
I'm going to poke the bear a little bit more anyway, Robert, and I'm going to throw this one to Peter, where I'm going to say, Peter, with the best rapport preparation in the world, what would be a dream funky opening you'd like to see on the chessboard for white today?
Well, first of all, we just have seen the handshake. The players are already seated.
Ας να πάνε βρέχει όλη μέρα και φυσάει πάρα πολύ σήμερα και αύριο θα μας πάει έτσι. Υπομονή, παιδιά. Δέλτα 4 και Λονδίνο ή Γκόντι, λέω. Queen's Gambit decline. Το νοείς.
And by jumping around
QGD.
this knight
No,
of
okay.
b3, it's good, nice, but you don't get any information.
Right. Well, let's see if we can get a little bit more as the first moves are getting ready to be played. Over to Boris Ashley to introduce today's game.
Ή μήπως αγγλικό άνοιγμα.
For the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Dommaraju.
Αυτή τη φορά από Δέλτα 4. Εχθές πάντως έγινε μια πολύ ωραία παρτίδα, δεν ξέρω αν την είδατε. Κέρδισε ο Θεοδόρου τον Καρουάνα.
World Champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently tied at 2.5 points each. The players are giving it their all and incredible fighting chess for all the fans around the world. Before I introduce the gentleman who will be making the ceremonial first move, I'd like to talk a little bit about the sponsorship of this tournament by Google. Of course, chess has been
άμα βάλει
seeing
μουσική θα
a
το
great
κάνω μία
boom
mute
as of late
για τα
after
copyright,
Queen's
να δούμε.
Gambit. We saw the internet boom during COVID, and the fan base has tripled in many places and websites around the world, taking great advantage of this incredible interest in chess. And now we have, for the very first time, two Asian grandmasters competing for the title from two of the great chess superpowers, India and China. Naturally, Google took note of this and has brought their incredible, one of the most valuable brands in the world, that
Θα δούμε Queen's
prestige
Gambit.
to the
Καλημέρα
championship.
Συμπλίκ, για να
And of
δούμε.
course, as chess fans, we're grateful, and we hope to see this continue in years to come. And now, for the first move,
Πάλι
he
κλείνει τα μάτια ο
is a
Gukesh.
great fan of the game. He spearheaded the effort at Google to sponsor this event.
Θα βάλει bitcoin για να
The
ενισχύσει για το
president
monetization.
of the
Έφτιαξα
Asia
ένα.
Pacific region at Google,
Θύμισέ μου να σου το πω
Beaumont.
μετά. Έφτιαξα ένα. Τι ήτανε, κάτσε να δω. Ένα από αυτά που μου είχες πει ήτανε τώρα.
Thank you, Scott.
Το Lightning νομίζω. Θα το δω μετά, θύμισέ το μου.
And with that,
Για να δούμε.
let the game begin.
Αν το δημόσιο για το κανάλι. Ναι, θα το βάλω, θα το βάλω.
There's the handshake. There's the start on the clock. And we have the first move on the chess.
Λοιπόν, έχουμε όντως Δέλτα 4.
1d4 today for round number
Όντως
6.
Δέλτα 4.
Plenty to discuss as we get into the meat and potatoes of today's World Championship game. I leave you all in the capable hands of Grandmasters Robert Hess and Peter Lecco.
Thank you so much, John. And Peter, I was going to ask the question, but Ding answered it before the words could leave my mouth. Will we see a London system? Because that's what Ding trotted out in Game 6 of his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, a game he won to tie that match. He's already tied heading into Game 6.
Όπως είχε παίξει με τον Νέπο,
Peter, are you
έκτη
surprised
παρτίδα,
that history repeated
Λονδίνο.
itself a little bit here?
Για να δούμε.
Well, in this regard, yes. Yeah, that exactly the very same opening in the sixth game, in the very same game. It's a surprise. D4 was expected for me, but still, again, Bishop F4 EC, the London system does not give you any information. It seems to me like Team Ding is not interested. I don't
Λονδίνο,
want
το
to figure
είπατε.
out Gukesh's opening choice because I don't want to fight against his extreme preparation. I believe that
Και
Gukesh
το
in all
άνοιγμα
the
παίζουν
sharp
λίγο
lines
γρήγορα.
will be
Δεν έχουμε κάποια ιδιαίτερη έκπληξη
superbly
μέχρι τώρα.
prepared. And we see this E6 C5 system.
Έχει παίξει αυτό
It's
το
a very solid system, very
πολλές
reliable
φορές ο
one.
Liren.
I think
Και
Gukesh
με τα
has also
μαύρα.
played against Firouzja in the candidates.
Well, the jacket's coming off, Peter. We're in for a fight. And there is a big difference. The game I mentioned from the previous World Championship is Jan Nepomniachtchi's bishop did not sit behind the e6 pawn in that
Θα έχει
game.
ενδιαφέρον τώρα.
Early c5,
Άμα
without
4.
playing e6, so that bishop was able to escape the structure. Instead, the bishop remained on c8, which actually is quite a safe approach. And now with Ding, he is settling into this game. He is spending a little bit of time, perhaps wondering what does Gukesh want from me, what may he be expecting, and how in fact should I continue. But as I say that, we see c3, so chess fans who may have started playing in the last few years, they often are London players, so the fans, the audience will be happy to see the triangle pawn structure where white is very safe and sturdy in the center.
Yes, white is very solid and safe. On the other hand, black also has no real problems, yeah, and this is kind of the issue with modern chess, however, that you don't know how to pose problems to your opponent, yeah, because if you play very principled chess, very aggressive chess, then your opponent will be move per move beautifully prepared. So there is this new kind of approach. Let's try not to confront the opponent right from the start. Let's play something slow, but also in modern chess, this slow kind of openings has been quite well analyzed, and many resources had been discovered. For example, the London system in the last 5-6 years had
Η δεύτερη δημοφιλέστερη εδώ ήταν η ήττα 3 συνήθως, κίνηση, αλλά έδωσε σαχ.
I think we have to check our opening lines here because the check comes out in some positions.
Μπλοκάρει με τον
White
ύπο,
tries to
εντάξει το
put some
στάνταρ αυτό.
pressure on that knight on c6. A move like
Για να δούμε
queen to
τώρα.
a4 would already pose an important question to block. How are you going to deal with
Λοιπόν,
this
έχει
threat?
παίξει
And
την
these types of positions,
την ίδια βαριάντα εναντίον του
Magnus
Κάρλσεν,
Carlsen,
αλλά
the
την έχει
birthday
παίξει με
boy
τα μαύρα ο
yesterday,
Λίρεν.
the former world
Και έχει έρθει
champion.
ισοπαλία.
He's played the white side of these positions, throwing in that check, possibly
Λοιπόν,
taking on c6, and
και
here it is. We see a capture on c6. So Peter, this is
έδωσε
one
τον
of those
αξιωματικό
lessons for everyone at home that typically you don't just capture without first being
και τρώει
provoked,
και
being
εκεί.
attacked. But here Ding is trying to take over some of the dark squares and saying
Πολλές
that the knight
ανταλλαγές.
on b1 that sits there for now, later in the game it could be
Βασίλης
more valuable
α4,
than
ναι,
that bishop on c8.
ακριβώς όπως εκεί.
Yes,
Τώρα τα μαύρα
white
μάλλον
is
θα
playing
κάνουν
for the
ροκέ.
structure, and we see them
Γρήγορο
queen
το άνοιγμα,
a4
πολύ
with
γρήγορο.
out as well. Obviously, white is trying some ideas like queen back to a3, pinning that pawn on c5 and the queen on d6, and then imagine some knight bd2, knight b3 idea, putting some more pressure on the c5 pawn, could potentially win that pawn and the game. So black has to be very careful in the next couple of moves.
Definitely.
Για να
And
δούμε.
this is one of these positions where off to the side of the board, the evaluation bar says, both sides playing good, solid moves to start. There has not been any inaccuracies thus far, but it's about the structure, as you pointed out. And perhaps Ding has taken something from even yesterday's action, Peter, where it was a quiet affair
Κάποια
to
στιγμή
begin with.
θα γίνουν τα
But
ροκέ
then
ίσως τώρα.
Gukesh, maybe he was lulled into the sense of complacency. He made
Τώρα
a
Gukesh
huge
σκέφτεται
mistake
λίγο.
capturing incorrectly on e5. That was maybe
Πώς θα βγει
the
από την
moment where
προετοιμασία
the
του Λίρεν.
evaluation bar swung. But even playing g4 and having to strike forward like that, it seemed like it was a shaky foundation. So Peter, you played a world championship match. My question is for you. Do you think that Ding has maybe figured out something that he wants to exploit in Gukesh's game?
Well, I don't know exactly if it's exact strategy or it happened the way it happened. Yeah, because I would like to go back to this game one. You also told me that I played this World Championship match 20 years ago against Vladimir Kramnik, and I have also lost my very first game with the white pieces in that match, and it also had its effect on the match. I know exactly how it feels, and what I really felt from Gukesh's play in that first game, that he was way too aggressive. Yeah, he was way too aggressive and it backfired. And ever since, we haven't seen that very aggressive Gukesh. Yeah, so this is a very interesting kind of situation. Like he finally managed to bounce back in game 3 and might feel like, you know what, I shouldn't be so aggressive. Yeah, that was kind of the message from the exchange French. Yeah, that's the only thing we can understand. And at the same time, you absolutely correctly highlighted that so far things have worked more in the way of Ding. But these matches are so long, and I'm loving the fact that we have 14 games. There is so much
Όχι,
time
έκανε ροκέ,
for
βλέπω,
things to
και
turn
α3,
around.
μάλιστα.
And Ding has missed so many opportunities so far, especially
Λοιπόν, στην παρτίδα με τον Κάρλσεν είχε κάνει ροκέ ο Κάρλσεν μετά το ροκέ του Λίρεν.
And also I believe that Gukesh can get quite a lot of confidence from yesterday's game that, wow, I got into trouble, but my opponent was not ready to use the maximum out of those chances. That gives you confidence.
It can indeed give you confidence, and what else can give you confidence is when you play an opening and your opponent may not be expecting. I think this is a first critical moment to dive into some of the details because
ποιο λόγο να δώσει και τους δύο αξιωματικούς στο νωρίς. Δεν ξέρω, είναι το άνοιγμα τέτοιο.
They may not be completely unfamiliar to Gukesh, but there's a bit of a, I don't want to call it a
έχει δημιουργήσει μια ανισορροπία στην πτέρυγα της βασίλισσας, έχει διπλώσει αυτά τα πιόνια.
Because I think most players would prefer to play knight e4 at this moment, but in doing so, you allow white to immediately approach that knight, and with this pin along the line here, I believe that the best move for white is knight f to d2. It's a very awkward looking move, but a major point is that it takes away options with c takes d4, which in other circumstances would be quite strong. And
όντως παίζουν τις στάνταρ κινήσεις μέχρι τώρα.
And I'm curious how quick, I mean, immediately, Ding plays knight f3 to d2. So Peter, this promises to be an exciting start to this game.
Absolutely, yeah. This is one of those big theoretical
Υπάρχουν
clashes.
6 παιχνίδια
And
με
we
αυτή
spoke
τη
about this,
θέση. Για να δούμε
that,
τώρα.
the London system is modernized, yeah. There are so many new kind of
Υπάρχει
ways
ανταλλαγή
of playing this position, and
και
this
το
is
ε5 από ό,τι
definitely a
βλέπω.
21st century London. It's kind of a hybrid. Now this knight is challenged on e4. The pressure is still on against the pawn on c5. And I believe in order to solve the problems, black actually has to go into the jungle. Yeah, you just can't play this safe. And we see the move played by Gukesh. Is it
E5.
E6, E5, exactly. Yeah, so you see now there are some crazy traits possible in the center.
Και άλλη αλλαγή.
Black will be giving up a pawn, but white king is still stuck in the center. There we go, knight takes e4.
And Peter, this is going to test Gukesh right away because now after queen
Και
takes
τώρα
e5,
θα φάει το
white
πιόν
will
λογικά.
temporarily be up a pawn,
Θα
but
κερδίσει
since
ένα
Gukesh
πιόν.
knows what he's doing, he will swing his king, his queen over to g6
Και έχει
to immediately apply
αυτό
pressure
μόνο
on
του
the
εδώ,
white
αυτό
king side
εδώ
over here,
και αυτά
and things
διπλωμένα.
are getting messy. So the players are really just settling in to what is an
Παρ' όλα
important
αυτά η αξιολόγηση του
theoretical
πολιστή είναι
discussion in
τελείως
this London
0, έτσι,
variation.
για
The
τελείως
London seems to
ισοπαλία.
be quiet,
Όντως έφαγε
Peter.
το
Why have
πιόνι.
things already been so lively?
Λοιπόν, όλες οι
Well,
κινήσεις αυτές
because,
είναι
both
γνωστές.
players decided
Μέχρι
to
στιγμής
play
δεν
by
έχει φύγει
principled.
καθόλου
Okay,
κανένας από
don't
τους δύο.
worry, yeah, it's not queen f6, it's queen g6, exactly. I also believe that there had been some high-level games here. Knight d2 blitzed out. Yeah, white sacrificed the
Αυτό
pawn on
πέφτει.
g2 in order to be able to castle long. Yeah, that king needs to evacuate from the center, and then we're gonna see
και
a
μετά
very
ροκέ εδώ.
double-edged pawn structure. Wasn't it Levon Aronian against Dominguez that featured this
Πέφτει και αυτό
exact
όμως.
variation? I'm somehow recalling it.
Περίεργη βαριάντα.
It's a very sharp.
Και είναι
very sharp
παιγμένη
button,
όμως.
especially imagine that if
Αρονιάν
white
με
goes long
Ντομίνγκες,
castles, black takes on g2, then the
Χαρικρίσνα
g file
με
opens up.
Βίντιτ,
This isn't the quiet London.
Σέβιαν με Wesley Shaw, Αμπάσοφ με Σβέιν. Έχει παιχτεί.
Quiet at all. And I actually looked it up.
Αρκετές
briefly.
φορές.
Sam Sevian had a game against Wesley So back in the 2021 US Championship in this exact
Ναι, τις έχω γράψει,
position.
μπράβο.
And in that
Τσίλιν,
game,
τις έχω
I
γράψει.
just want to talk about some of the
Για να μην τις
details.
χάσω.
Black first took on d4 and white took back with the queen.
Και να φάει μπορεί, αλλά δεν
applying pressure
έφαγε.
on that e4 pawn in the center. So
Γιατί δεν
as
άξιζε
we
το ροκέ
talk
εδώ.
about specific moves, I think first we can set the tone. We can kind of paint the picture of this position, and it looks like right now Gukesh first took on g2, white immediately castles, and it's exactly what you said, Peter. The
γιατί
g2 pawn's captured, the g file is
υπάρχει
open.
αυτό.
When you lose a pawn, you open a file for a rook. This could be really dangerous and much
Και
more
δεν
dangerous
έχεις
for black, right? The
άλλο
risk
τρόπο
is
να
sort of
υποστηρίξεις
on
από το να
black
παίξεις
to
τα
find
τρία.
every single
Οπότε
accurate
θα χάσει τον πύργο.
situation. Because if you don't, there could be dark square problems. There could be
γι'
attack
αυτό
against the
Σιμπλικ.
black king. But if Gukesh
Λοιπόν,
knows what he's doing,
τρώει εδώ,
then
κάνει
he should,
ροκέ.
keyword being should, be okay.
Well, and he should know
Μπορεί να
what
φάει
he's
και
doing,
αυτό.
because
Τι παρτίδα είναι
otherwise
αυτή,
you don't go
παιδιά.
for this line. Clearly, Ding is able to play the London system. He has already proven it in the previous World Championship match. And Rapport being in the team again. And of course, he's in the team. Yeah, it's absolutely after winning that sensational match against Jan Jakomiachi, it's obvious
Δύο
that
παρτίδες υπάρχουν. Στη μία
this
είναι
is a very
Αρονιάν
dangerous
Ντομίνγκες.
combo.
Η άλλη είναι
Rapport
σε
and
πιο
Ding,
χαμηλό
queen takes
επίπεδο, δεν τους
f2
ξέρω
has
τους
been
παίχτες.
taken. The players are blitzing.
Και στις δύο παρτίδες τα μαύρα φάγανε εδώ. Α, έφαγε και ο Gukesh. Πολύ γρήγορα, δεν προλαβαίνουμε καν να δούμε.
I was mentioning that game
Λες
of
και παίζουν
Sevian
τέτοιο.
and So,
Blitz.
and in that clash, the g2 pawn was not captured. Instead, Wesley played a more positional approach, and that's Wesley So's style. But Gukesh, we say he likes concrete positions. He clearly has studied
Στη μία
the
είχαμε
line.
πύργο
He
δέλτα
gobbles up
ε1.
first G2, now F2, and if white isn't careful,
στην άλλη έφαγε
E3
το
could be
πιόν
next. So I believe at this
εδώ.
juncture, it's important for Ding to figure out which pawn to capture. The c6 pawn is loose, the e5 pawn is loose in two different
Τι
ways.
έπαθε ο Liren.
D takes e5 has the benefit of opening the queen back up to the pawn on e3. It does hurt your pawn structure, but it allows you to defend another one. And well, what do you make of this, Peter? So Ding chose what seems to be a very combative opening, but now he's paused a little bit here. Is he just trying to collect himself and recall all that he studied?
Yeah, for sure. I also, yeah, and there we go. He takes d takes e5. You mentioned the move d takes e5.
Λοιπόν, το έφαγε
Very interesting move.
και είναι η μόνη κίνηση που δεν έδινε λίγο πλεονέκτημα στα μαύρα ουσιαστικά.
Imagine white gets the chance to play knight
Τώρα τι
e4.
έχουμε?
Then immediately we will be talking about
Ίδιο υλικό, έχουμε ύπο έναντι αξιωματικού.
Or even somewhere some knight f6 check with sacrifices and checkmating ideas against black's king. Black has to be super
Τα λευκά όμως
careful.
έχουν
And judging
αυτές τις ημιανοιχτές στήλες απέναντι στον αντίπαλο βασιλιά.
I believe that he knows what he
Τα
is
μαύρα έχουν
doing, and
αυτήν.
he better knows because it's a very dangerous position from the black side. Yeah, just one mistake and you can really get into serious trouble.
Για να το βάλουμε
This
στο
is a
seat.
tricky position right now, and we're on move 16, so time pressure, at least at the moment, doesn't feel like it will be as big of an issue as in previous ones, and that's what happens
Όχι, τι
when you
time
study
pressure, αφού
openings.
παίξανε
But I say that,
blitz.
and then I look at the nature of the position, wouldn't be surprised if
Μόνο ο
Gukesh
Gukesh
spent
σκεφτεί
a lot
λίγο
of
παραπάνω,
time
ας πούμε, ένα
on
πεντάλεπτο.
this current
Όχι
move,
κάτι
because
ιδιαίτερο.
Peter, just to point out, the e4 pawn, you noted this, that's hanging. If white had a free turn, knight takes e4, thank you very much. And the typical way you defend this pawn, say bishop f5, that will immediately lose material. The rook can slide in front of the queen, and then you would just drop this bishop here. So there are some big questions at this moment. How to defend this pawn, or if you can defend it at all. Where does this bishop on c8 belong? Because bishop g4 comes with tempo, but then maybe you're walking into some kind of knight takes e4, rook g1, sort of a direct approach against the black king. So for Gukesh, he needs to be careful on this very turn here, but it does seem like he's well aware of this opening, Peter, and that means he just should calm himself, just like Ding did, and sit here and try to figure out how to proceed.
Yeah, and he's looking on the side. Yeah, this is a typical pose when you are trying to recall that how were these lines going, because it's very risky. And I also would like to mention that I have seen quite some excitement in
Ο πύργος β8 ασκεί πίεση εδώ, οπότε ο έπος δεν μπορεί να σηκωθεί.
His shirt was also kind of opened, as if Ding feels that this is maybe a chance. Look at this, how determined, how concentrated, focused Ding is sitting. And I'm pretty sure that Rapport told him that this is a very dangerous, very promising position. Let's go for it.
It's a really good idea from Team Ding, and I agree with you. The way that he's sitting over this board, glancing up at Gukesh, it feels like a much different Ding than we've seen for much of the last year.
Καλά Δεκεμβριανά, καλημέρα φωνικέ.
We know he's really struggled with his mental health, and we all, the chess world, completely wishes him well. It's not rooting for him in any individual game. We don't pick sides, but it was a huge struggle for the world champion. And I actually noted that in his interview yesterday, Peter, where he was laughing a bit more. Yes, he was upset with himself, as any chess player is when you spoil an advantage without really making your opponent fight for that half point. But he does seem to be a different version than the Ding we've seen across the last year. So in this moment, I think it's actually important that perhaps you and I analyze a bit and try to get into the mind of Gukesh, because he's posed a difficult question at this moment. Is e4 dropping? Can I defend that pawn directly? Can I defend it tactically? Peter, what ideas come to your mind? Somebody who's played in a world championship match knows what that pressure is like. When you're faced with a massive decision like this, you're in your opponent's preparation, you know it, and you may or may not recall all the ins and outs. What's going through your mind if you're Gukesh?
Well, I think that if you don't recall, then you have to slow down. This is very critical moment. Yeah, you just can't be blitzing your moves unless you know exactly that that's the right decision. That's how the line goes. Otherwise, because this is now a very dangerous psychological situation that Ding has played fast. You know that the whole world is watching. People are expecting you to blitz out your perfect preparation,
μόνο αυτό έχει
to
παιχτεί.
every single detail in every single line.
Και αυτό δεν είναι και
But
στο
if
υψηλότερο
not the
επίπεδο.
case, then you shouldn't be pretending that this is still my prep. This is classical chess. Ding knows the lines perfectly. One mistake can cost the game. And sometimes, now for example, if Gukesh is unsure, then he might have to simply spend 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Πολύ περίεργη θέση.
Forget about what people are thinking. How does it look that I'm playing a sharp line and then suddenly I'm instead of blitzing out my prep, I'm really taking my time, but you have to, because the position is very dangerous.
And just to put a few moves on
Νομίζω
the
ότι
board, something I
τον
mentioned, so
παγίδευσε
I'll just show everybody.
ο Κινέζος
Bishop
σήμερα
F5,
και τον έφερε
defending
εδώ.
the pawn, typically we want to defend loose
Γιατί
pieces. It immediately loses
προφανώς
to
ο
rook
Gukesh
H
ξέρει
to
θέση,
F1,
αλλά
and the bishop is lost. The
ο
queen
Κινέζος είναι μέσα
takes
στην
the pawn,
προετοιμασία του
but
όμως.
you lose a more valuable piece at the end of the line. So bishop F5, easy to eliminate that option. Peter, how else can we defend this pawn on E4? Rook B8 comes to mind to defend it tactically, because if you're not awake yet and you take this pawn on E4, queen takes B2 is checkmate. So you can defend that pawn by creating a different threat. So those are two options that, you know, we're just going to examine. What other move candidates and what other variations do you want to go down, Peter? We have some time. I think Gukesh is going to be thinking for a bit.
Yeah, rook b8 is kind of the dynamic move.
Εντάξει,
Yeah,
ναι,
it makes
προφανώς δεν
perfect
πάει να
sense,
σηκωθεί ο
but then you
ήπος,
have to
αλλά
calculate what
αυτό
happens if white starts chasing that queen with rook df1, and then also rook ag1 is coming, somewhere some rook take g7, checkmating ideas will be threatening. So obviously black will have to activate that rook and develop the bishop. Normally that bishop on e6 would be probably a good piece, but we have to make sure that white won't be able to collect all the pawns. For
Είναι
example,
περίεργη
okay, rook
θέση.
b8, rook df1. Where do we go with the queen?
I guess
To
we have to
E2, yeah?
slide to E2. Yeah.
Όντως έπαιξε πύργο
And we have a
Β8.
move.
Για να δούμε τι έχει ετοιμάσει
Yeah,
τώρα.
rook to B8.
Yes,
So
correct.
Να δούμε τι έχει ετοιμάσει
we're
τώρα ο Liren.
analyzing the correct stuff at the moment, and I guess this queen to E2, I saw the evaluation bar jump, and I guess it's because this black queen can actually retreat to a very useful square, offering a queen trade, creating threats immediately against the white king. And let's not forget that, you know, there's a bad pawn structure here.
Δεν μπορεί
So
να
if
φας
the
εδώ
game
γιατί
continues,
υπάρχει
that could be
μάτσο στο
an
Β2.
issue that white has to deal
Οπότε
with.
άμα κινείς τον ύπο πρέπει να πάει εδώ για
Yes,
να
so then
ελέγχει
what
εδώ.
do we have? Yeah, knight c4 played. All right, so the knight is activated. However, this case we can forget about the hanging e4 pawn. This is already kind of a good news. Bishop e6 would be very tempting. Yeah, just get that
Και
bishop
όντως
out, putting
εδώ
pressure
πήγε.
on the
Λοιπόν,
knight.
για
On
να δούμε.
c4
Μέσα
the
στην
knight
προετοιμασία
cannot
του
move
είναι.
because it still needs to guard the b2 pawn.
Καλημέρα Σιμώ.
How does white react to bishop e6?
I guess rook d2 comes to mind, but then I'm noting you have queen f3 hitting the rook in the corner, and I'm not sure, because if the knight gets captured for that bishop, Peter, I'm a little at a loss to figure out how then white is going to create a serious initiative. I mean, a trade of these pieces seems to be in black's favor. But of course, Ding is playing instantly, so he's chosen this for a reason.
Yeah, somehow the feeling is that once the knight moved from d2 to c4, the position looks much less frightening for black. Now everything makes perfect sense, and we did see that Gukesh slowed down a bit, but it was really worth it. He recalled, I believe, his preparation with rook b8, and it might also be that the line is absolutely fine for black. Yeah, some key moves like rook b8 and maybe one more nice little move solves all the problems for black. Yeah, so
Τα λευκά
I
λοιπόν
was
θέλουν να παίξουν
a
εδώ,
little bit
μετά εδώ
overdramatic before because it looked really dangerous, but
και μετά εδώ.
now that rook b8, knight c4 are on the board, I think that black should be kind of happy with the position.
You know, I'm actually going to sort of back your first instinct, Peter, because yes, objectively, we see the bar off to the side. It says zeros. It's fine for black. But there may be a move, not just now, because bishop e6 looks very solid, but a few turns from now, where black may have to find an only move, and that's going to be the difficult choice. And that's the problem when you know that it's equal, but don't continue to study and go deep in the variations. I believe that Ding has studied this. We're move 17, maybe up to move 25. And that's what's really scary. And you know that extremely well, Peter. You've done some of the best chess games, played some of them that we've seen. And you know playing on the World Championship stage is not just about, oh, I'm equal now. How much
Αυτό είναι το
deeper has
πλάνο
my
των
opponent gone?
λευκών,
If
γι'
we
αυτό ο
can,
Βασίλης θα
we
πάει
have
εδώ
an
για να μην
analysis
μπορεί
board.
να
I
παίξει
just
σε
wanna
αυτό, γιατί θα
highlight
πέσει
one
ο
position that I
πύργος.
have in my head, and I'm curious for your take. So bishop e6 feels very natural.
Και όσο η Βασίλισσα ασκεί πίεση εδώ,
Rook d2 is a response.
ένα από
I
τα
know
δύο αυτά
queen
πρέπει να το
f3 is what
υποστηρίζει.
we're going to advocate for because the rook is under attack. Let's say the rook slides to e1, and I was mentioning, at least from a distance, that this kind of trade is what black wants. But now that we're having this on the board rather than just in my head, this is the position I was worried about.
Έπαιξε και αυτός αρκετά γρήγορα το άνοιγμα, δηλαδή μπήκε μέσα στην προετοιμασία του Liren και δεν βρήκε τρόπο να βγει. Εντάξει, προφανώς γνωρίζει βέβαια τη θέση. Αλλά ο Liren αυτό έχει προετοιμάσει, θα τη γνωρίζει καλύτερα. Οπότε σε κάποιο σημείο ίσως την πατήσει ο Gukesh.
Yeah, that's the danger. Yeah, if you know that you are not only playing against Ding but against Rapport and his team and his supercomputers, that's kind of a really frightening
Το Paul τι έγινε, δεν το βλέπω.
And we also seen Ding in his resting room.
Not.
I think it shows that he's confident, he's kind of happy.
Σήμερα νίκη Liren κατά πολύ κιόλας.
And he kind of gives us the message also that okay, I created something, now it's my opponent's turn to solve his problems. Let me rest a bit, let me wait if he's able to handle the challenges. Well, looking at this position, yes, clearly that pawn on e5 will need to be eliminated. The move that comes to my mind is maybe rook b8 to e8. Can I try to just go after this pawn?
I'll put it on the analysis board. We have some time. Rook b to e8. I see you're going for my pawn. What if I get into this sort of position? Queen takes c6. If you take on e5, I was just looking at this and thinking, can I just go pawn hunting and claim that I have a material edge? And at least there's plenty of things to talk about in terms of imbalances.
Well, actually, you are winning my a7 pawn. It's because you set up a double
σε μια παρτίδα που υπάρχει
and the pawn on a7 and the pawn on h2 is beautifully protected by the rook on d2.
Υπήρχαν αυτές τις κινήσεις με επανάληψη. Εδώ, πήρε στο απολύσει Βασίλισσα και τα λοιπά και η Βασίλισσα έπαιζε εδώ και έλειξε ισόπαλο. Σε μια παρτίδα που υπάρχει.
And we see the evaluation bar also heavily invites favor. Yeah, so this is certainly not a good line for black. But then how do I play after queen takes c4? Yeah, that's the big question.
And this is really what I'm trying to get across to everybody watching, is that right now Gukesh probably knows and at the very least feels that bishop e6 is a good response. And even in the analysis board, we can see that it should be equal. But shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? You get into these moments where, yes, if you're backed by the engine, you're gonna make a draw. That's how chess works. But when you're on your own, left to your own calculations, and walking into your opponent's preparation, you start looking at this position in your mind's eye, you're visualizing it, and you say, okay, this is a bit scary. e6, the c6 pawn's hanging. Rook f1, if I move my rook from f8, that could hit me at the wrong moment. The e4 pawn defended for now, but in certain endgames, if the queens get traded, that pawn could be in big trouble. There is a pawn majority on the queen side for white, 3-on-2 over here, and black has 4-on-3 over in the king side, right? An extra pawn on the G and H files compared to white. So then certain endgames, you know, if black gets those pawns running, can be good. So I'm just trying to say, Peter,
και την προηγούμενη ακίνησα σκάτωσε. Ναι, ισχύει. Όπως είπε και ο Λέκο, ο μαύρος έχει μερικές μοναδικές κινήσεις που πρέπει να βρει για να τελειώσει ισότητα. Αυτό είναι το δύσκολο και θα φάει χρόνο από τον Gukesh. Βασίλισσα, θήτα 4 από τον Gukesh.
Yeah, one suggestion could be maybe queen f5, but I'm not so much in love with. Anyway, I feel that you have a certain initiative. But I also would like to ask you, can you give my bishop back to c8? Because I get your point. Yeah, I'm suddenly not that happy with this position. Yeah, that can we maybe see an alternative like bishop g4 or some other active move for black? Is that an option?
I was thinking that for sure to play on that side, rook d2 I assumed would be the response no matter what, and I guess you have
queen h4. No, I wanted queen h4 so that I get the bishop to f3. I understand that it's a risky approach because I'm leaving some pawns behind, but I wanted to get some counterplay.
It looks really reasonable to me. I see that you're bringing your bishop in, your queen is a bit pesky on h4, and
θα φάει κι άλλο χρόνο εδώ ο Gukesh.
Because if your bishop does go to f3, you have to be very careful for a timely knight f5. That's going to hurt, and I think just strategically speaking,
λογικά,
knight d6, absolute monster.
Yes, exactly. It kind of cuts the board for black. The rooks are completely passive. Now we are with the queen on h4, not talking about any counterplay against the b2 pawn. anymore, and this is maybe even just lost position. What did we do? I suggested two moves like let's try to be active with bishop g4, and it completely backfired. So yeah, bishop e6 and then taking that knight on c4 is probably the right way, but then you still have to be super precise to maintain the balance.
This is a really fun start to this sixth game, and I will say that for the audience, not so much for Gukesh at the moment, and we'll see what kind of understanding
Κοίτα, αυτός ο ύπος
he still has here.
ανήκει εδώ.
Am I right to conclude that Gukesh now
Είναι πολύ δυνατός
is
εδώ.
out of at least from his memorization phase? Like he may know
Εφόσον
the
ο ύπος
position
όμως
level,
είναι
but he
εκεί,
doesn't have a string of
μετά
5-10
θέλεις
moves left in him.
να ελέγξεις αυτό
Yes, exactly.
και
But
φυσικά
when I
να μην
see
υπάρχει
things
αυτό.
like this in the resting
Οπότε γι' αυτό ο
area,
πύργος έρχεται
I
εδώ.
feel that
Αν ο
he
πύργος
really
είναι εδώ, δεν πρέπει να απειλείται
believes
αυτός ο
that there
πύργος.
might be a chance here. Yeah,
Οπότε η
look
βασίλισσα
at
στο
this,
στα
he's
3
holding his head because
εξυπηρετεί
he senses
δύο
that this is a
σκοπούς.
very
Πίεση
critical,
εδώ
very interesting
και εδώ.
moment. You know, he's recalling the analysis that yes, you know, there it continues, I can pose problems. I really feel in his body language that he's extremely determined today.
He chose an opening that ended up being quite sharp in nature. It started from a London system, and Gukesh is the one on the clock. So opening battle clearly won by Ding Liren. He is up about 20 minutes, and we'll see if Gukesh has a move in the near future. But this is not a comfortable position to be in. And Peter, I want to kind of rely on some of your experience as a World Championship challenger, somebody, as you said, lost the first game, was able to recover and even take the
Και
lead
επίσης
in
τα
that
μαύρα
match.
κάποια στιγμή πρέπει να δουν τι θα
I
κάνουν και με
like
τον
history,
αξιωματικό.
because I know that was a huge occasion in your life, and the finish didn't go the way you wanted. But Peter, in your experience, being the challenger and trying to stabilize,
Πολύ καλά πρέπει να είναι.
and all of the above.
Γιατί είναι μέσα στην προετοιμασία του.
How do you feel about Gukesh's chances right
Δεν
now?
νομίζω
Are
ότι
you
έχει
concerned,
πρόβλημα
or do you think
για την
that
ώρα.
we are going to see a
Νομίζω
resilient
πήγε εκεί που
Gukesh
ήθελε.
who is going to stave off this pressure?
Yes, I can really feel this moment because Kramnik was posing me quite a lot of opening problems. I was working very hard on over the board, and well, that famous Marshall, that I won, was it? I think game number 8 when I ran into his preparation. Yeah, he was blitzing his moves, and I spent 55 moves. 55 minutes at one moment in time, and I was more than 1 hour behind on the clock. Probably everybody thought that okay, I'm gonna lose. That would have been the logical follow-up of what happened, but I went on to
Τα λευκά θέλουν να παίξουν
one of
αυτή
my
την
best
κίνηση
games. So this
για
kind
να
of
ελευθερώσουν και τον ύπο.
situations are always very tricky. That the player who is not thinking,
Και ενδεχομένως καλά αν μπορέσουν να κάνουν και αυτό ακόμα καλύτερα.
Gukesh working into the position is going very deep.
Γιατί αν έρθει πύργος εδώ,
But on the other hand, if he will face
υπάρχει αυτό όπως
modern
είπαμε.
technology,
Έτσι όπως
supercomputers,
είναι η θέση.
it will be very unpleasant to defend.
Okay, well, it's great to hear, Peter, about your experience and some of the struggles you faced, but also some of the
Έχουν αρκετά προβλήματα τα μαύρα.
And so you know what it's like to be in Gukesh's shoes from your previous World Championship. And here you see him cracking his fingers. He is working hard at the board. So, John, this opening, it started off as what might have been a peaceful beginning, but here we are. The action is heating up. So, John, as we take you in and bring you back, what are you most excited for as you see this position unfold?
Exactly right, Robert. The London system is perhaps known for being solid and a bit peaceful, but Ding giving it a little bit of a new lease of life there, as we understand the pawn move, d takes e5, being a theoretical novelty. Very interesting to see how Gukesh chooses to respond to this. One thing I would point out, though, is that we have asymmetrical pawn structures. We have castling on opposite sides of the board. We have pawns being left out in the opening. Okay, that's still part of theory. But there are lots and lots of imbalances in this game, Peter, that maybe we haven't seen this sort of approach yet in this World Championship match. So today is almost like day one of seeing what the players are going to do when so many imbalances are thrown at them. And from that point of view, it's pretty exciting.
Absolutely, and it's also the very first game in the match where White is really fighting for the initiative, putting the opponent under pressure right from the start. I'm loving
Εγώ αν
it.
ήμουν τα μαύρα
And
κάτι
this
τέτοιο
is
θα παίζα.
exactly what makes the World Championship matches
Και δεν έχω και
so
προβλήματα
thrilling.
μετά
They are
εδώ.
fascinating opening battles.
So, as the players sit down, have a little bit of a deeper think on how
Και
they
τα λευκά
want to
δεν έχουν
proceed
χρόνο να
from
μου φάνε
here.
πιόνια
We
τώρα.
are going to be
Γιατί
taking
απλό να
a
φάω εδώ
brief
και μετά να
break, but
κάνω
just before we do, we want to remind you, don't forget, we are currently collaborating with ChessUp, and in fact, because it's Black Friday weekend, we've still got some deals going on for you as well. This is a revolutionary smart chessboard that's going to change how you learn and play the game. The pieces are touch sensitive, they light up the board, you've even got AI assistance should you choose to use it. ChessUp 2 will meet you at your skill level, and it supports training and growth. And it even allows you to play chess.com bots over the board. The Black Friday Savings Week is here with $70 off. If you want to grab one now, just head over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in the chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. Folks, while we contemplate Gukesh's reply, we will be heading over to a break.
Gukesh είναι να σπάσει το ρεκόρ του νεότερου παγκόσμιου πρωταθλητή.
Out of prep, things are getting spicy in game number 6.
Binance. Okay.
One of the big additions to this year's World Championship is that the presenting sponsor is one of the biggest companies in the world, Google. This is their corporate display, and over here we can
Ποιος
see
είναι
the
τώρα ο
derivation
νεαρότερος
of
παγκόσμιος? Ποιος το είχε πάρει για να δω?
Remember when that changed the history of chess in 2017. But if you really want to get inside the corporate culture of Google, if you ever want to work at one of the world's best companies,
ο Κασπάροφ
you
είναι.
have to nail
22 χρονών.
That's where you get work done at Google.
Οπότε ναι, αν κερδίσει ο Gukesh τώρα, ο Ανδρέα θα είναι 4 χρόνια πριν. 4 χρόνια νεότερος. Λοιπόν, τι έπαιξε? Όπα, έπαιξε αυτό που σκέφτηκα. Οκ. Είμαι στο μυαλό του Gukesh σήμερα. Λοιπόν. Πιάνει το Β3 για τα άσπρα. Και αν φαγωθεί ο ύπος, τρως με βασίλισσα, δεν βλέπω κάποιο πρόβλημα. Ναι, με το πιάνει στο Β3 κλείνει την επίθεση του πύργου στο Β2. Απλά αν η βασίλισσα φύγει από εδώ, πέφτει αυτό. Αν η βασίλισσα φύγει. Λοιπόν, παιχτήκαν όμως κινήσεις. Ναι, εντάξει, παιχτεί το πύργο στο Δ2, βασίλισσα Δ3 και πύργος ε1. Οκ. Βγάζει τον πύργο από την απειλή της βασίλισσας. Υποστηρίζει ακόμα περισσότερο αυτό. Τώρα ο πύργος στο Δ2 ελέγχει τη δεύτερη γραμμή. Δεν υπάρχει βασίλισσα εδώ για να υπάρχουν απειλές. Ο ύπος έχει ελευθερωθεί. Κασπάροφ 22, ναι, το είδα, Ανδρέα. Πύργος Δ6. Σε ποια κίνηση εννοούσες, εδώ? Όχι εδώ μάλλον. Μάλλον εννοούσες μετά από αυτή την κίνηση. Εδώ. Πού εννοούσες? Γιατί υπάρχει πάντα το φάγωμα εδώ. Για την απειλή αυτή. Γι' αυτό έφερε τον πύργο Δ2.
You can balance a match between players of any skill level, or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches.
Λοιπόν, πότε είμαστε εδώ?
The makers of ChessUp 2 are the same team behind the original ChessUp. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn
Τώρα πολύ πιθανό
while you play,
να δώσω τον αξιωματικό για τον ύπο.
or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess. Experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
Κάτι τέτοιο. Και μετά να δει πώς θα συνεχίσει.
And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight.
Θα κρέμεται αυτό, ας πούμε.
You know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map.
Όχι, αυτό δεν είναι πολύ καλό.
Whoa,
Α, ναι.
how's that for teamwork?
Υπάρχει αυτό. Οκ.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Πάντως, μετά την κίνηση αυτή είμαστε σε νέα παρτίδα, έτσι δεν έχει ξαναπαιχτεί. Να το πω αυτό. Άσο ο Λευκός πώς θα έκανε σε επίθεση. Κοίταξε, θα ήθελα να φάω αυτό το πιόνι. Και άμα φάω αυτό το πιόνι, να δοκιμάσω με αυτά τα πιόνια να επιτεθώ, κάτι τέτοιο.
Go on, Robert. Tell me if you disagree. I feel like this is the
Με
most
ανταλλαγές
comfortable
όμως.
I've seen Ding.
Αν μπορούσα
all
καλώς
match
να
long
βγάλω
so
τις
far.
βασίλισσες.
What would you say?
I completely agree, and you're usually quite comfortable when you've caught
Κάπως
your
έτσι.
opponent in some preparation.
Το σκέφτομαι.
It's not like Gukesh's position with the black side is anywhere near that bad, but it's uncomfortable to play against somebody who is blitzing out their moves.
Και έτσι πως είναι και λίγο δύσκολο να επιτεθείς τώρα στην τέργα του βασιλιά.
So we'll see how resilient he is. We know what a strong player that Gukesh is already at just 18 years old. But for Ding,
Για παράδειγμα, το δικό σου πιόνι ας πούμε μπλοκάρει αυτή τη διαγώνιο για να μπορούσε η βασίλισσα να είναι εδώ. Οπότε να είχα κάτι τέτοιο.
Peter, I'm going to throw what might be a
αξιωματικός εδώ
very long
είναι μια
question
χαρά.
at you, but hopefully a very
Εδώ
worthwhile
έχω το
one for
πιόνι, δεν
people
μπορώ
who
να
are
επιτεθώ.
watching at home
Οπότε
on
θα
the
κοιτάγαμε
screen.
πως μπορώ να εκμεταλλευτώ εδώ,
In
δηλαδή
such an
κάπως να
imbalanced
φάω αυτό
position
το
where we've got
πιόνι
bishop versus knight casting
και να
on opposite
επιτεθώ
sides
εδώ.
of the board.
Βέβαια, άμα είναι όλες οι
White's
δυνάμεις
getting his
μέσα,
rooks connected,
είναι κάπως
but
δύσκολο.
we're still waiting to see exactly where they end up. Black trying to defend against some of these ideas. Can you help talk us through
Αλλά αν μπορείς να φας ένα ή δύο πιόνια, ξέρω εγώ,
και
μετά να κάνεις ανταλλαγές, κάτι τέτοιο.
Where are both Ding and Gukesh looking at the board at the moment?
Well, so far this is also the line that we discussed with Robert, and it was very natural. Yeah, we felt like it's
Αν φύγει αυτό, έχεις 3 έναντι ενός. Άμα δεν βγάλεις βασίλισσα ή κανένα πύρο και τέτοια, θα μπορέσεις μετά να επιτεθείς.
Yeah, then we eliminated that knight, but still all these e5, e6 ideas opening up.
Κάπως έτσι σκέφτομαι, Ανδρέα.
Black's king, the pawn on c6 was vulnerable. I did try to go after the e5 pawn, but it turned out.
Αλλά όσο υπάρχουν τα κομμάτια όλα μέσα δεν είναι εύκολο. Θέλεις προσοχή πίσω. Βασίλισσα θα σου απειλεί τους πύργους. Πρέπει κάποια στιγμή να αλληλοποστηριχτούν οι πύργοι. Πρέπει να έχεις πάντα το νου σου εδώ. Αυτό πιόνι δεν θες να πέσεις με τίποτα.
And I felt like, okay, hang on, okay, I haven't been playing for 5 years. Yes, I now returned for the Chess Olympiad, so I did quite some rehearsing.
Και αυτό θες να το υποστηρίζεις, η αλήθεια είναι.
But this line was also something that I had in my mind 5 years ago.
Για ποιο λόγο άφησε τον ύπο.
I just opened my notes.
Για ποιο λόγο τον άφησε να τον φάει. Τώρα δεν είχε άλλη επιλογή. Σε αυτή τη θέση έπρεπε να παίξει τον πύργο. Δεν μπορούσε να κάνει κάτι άλλο. Και εδώ πέρα, ας πούμε, τι να παίξεις. Κατάλαβες, άμα κινήσεις τον ύπο και πας πίσω, θα σου τρώγε εδώ, ξέρω εγώ. Αλλού δεν μπορούσε να τον πας, γιατί υπήρχε αυτό, οπότε αναγκαστικά πρέπει να παίξεις πύργο Δ2. Μετά ήρθε εδώ, απειλούσε εδώ, οπότε έπρεπε να έρθεις εδώ. Γι' αυτό μου άρεσε η κίνηση αυτή του Gukesh.
And when you look at it with the computer, then everywhere you see all this 0-0 evaluation, and you think like, of course I have the B file, white also has weak pawns, I will develop that bishop somehow, and of course things will be fine. But when you go deeper into it, like Robert highlighted very quickly, that yes, 0-0, but maybe a couple of moves, and you have to play with computer precision in order to maintain the balance, and then it's already extremely scary.
I just want to talk about this Queen G2 move. Sorry, John, I heard you there. I didn't mean to cut you off. You go first.
No, I was going to say I absolutely love that, how it's a completely equal evaluation, but the danger is in a couple of moves' time, and Gukesh has to tread very, very carefully, because if he picks a line where in 2 or 3 moves he has to play with that computer precision that Peter just mentioned, and he has to do that for 4 or 5 really sharp moves in a row, that could really throw the fox amongst the pigeons, and unfortunately could land him in a lot of hot water. So to me, listening to that, it feels like the sharpest thing in this position is Peter's notebook. So with that, Robert, I will let you guys get back to analyzing the position. Take it away.
Well, that's a great line to end on. Thank you so much, John. And I mean, speaking of Peter's notebook, Queen to G2. I mean, that kind of move is not something you just come up with. If we just go a half step back, in this position, why is Queen G2 good? It doesn't actually make that much sense. The pawn on E4 isn't directly under attack. The queen already is putting pressure on B2. So putting your queen to G2 like this, walking into a rook G1, going after the black king, I understand, now that Peter's mentioned it, that Queen G2, I think the purpose is to stop rook D2. But who knew that's what you needed to stop? So when you're on your own, trying to figure out the exact correct computer line, good luck to you in a position like this. So Peter, thank you so much for sharing your notes, the fact that you've looked at this position, and I get now why Queen G2, just hitting the white rook on H1, but come on, let's be serious. People are not finding this kind of move over the board.
Yeah, it's just impossible. You remember we were speculating, you asked me to make a couple of moves. Well, I suggested bishop e6 and I suggested bishop g4, the 2 developing moves. And if you would have told me that, Peter, queen g2 is the move, I would have told you, no way, that's ruled out. And that's exactly the reason why it's so tricky when you are following some computerized lines. And the line was going, I think, rook hg1, queen takes h2, pawn grabbing against something
Επίσης ο αξιωματικός εδώ
discouraged.
πάει τον ύπο, αν φας εδώ, υπάρχει και αυτό. Πολύ ωραία κίνηση αυτή, αξιωματικός στο ε6.
With precise play it says that actually white has nothing more than a draw. But it's so nice that we discussed the position without computer, and we also came up that bishop e6, rook d2, queen f3 is the natural way of continuing the game, and it should be more or less fine for black, but I'm with you that it's still unpleasant now for black.
And we can see Gukesh still deep in thought right now, Peter. So whatever opening preparation he's done, I don't think he did 5 years ago, given he's still very, very young, 18 years old. I don't think at 13 he was...
Δεν θα τον αντάλλαζα για τον ύπο τώρα.
To the London system. But look at Ding. I mean, he really is just hanging out in the lounge. He knows that he has caught Gukesh by surprise. He should be confident, and I can't tell if that's a banana peel next to him, but this isn't Mario Kart. He's not going to be slipping on that. In fact, he is going to be fully nourished, satisfied with the opening, and thanking his team for a job well done.
Ναι, πρέπει να βρει αυτό. Θέλει να έχει την πίεση εδώ.
when you play such a long
Και
opening
εδώ.
preparation,
Μάλιστα.
then you can forget about the clock. Yeah, so time travel won't be an issue. He also knows exactly, yeah, that if Gukesh makes a mistake, then he might get real chances. So he's already ready for that scenario. Yeah, we have talked about this the previous game, that he might have simply not believed, yeah, because it was such a dry kind of position, yeah, that okay, it's gonna be a draw no matter what, but in fact he had the chance and he let it slip. Well, now he is really very sharp. He knows exactly that he went for this very double-edged line. His team came up with a great idea. It was not d takes e5, but to understand that this knight d2 to c4 might be a very unpleasant move to face over the board. And here I believe that Richie is very much in the house, yeah, because these are those typical Rapport's ideas where he does not care about the engine evaluation. He senses that this position is, humanly speaking, dangerous for black, and let's try to test him. Let's try to test our opponent.
It's really true that Richard Rapport, full of opening shocks, and here it's working to perfection for Ding Liren. The game is ongoing. There is so much to be said about the next few moves, but we can see Ding. I mean, he is as relaxed as ever, considering this is a World Chess Championship match. And if we're trying to get into the head of Gukesh, his opponent, right, we see that the knight can be captured on c4, and there Ding is just playing around in the rest area. But Gukesh knows that he can take this knight, but likely thinking about the consequences of it. Are there alternative moves, that you can see, Peter, besides bishop takes knight? Because perhaps he's not so tunneled on that decision, and he needs to figure out the way forward all on his own right now.
Μετά το ποιον είναι το πιο εύκολος τόπος όμως.
Well, to me, bishop takes c4 is the most natural one. Well, there is also the other move order with rook b5 first, hitting the queen, but I think it does not really change anything because you can grab the pawn on c6. And after bishop takes c4, queen c4, rook takes e5, queen c7, we end up exactly in the same line that we already had on our boards 20 minutes ago.
Yes, so we'll analyze some of these lines just to show everybody what Peter is talking about. It just says transposition, funnily enough. Rook b5 hitting the queen, but once the knight is captured on c4, the queen takes back, and yes, e5 falls, but after rook takes e5, queen c7, that's a double attack. And at the very least, white can gobble up the a7 pawn. And I think I just want to...
Ναι, αν μπορέσει εδώ πέρα να φάει πιόνια και να έχει τα τρία πιόνια εδώ.
I don't think that works out because of back rank problems. And it's funny how chess can work like this. Queen e7, rook takes a2, and then in this position, rook d8 wins the game for white because the black king does not have luft. So yes, black gets the check in first, but the checks run out very quickly. King c2, you can even get another check on f2, the king escapes to b3, and that's that, Peter. Game over because the black king has nowhere to run.
It's a wonderful line, yeah, just to highlight that how sharp the position is, yeah. We have just played natural logical moves. It looked like both sides have their chances, and all of a sudden black has to resign. A very scary scenario. And hang on, after queen e7, I couldn't play rook fe8, picking that queen away with a tempo, because then you just play queen d7, right? Yeah.
This is a theme today, Peter. Bringing the queen to attack one of the rooks so the second rook isn't free to move up the board.
Yes, well, very unpleasant situation for Gukesh, because if the logical follow-up is not good enough, then he needs to find an alternative. Yeah, first of all, he has to understand that playing naturally leads into some trouble. This is the first step in order to try to understand what else should we do. So okay, let's return to the starting position. You asked me to suggest different alternatives. Well, maybe I'm biased, but this knight on c4 scares me so much. And do you see some other alternative, Robert?
I think you and I are on the same page here, Peter, that knight d6 feels so worrisome that I'll make a random move like a6 or something like that. Like knight d6, this is not what you want to see from the black side, because you can't kick a knight off of a dark
Ναι, εδώ
square,
είναι.
especially when it's defended by a
Εδώ είναι
pawn,
ωραίο
a rook,
outpost
and a
για τον
queen,
ύπο.
when you have a light square bishop. This is the
Ελέγχει τα πάντα.
downside of having a
Όλα
bishop
αυτά εδώ.
compared to a knight. A knight jumps from color complex to color complex. The bishop only
Και
sits
αυτό.
on the light squares in this game. So I was just trying to show the point. A6 is obviously not a very strong move from the black side, but still, that a knight landing on d6, that becomes a unicorn, and that's a mythical creature that nobody wants to face off against.
Yes, well, luckily there is this pawn on a2 hanging, yes? So can we actually now grab on a2? Is that a kind of an idea for black not to play a6, something else, but with the intention that against knight d6 we might be able to capture on a2. So in this case then maybe some a6 or
Πασαμοντάνια,
something would
γαλλική
be more
παντεσπάρι.
useful.
Γεια σου, Ερφωνικέ.
So your question,
Ευχαριστώ.
bishop takes a2 here. Can you get away with it? At first, clearly you can. This objectively
Να σε καλά, φίλε μου.
just fine for black. But what if I try to trap your bishop in here? Like, I don't take any material just yet. This bishop isn't participating in the game. And Peter, I know
θα πάει καλά με το χρόνο σήμερα, ναι.
I feel like I share some similarities with you. That knight on d6 is definitely worth a pawn.
Δεν ξέρω πώς, γιατί μάλλον αποφάσισε να πάει μες στην προετοιμασία του Liren ο Gukesh. Προφανώς ήξερε την βαριάντα μέχρι κάποιο σημείο. Αλλά κάπου το έχασε.
And for example, okay, I would give the argument that okay, I can put the bishop on b3 and that bishop is also not bad on b3, creating some pressure
Γιατί
against
φαίνεται
white
ότι
king.
από εδώ και πέρα δεν ξέρει ακριβώς πώς να συνεχίσει.
Certainly would love to be with the white side here.
Yeah, same here. And there still is attacking potential against the black king. And this knight on d6, the reason everyone, it's so frustrating is look at the squares it covers. It's not just attacking a pawn on e4. That's not really the critical point. Is no rook b7 if you want to defend the 7th rank. The knight covers b7. It also stops the rook from going c8 or e8. And it can drop back to f5 at the right moment to help with an attack. So there are problems.
Πιθανολογώ ότι θα φάει τον ύπο.
Because of this knight on d6.
Πολύ ενοχλητικό κομμάτι.
Throw in one more suggestion because in this position I don't like the h6 pawn. I'd rather my pawn be on g6. But then I'm thinking in my head, if we go back to the start, g6, let's say, knight d6 anyway. We get this type of
Αυτό νιώθω εξού και σπατάλη χρόνου.
Here. Now I'm worried about this f6 square, because if white is able to even make a move like queen d4, knight takes e4, then that knight gets into f6, so that's another dark square weakness, and it's a light square bishop that isn't even helping the black king defend itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Βέβαια, αν φας τον ύπο, μετά αυτό όντως κρέμεται.
Capturing that monster knight with bishop takes e4, it had to be played.
Όπα. Έφαγε. Οκ, έφαγε τελικά. Έχω βρει δύο κινήσεις σήμερα που είπα θα τις παίξει ο Gukesh χωρίς να τις δω και τις έπαιξε και τις δύο. Μία ήταν αυτή και τώρα το φάγωμα. Ωραία, στην επόμενη θα σκεφτώ κάτι λάθος για να κερδίσει ο Liren για να την παίξει ο Gukesh. Για να μου δει το α7 πριν να φύγει ο ύπος από εκεί. Ναι, Γιώργο. Τώρα βέβαια φύγανε ο ύπος και ο αξιωματικός. Τώρα πρέπει να δει πώς θα υποστηρίξει αυτό.
I think you mentioned that move. It seems like a very fair response from black, but ultimately we are going to have a dynamic where white has more pawns on the queen side, black has more pawns on the king side.
Ναι, τα λευκά έχουν εδώ πιόνια, αυτά έχουν εδώ πιόνια.
Then we're talking about rook endgames, but not just a stale affair. We're talking about pawn races and which side can try to promote first.
Yeah, those are very dangerous scenarios. Yeah, I also feel like since the position is completely out of control, it's
αυτό το πιόν είναι επικίνδυνο έτσι.
Who is sitting on the black side. I imagine
κάποια
myself,
στιγμή δηλαδή.
I just want to highlight that because there are so many unbalances in the
Υπάρχει και
position.
αυτό μέσα.
I think some you put him on the black side and
δεν μπορείς να
he
το
will just
φας.
collapse. Yeah, this is the way how I see it. I know exactly that Gukesh is super sharp. He can calculate lines incredibly well, and he needs all these skills to navigate this position because it's practically speaking over the board with all the pressure and all your opponent blitzing out his moves clearly in preparation. It's such an unpleasant scenario.
It is no fun to walk into your opponent's preparation and look at the clock.
Για να δούμε. Σχεδόν 50 λεπτά πάει. Σε 5 λεπτά θα είναι 50 λεπτά διαφορά.
He has spent not even 7 minutes, and part of that is probably walking
Και
back
είμαστε στην 20η
from
κίνηση.
the rest area. And Gukesh, he's spent over
Οπότε θα έχει
6
μεγάλο
minutes,
πλεονέκτημα ο
and
Liren
he is
μετά.
still thinking because the position remains sharp. And I agree with you though that it is good if you're looking at this thinking who could handle this position from the black side. Gukesh is the type of player who can, but I also think this is a scenario where experience is so essential. This is not the type of game where calculation directly, at least in this current position, is going to solve all your problems. It's coming up with a strategy. Do I want to go to a pawn down with activity? Do the queens need to stay on the board, or if the queens come off the board, is black okay? Do I need to go after this e5 pawn, or should I try to protect my c6 pawn? These swirling questions, Peter, they're very difficult to answer. And you know that for Gukesh, he is working diligently to answer those questions right now. And for Ding, he may have those questions already answered because he's in his preparation.
Yes, well, my intuition somehow tells me that I have no time to protect my weaknesses. Yeah, that's my kind of feeling in this position. And Queen F5 on the
Έχουμε
board.
βασίλισσα Z5.
I'm happy
Μάλιστα.
because I felt like this is a solid move.
Χτυπάει
I'm
εδώ.
wondering here, Peter, how quickly will Ding play? Because if he continues
Οπότε αν
to
φάει εδώ,
blitz
τρώει
out his
εδώ.
moves, that is scary. But it does seem like he has paused for the first time, and Gukesh is able to stretch
Μάλιστα.
those weary legs. I mean, chess can be so exhausting when you're sitting there calculating, burning energy. And here we see Ding has not responded just yet. So I feel like I can breathe. And for Ding, I'm wondering, does he still have 5 more moves in store for us, or is now he officially on his own?
Yeah, these are very interesting moments. Yeah, first of all about Gukesh, yeah, that he had to make very tough decisions. Finally, he felt like, okay, I have decided on bishop e6, bishop
Άμα
takes
φτάσει
e4,
εδώ, ας πούμε,
queen f5 sequence of moves.
ίδιο υλικό,
And the tension that the players
τα πιόνια στην
who are
τέργα της
defending it, yeah,
βασίλισσας
sitting
και αυτός
there,
τα έχει του
they
βασιλιά.
really feel like I want to get up and go to the bathroom, maybe wash my face, refresh, whatever. Also, just by
Λες να
walking
παίξει
around, it helps you
θ6.
calm your nerves, yeah, because certainly you feel like you are under pressure.
Α, εδώ, να
And
παίζει
in
θ6.
Ding's case,
Ναι, και αυτό το σκέφτηκα. Κάτι να ανοίξει έτσι ένα τετράγωνο διαφύγης για το βασιλιά και να περιμένεις να δεις τι θα κάνουν τα λευκά. Με αυτή την έννοια. Απλά μετά μέτρο γι' αυτό, εσύ δεν είχες να φας αυτό, κάπως έτσι. Οπότε τώρα με τη βασίλισσα εδώ, αν φάει εδώ, θα φας και εσύ αυτό. Για να δούμε.
Who could have known that Gukesh will play exactly this line, yeah? Against the London system, there are hundreds or thousands of different move orders, solid setups, so you cannot.
Του υπολογιστή του αρέσει αυτή η θέση, βλέπω. Δεν 44, όχι κάτι τρομακτικό.
was not the best move, so it should be somehow better for white, but it seems like he isn't in move preparation anymore.
That's right. I'm going to go a half step back because the bar did jump a little bit. I'm going to get the assistance of our Silicon friend. Ooh, the best move apparently, the only move that kept the evaluation at nearly zeros, Rook b to d8, and that's not an easy move to play.
Οπότε κατά πάσα πιθανότητα ναι, θα γίνει ανταλλαγή πιονιών τώρα εκεί από τον Liren.
But also Rook d6 feels like one of those moves.
Και μετά θα πουσάρει για ανταλλαγή βασιλισσών.
Where if you ever take on d6,
δηλαδή,
you're going to see a pass
κάτι
pawn
τέτοιο,
that
ας
is
πούμε.
very close to the other side. So that's not an easy move to make. Peter, in addition, just swapping rooks on d8 and playing e6.
Την οποία μπορεί βέβαια να αποφύγει.
In some lines for the black king, the white king is also open, so we should keep that honest. But this is not an easy position to figure out. I think queen f5, to me, Peter, it feels like a safer move, at least from an immediate perspective.
Okay.
Yes, this rook b8 move is one of those mysterious moves that when the computer highlights, then it makes perfect sense. Of course, yeah, we have to trade that powerful rook on d2. If we trade that rook, then we will get counterplay, we will get access to white's king. Then already somewhere some queen f2 ideas might appear, hitting the rook on e1, which protects the most important white pawn on e3. So it makes perfect sense, but it was so nice that we were able to think about the position without the engine, and rook b8 wasn't the move that was smiling on me at all. I did not even really consider it. Yeah, maybe shame on me, but yeah, that's how I'm functioning.
Well, I'm going to be your partner on the commentary here because
Θα
I
νικήσει ο
didn't mention
Ding
the move, didn't even think about it.
και καλό position και είναι στο prep και έχει χρόνο. Ναι, για να δούμε. Κατά πάσα πιθανότητα σήμερα θα δούμε νίκη Ding.
This move rook d6, that would be frustrating because
Θα
you're
δούμε
not
όμως.
going to take that rook on d6. Yes, queen f2 is here, but then
Όσοι δεν έχετε
this is the
ψηφίσει,
type of
ψηφίστε στο
position
poll.
here I was asking about in advance. Like, can you trade queens?
Είναι
as black?
66%
What trades do you want?
νίκη
What trades do you want to
Liren
avoid?
και
And with
17%
white,
έχει
the
ισοπαλία
first
και
to
νίκη
the active
Gukesh.
play in the position,
Ο λευκός εδώ λογικά
I would
έχει
not
το
want
σχέδιο
to
να
trade
διπλώσει
queens,
στη
so I'm just
Δέλτα
gonna make a sort of retreating move
και να
again,
πάει στην
queen
7η.
f5 and see how it reacts. Okay, a little bit improving for white, but
Ναι.
maybe not the end of the
Ή και
world.
τριπλό,
I see
δηλαδή
the open file, I see the activity, and that would definitely cause me
κάπως
concern.
έτσι, ας πούμε.
But maybe the engine knows
Ακόμα
the
και αυτό.
best. I think that's not really an uncertainty, that's a for sure, but this is not an easy position to figure out is my ultimate point.
Well, I think that if you know that rook b8 is the right move, yes, somehow you can recollect that rook b8 was important, it was in my file and it was written that key move. Yeah, because often such mysterious moves, I like to write their key move. Yeah, because just whenever you repeat your file, then it's just not one of the 100 or 1,000 moves, but you see that this is something to try to remember, yeah, in the future. This is one of my tricks.
Τελικά ίσως η ανταλλαγή αξιωματικού με τον ύπο να μην του βγει σε καλό του Gukesh. Ίσως έπρεπε να κρατήσει τον αξιωματικό μέσα. Μπρίγος ζητά ένα.
I'm not that worried. So for example, after queen f5, rook ed1, can I just sidestep with rook d8? And then after rook takes c6, I'm hitting the pawn on e5. No, maybe I even take with the rook on e5. Maybe with the rook. And then I'm gonna push a5 if I'm given a chance. I'm gonna play h5, g6. At least I feel that this is a position where I can already play by hand. Yeah, the worst has passed for black.
You know, it's funny you say that because I simultaneously agree with you that there are a number of moves that come to mind for black, so that at least will make you breathe a little bit easier. But on the other hand, you're looking at this position and you see the imbalances. Now white has the pawns. Then if the queens come off the board, how fast are they?
Να προσπαθείς να επιτεθείς εδώ και αυτός μπορεί να επιτεθεί εδώ, ξέρω εγώ, κάποια στιγμή. Αν αυτός ο οποίος δεν υπάρχει. Είναι περίεργη θέση.
There could be some rooks landing on the 7th rank. And as we return to the game position and Ding still is thinking, I'm wondering, Peter, like if we take on c6 and take on e5, sort of a similar premise. Does white gain control of this fully open file? And does that leave black sort of gasping for air for a few moves, just trying to figure out what exactly do I do, because there is going to be mounting pressure against the
Παίρνεις πίσω έτσι το πιόνι. Νομίζω από εδώ και πέρα οι παρτίδες θα είναι φωτιά. Πώς θα παίξουν ακόμα άλλη την εβδομάδα? Είναι νομίζω 14, δεν είναι? Όποιος θα φτάσει πρώτος στους 7,5. Οπότε έχει ακόμα και αυτή τη βδομάδα, ναι.
He kind of feels that, okay, maybe I haven't found the perfect computer solution. Maybe I'm objectively slightly worse. On the other hand, I made sure that nothing really serious can happen to me. I'm in the game. He's leaning back on his chair, showing confidence.
Τώρα μου κάνει επίθεση που ο Liren δεν έχει παίξει κατευθείαν, ίσως στο...
feels a bit disappointed. He feels like if I would have checked this move queen f5 and I would have been able to blitz out one more move and put one more pressure on Gukesh, that might have been super important. Yeah, this kind of small things can affect the game so much. I know it
νομίζω ότι δεν είναι αυτό μες στην προετοιμασία του. Κοίτα, έχει μεγάλη διαφορά χρόνου. Μπορεί να το κάνει και επίτηδες και καλά για να κάνει τον Gukesh να νιώσει λίγο πιο ανάλαφρος. Ενδεχομένως. Παίζει και αυτό.
That's when I feel like, okay, I'm gonna survive this game. I'm gonna hold this. It's all okay. But if your opponent at this moment still blitzes out one more move and you feel like you are fighting against a computer, not against your opponent, then psychologically it can have an effect that you crack. And I feel that in this case, now Gukesh is really relieved that he has the other scenario.
Yeah, and we both acknowledge rook b to d8. That move wasn't on our radar, but I like the way that Gukesh has handled this. And it's still not going to be easy unless Ding is not ambitious. And John, I know we've talked about this in previous days. You're here watching this game unfold. But I guess part of the equation is how ambitious will Ding be? His opening choice, clearly ambitious. But sometimes when he's had these little advantages, he allows the game to peter out sooner than many others would.
I love the way that Peter just summarized an extra move blitzed out here might have had an important impact on the game. And I think that plays into what you're saying right now, Robert, about how ambitious is Ding being. Because an extra move blitzed out could have ended up in a situation where Gukesh is sweating that much more. But I'll also throw the flip side to you. What do you think, Robert, about if Gukesh sees that Ding is thinking, okay, I should be able to survive this, my position is solid, I think I can take the game and carry on from here, but he runs the risk of being a little bit complacent. He runs the risk of maybe missing something in a position that, quite frankly, is still full of imbalances and is still quite sharp. There's also that risk to mitigate, right?
Well, one of the joys of being a teenager, long past for the three of us here on the call, is that you have a sense of confidence, a sense of joy, just looking at these positions, and you feel very sharp and you're willing to battle. But on the other end of that is for Ding, he has vast experience. He's the world champion, and well before he was the world champion, he had a 100-game unbeaten streak. He's able to pressure even Magnus Carlsen, the #1 rated player on the planet. So I'm just trying to set the tone here that, yeah, Gukesh is playing really, really well, and I'm very impressed with the way he's handling himself. And Ding has not proven to press to the greatest degree, at least in some of the previous games, like yesterday.
Είδε κανείς από εσάς, παιδιά, την παρτίδα του Θεοδόρου με τον Καρουάνα? Την είδα πολύ γρήγορα χθες. Μετά αφού τελείωσε δηλαδή στο fast forward. Πέρανε πολύ ωραία.
So far, the story, at least where draws have been concerned in this World Championship match, has been Ding maybe not capitalizing as much as he could when he's had an advantage. Is that going to change today as he puts Gukesh under a tremendous amount of middle game pressure? The players are settling in for a big think as we come to you live from Singapore. Mind you guys, this is not the only event where you're going to be able to attend live in the month of December heading out of 2024. We've also got the Champions Chess Tour Finals live and in person in Oslo, Norway. And why are we telling you this right now? Because some of the folks watching the game are in Singapore right now, and you in Oslo invited into the room alongside 8 of chess's greatest titans, including Magnus, Ali Reza, and MVL. You'll get all of the high stakes and high caliber action, but tickets also include perks like hand and brain chess, simultaneous displays, photo opportunities with the players, and much more. Use !CCT finals in chat or visit go.chess.com/CCT finals 24 and secure your tickets now. We are back in the thick of things at Ding versus Gukesh, folks. Let's see what these players choose to do with their remaining time in the middle game. We'll be back after a couple of minutes to see if anything gets resolved.
Σκέφτεται αρκετά. Κάτσε το κάνω τώρα, μην που έχει αυτό. Το θεωρώ σχεδόν απίθανο να μείνει στην προετοιμασία του ακόμα. Να τον έβγαλε εκτός... Τι, αυτό εδώ. Δεν νομίζω. Το θεωρώ δύσκολο. Μονόδρομος. Το φάγαμε ότι πιο νιου θεωρώ. Προς δέλτα 6. Να του δώσει την ευκαιρία να φάει πρώτα αυτός, ας πούμε. Και άμα φάει πρώτα αυτός εδώ και φάσει εδώ, ας πούμε, μετά πέφτει αυτό το πιόνι. Μετά έχεις πρόβλημα εδώ. Είναι λίγο θέμα. Ούτως ή άλλως μπορεί να το φας απευθείας. Και αφήνεις τον πύργο να είναι εδώ, γιατί και αυτός θα φάει μετά εδώ και θα χτυπάει εδώ, οπότε θες τον πύργο εδώ. Τον έβγαλε, και παίζει ένα κολέγιο, παιδιά, απίστευτη εμφάνιση. Εγώ την παρτίδα, αν την παίρνει εδώ, να την ποστάρω. Δεν ξέρω αν την παίρνει. Την είδα κι εγώ, θα τη φτιάξω. Λογικά. Βασικά πώς μπορείς να αποστάρεις link, δεν ξέρω. Ενδεχομένως να υπάρχει κάποια αρρύθμιση που δεν γνωρίζω τώρα και δεν αφήνει να αποστάρεις link, δεν ξέρω, δοκίμασέ το, να δούμε. Λες να σε κάνει κανένα time out. Θα το δούμε. Πάντως ο Liren δεν έχει παίξει, μου κάνει εντύπωση αυτό. Τι θέλει να πει, ότι τι? Ότι δεν είναι, ξαφνικά δεν είναι στην προετοιμασία του, δεν παίχτηκε κάτι το τρελό νομίζω. Δηλαδή το Βασίλισσα στα 5 δεν νομίζω να τον έβγαλε. Δηλαδή μέχρι εδώ ήταν σίγουρα. Αυτό καλά σίγουρα το ήξερε, σίγουρα, όχι δεν νομίζω ότι δεν είναι, δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση από αυτήν εδώ την κίνηση να βγήκε. Εντάξει, εδώ ενδεχομένως δεν περίμενε αυτό, περίμενε ίσως αυτό, αλλά οκ. Είναι και μέσα στις προτάσεις του υπολογιστή, αποκλείεται να μην το περίμενε. Το θεωρώ ψηλό απίθανο. Αν το πόσταρεις γράψε, γιατί εγώ δεν έχω δει να βγει κάτι, εκτός αν δεν σε αφήνει. Δεν ξέρω τώρα πώς... Κάτσε εδώ να βάλω live chat, γιατί θα πέσω μαχόμενος. Από το τσεκωμένο την πόσταρα. Εγώ δεν το βλέπω όμως. Όχι, δεν μου τη βγάζει. Λοιπόν, κάτσε να ξεμετέρω αυτό. Δεν τη βλέπω. Για κάποιο λόγο. Μάλλον δεν αφήνει link. Κάτσε, να δω. Εγώ μπορώ να αποστάρω link.
Let's remind ourselves what's gone on in the year heading up to the World Championship match. These events, of course, are particularly important if you're trying to study what sort of form people are on. As you can see, Ding Liren's rating was above 2,800, has been on a downward trend.
Εμένα μ' αφήνει. Μάλλον δεν αφήνει και καλά τους χρήστες για να μην υπάρχει κάποιο spam. Δεν ξέρω πώς μπορώ να το αλλάξω αυτό. Ναι, γενικά ό,τι θέλετε μπορείτε να μου στέλνετε στο mail ή στο Facebook. Αλλά την πόσταρα. Ναι, εγώ είμαι admin, οπότε με αφήνει. Αλλά την έβαλα εδώ. But the general impression everybody in the world, I think, got heading into this match was Ding Liren struggling to find his form a little bit. Γιατί τώρα όμως όλοι είναι σκέφτοι τόσο, είναι απίθανο να βγει από την προετοιμασία του.
but very much establishing himself as a star of today. But Peter, Ding shut a lot of the criticizers up with his victory in game number 1, and as the old adage in sports says, form is temporary, class is permanent, and we got peak Ding once again. The question for us now is whether he can keep it up over 14 rounds.
Well, I don't think that we have seen peak Ding yet, because peak Ding would have capitalized on those chances that we have seen, but certainly we have a very strong Ding here in the match. First of all, matches are completely different than tournament, because here you come very well prepared. You have a team behind you, yeah. You get a lot of support. You know exactly that this is the match of your life. Yeah, this is where you have to deliver. And as you beautifully highlighted, yeah, Ding has the class on his side. Yeah, he's a tremendous player. And in tournament play, yeah, you are shaky. It's not going that well. You lose all your confidence. In modern chess, it's so easy to lose a lot of rating points. He has been struggling. But in this match, right from the beginning, he was able to show that he is very much in the game. He has nothing to fear. In the very first game, when Gukesh really challenged him and was way too aggressive, he punished him mercilessly. Yeah, just without any chances for Gukesh to come back in that game. And I believe after this, you can forget about the ratings. If you ask Gukesh right now that whose rating is higher, I think he will just tell you that it does not matter at all. I'm playing against a super strong opponent. And for the moment, also opening-wise, it feels like Ding is the one who is controlling the match.
Φαίνεται να το controlling και πολύ όμως τώρα.
Win, lose or draw, it does feel like Ding is the player in control if you had to pick one of the two in this match so far. And Robert arguably showing that it doesn't really matter what the trend line has suggested over the last year. We are in for an absolutely titanic battle. I'll hand it back over to you guys now for this next segment.
Thanks so much, John. And yeah, I think that it all comes down to match play. And for Ding, ever since he won the World Championship, his next big event was the upcoming World Championship. So it's one of those awkward positions to be in. And Peter, you have that experience firsthand. And Ding has been very vocal about some of the pressures he's faced, the struggles he's been going through. But also from a chess perspective, when you win a World Championship and you want to retain that title, sometimes you hold back a bit, don't you?
Well, you might hold back, but also if we go back in time, then we can recall Vishy's reign. Yeah, Vishy was extremely doing well in tournament play, and suddenly he became the world champion. Yeah, and then all of a sudden he kept on winning his matches, but he started struggling in his tournaments.
Το μετά, ναι, μετά από Βασίλισσα, τώρα στο γάμα 6, ναι.
The kind of preparation that is required
ίσως να το
for
φοβίζει.
match play is actually not beneficial really for tournament play, because in tournament play you want to be more aggressive, while for matches you build a very solid kind of repertoire. Yeah? And then at the moment when Vishy lost to Magnus in Chennai 2013, then many people have been saying, oh, it's time for Vishy to retire. What is Vishy doing? And what did Vishy do? He went on to crush the candidates 2014. Yeah, just that he got rid of this pressure of being the world champion. Now let's play chess. Clearly also the preparation helped him that was made for the match against Magnus Carlsen, but often these kind of things are also psychological. And then Vishy, even in this moment, whenever he plays, it's such a joy. I'm so happy to see him because
απειλεί
he's one of the very best players in the world.
Δεν του δίνει την ευκαιρία να παίξει αυτό. Θα φύγει ο άλλος με τη Βασίλισσα. Το θέμα είναι από εδώ πώς συνεχίζει με τα λευκά.
He is an inspiration to the entire nation of India, and
the
players, the youngsters like Gukesh, like Arjun, who is officially over 2,800 as of the rating list that came out, and the many others like Nihal, who won a very important tournament, the President's Cup, and just all of them, Pragnananda. We can keep going, I think, for hours about the Indian prodigies, but what we're trying to get at here, Peter, is that the World Championship is different. It's different than your
Εδώ
open
και καλά για να
tournaments, as you
χτυπάς
said,
εδώ
where you have
και να
to play
προκαλέσεις
very
αυτό.
ambitiously to rack up the wins so that you can compete with other people.
Αν έφτανε
who
εδώ
you're
δεν θα
not
ήταν καθόλου
directly
άσχημα.
facing. Here it's one-on-one. There is nobody else in the arena except for Ding and Gukesh. And Ding is now thinking for quite a while. So we were really impressed with the preparation in today's game. We thought he chose a quiet that turned sharp variation that put Gukesh on his back foot very early. And now Ding is having to think on his own. So he's using his brain rather than the silicon beast that was helping him, assisting in his preparation to get to this point. And now that we're here, Peter, my big question for you is, do you sense that Ding is quite ambitious today? Do you think that he will continue to try to press this position? Because even though he's been sitting and thinking for 25 minutes, he still is 20 plus minutes up on the clock. And I think with White's control over the open D file, he can sort of look at his pluses here and think about more than just, oh, my opponent's found a great defense. Let's just call it a day. There is a rest day tomorrow after all.
Πολύ χρόνο έχει ξοδέψει,
Well, there is this.
Έχει ακόμα βέβαια 20 λεπτά διαφορά από τον Gukesh, αλλά...
Yeah, because on one hand he is very happy that his preparation worked. On the other hand, we talked about this or not, then I have to mention that Gukesh is already very much into the game, yeah, because the last 1 hour he had been very hard working, trying to understand what are all the finesses in the position, how to get the stability in Black's position, yeah, because the problem that Black really faced is that it's not really clear how do I stop White's initiative, how do I handle the situation. It seems like he found it, and in Ding's case, knowing that it was his preparation and he might feel like if I would have analyzed this Queen F5 move a little bit longer. And here comes the point, yeah, that nowadays, in order to make great preparation, you have to use the computer, yeah. There are hundreds of positions to be analyzed. You can't devote to each and every one, yeah. But often, for example, now if we just take this position, imagine that old school players would have analyzed over the board, and the player Ding Liren would have asked his second that please make a move on your own. And then Black would have probably played bishop e6, bishop takes e4, and queen f5 in the analysis. And then you guys would be laughing and spending interesting time together that, yes, it's a very logical way of playing. How do I play? You start analyzing. You might not be able to find the way with White to pose problems. And then you tell to your second, okay, let's open computer. Let's try to understand what computer says. And then the computer tells you the exact right scenario that this is the way to go forward. And then everything clicks and you are super confident. This is the ideal kind of scenario, but it's clear that it did not happen. And
Ο
this is
Gukesh
what
πάντως είναι πολύ ψυχρός,
is now regretting.
γενικότερα.
And I think he's very upset in this regard that just
Δεν είναι τόσο εκφραστικός όσο ο Liren.
and it could have made his preparation fantastic. And without this one small detail, it might just be good, but might not be decisive factor.
And we have to wonder when the last time Ding looked at that preparation was. Did he prepare it this morning or yesterday in anticipation of today's game? Is this something that, like you, Peter, he prepared 5 years ago and is only now able to use while at the board? But while we're in this position and we're talking about chances between these players, Ding
Liren σου νέσου ότι θα πεθάνει από το άγχος. Ισχύει, ναι.
But one of those was winning that last round game of the candidates.
Ναι, έχει τρελό άγχος το τυπάκι.
And he had less of a promising position than he has right now. I mean, at some point it looked like that game Hikaru had equalized, and it was sort of just maneuvering pieces and trying to see who came up with a better strategy. And Ding, he proved to be too powerful in that game. So with this position, I'm just trying to reflect on some of the highlights in Ding's career and what kind of player he is, where he is able to put sleeves on and come up with good strategy. So my big question, if we can just put a couple moves on the board here. White has one rook on d2.
Ο Gukesh απ' την άλλη μπορεί να έχει και 50 έτσι, να είναι χαλαρός.
My question is, if queen takes c6, queen takes e5, and say rook to d1, what plan are you thinking that Black wants to execute here? Because I see a lot of control on one open file, an active queen. Not that Black is in grave danger at the moment, but I guess what plan are you looking for from the Black side?
Well, honestly, I'm not really worried of the black's position at all. I feel like I have g6, a very nice stabilizer, creating luft for my king. It's good in every sense. I will also have rook b6, opportunity kicking that queen away. The pawn on h2 is weak, yeah, so you can't really activate that rook from d2 because then the pawn on h2 is hanging. I just feel like, humanly speaking, and that's why I have this feeling that Ding is really regretting not knowing the computer's direction at least, because over the board, if I just look at it, I'm not frightened with black. Yeah, it just looks like it's a double-edged position. White's king is also vulnerable. Now the queen on e5 sits very comfortably. You really have to use some tremendous computer precision, I believe, in order to pose black problems.
I think if the queens came off, we'd be having a different discussion, because without queens, a lot of black's activity is thrown out the window, and I'm just going to make probably a bad decision from the black side of taking on d5, because, Peter, I think we can agree, and maybe not, but I think we can agree that white is clearly the side pressing without the queens on the board.
Yes and no, because I understand
yes
what
and
you
no.
mean. Yeah, for example, with white, it's much easier
Έχει
now
πλάκα
to
ο
imagine how you're gonna push your pawns and
Ο
you have
Gukesh,
active
ο
rooks, but I
Gukesh
always have
πάει
this
το
f5,
κοίτι.
g5, f for counterplay.
Τα noodles θα
For
νικήσουν.
example,
Για να δούμε.
let's just show something like f5, rook d7, and if I could sacrifice my pawn with rook f7, I would be trading the rooks. Yeah, takes, rook d7 check.
Βασιλιάς
I
γάμα
activate the
2.
king. And for example, you take on a7, I
Εντάξει.
might play king f6, but okay, doesn't matter.
Έχεις το initiative όμως τώρα, γιατί να μην... Είναι αυτό ότι δεν θες να του δώσεις να φάει πρώτος εδώ και να φας εσύ μετά εδώ και να έχει αυτός την κίνηση. Θες να φας εσύ εδώ και μόλις φάει αυτός να έχεις εσύ την κίνηση, καταλαβαίνεις. Να έχεις το momentum. Γι' αυτό μου κάνει εντύπωση που δεν έχει παίξει ακόμα. Γιατί αυτές οι ανταλλαγές, εντάξει, θα γίνουν. Απλά θες να έχεις εσύ το momentum μετά. Αν μετά τα 14 παιχνίδια παραμείνεις όπαλοι πάνε σε rapid και please, κάτι είχα ακούσει για rapid, νομίζω. Ίσως πάνε σε rapid, ναι. Μετά πρέπει να πηγαίνουν σε rapid. Κάτσε να δω.
And then we have a true pawn race, and I just like the coordination of white's rooks on an open file, but as you pointed out, black is going to play g5 and f4 and will have chances of his own. So Peter, I completely agree. This is not one-sided traffic, and it's going to be a struggle for Ding to try to increase the pressure, especially as he spends so much time. So while we're talking about struggles in the position, we can talk about struggles as a whole, and Ding Liren faced many obstacles on his way to the 2024 FIDE World Championship. So let's dive in and see how the world champion has performed this year.
Λοιπόν, rapid, μετά πάνε σε rapid.
When he became the 17th world chess champion. His journey to get there was nothing short of extraordinary.
4 παιχνίδια rapid.
Ding's rise began early, becoming the youngest ever Chinese champion at 16. His
Και μετά πάνε σε
breakthrough on the
blitz,
international
ναι.
stage came in 2015 when he finished second in the star-studded Tata Steel chess event, behind only
Και
Magnus
μετά,
Carlsen.
αν και τα blitz
From then on, the chess world knew
γίνουν
Ding was
έτσι,
a force to
υπάρχει
watch.
ένα παιχνίδι
Ding wasn't done
Αρμαγεδόνας.
scoring one of the most remarkable achievements in chess history. The Chinese star went on an incredible 100-game undefeated streak between 2017 and 2018. The
Μάλιστα.
longest until Carlsen
Εντάξει,
broke
νομίζω
it
να
in
φτάσουμε
October
μέχρι εκεί.
2019. During the time, he entered the world's top
Λοιπόν, για
5
να
chess
δούμε.
players
Ακόμα δεν έχει
and broke
παίξει ο
the
Liren.
2800 rating mark. Another
Αν είναι
impressive
δυνατόν.
achievement came in
Λοιπόν, τι έχουμε...
2019 when he won the Singfield Cup with an undefeated
Ωραία.
score, beating Carlsen in a blitz
Α, ναι.
playoff.
Λοιπόν, εδώ,
Ding was
ναι.
the first to beat Carlsen in a tiebreak in 12
Α, λες να
years.
μην φάει εδώ. Να παίξει πύργο από το Β στο Γ8, να απειλήσει τη Βασίλισσα. Βασίλισσα Δέλτα 7. Τώρα να φάει, τώρα να φάει εδώ. Αυτός να φάει εδώ. Και μετά να δεις αν μπορεί να κάνει κάτι τέτοιο.
Was a thrilling back and forth match where Ding only clinched the title after a dramatic rapid playoff, as the 14 classical games ended in a 7-7 tie. That secured him a place in history books as the first male Chinese player to become a world chess champion.
Και τι κάνουν τα μαύρα μετά.
This has been a fight of courage, of grit and determination.
Αν έχεις κάτι.
However, life hasn't been easy for the humble grandmaster since winning the title. Ding took a 9-month break from tournaments and later revealed that he had
Όχι, δεν
struggled
έχουν
with his
κάτι τα
mental
μαύρα.
health. Entering 2024, Ding's form has taken a deep dive. His performance in tournaments has consistently been below
Πρέπει να κρατήσει το
expectations.
πιόνι
For
στο
the first time in
ε5.
history, a reigning world champion has dropped out of the top 20 in the world rankings.
At some moment he started like bouncing up and down. He's like
Και μετά να φάει εδώ.
and he definitely doesn't seem like the same person.
Αλλά πώς?
Just seems to be off.
Despite his challenges, Ding remains positive and determined.
Όσο υπάρχει αυτό το πιόνι δεν μπορεί να φέρεις και πύργο, ξέρω εγώ, εδώ.
His journey continues in Singapore, and his fans will certainly be eager to see him recover his top form and show why he has become one of the greatest forces in the chess world.
Ding Liren had a
Έχει
long
φάει κάνα
path
20 λεπτό,
to
πόσο
the
έχει
World
φάει?
Championship title. He won that
Πρέπει να
in
έχει φάει κάνα 20 λεπτό,
2023, and that's why he's our current champion. He had an unbelievable 100-game unbeaten streak from August 2017 through November 2018. Incredible to see that kind of play from the world champion. Not only
Ανήκει
is
από
he
Αύγουστο
great at
17
chess,
μέχρι
he's a
Νοέμβριο
law
18,
graduate,
απίστευτο.
and he is a big football fan. He likes Juventus and Bayern Munich.
Βασιλιάς στο
Earlier
γάμα
in
2.
the competition, I raised the
Τα λευκά.
question,
Ναι,
how
είναι
can
αυτό
he
που είπαμε
fan
Τζατσίλιν, ότι
multiple
άμα παίξεις
teams?
το
I
βασιλιά
know
εδώ,
how
απλά
diehard
του δίνεις το
fans are
initiative.
in the football sphere.
Δηλαδή
But
του
Peter,
δίνεις
what an
να φάει αυτός εδώ
impressive career from
και να
Ding
φας μετά
Liren,
εσύ εδώ.
and
Αλλά
hopefully
τώρα
there's
έχει αυτός
still
την
many
κίνηση.
great games left to go.
Καταλαβες.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually also
Τώρα
have
παίζουν τα
a
μαύρα.
history with Ding.
Ενώ αν
Because
φας εσύ
I
θα
played
παίξεις εσύ.
Nanjing in 2009.
Δηλαδή
Super
τώρα εδώ παίζουν τα
tournament, and at
λευκά.
that point, I believe it was Ding just 16 years old when he won the Chinese championship.
Δεν θες να χάσεις
And I saw
το
that.
προβάδισμα αυτό.
And I also saw that he is playing F3 Nimzos. He is playing some sharp King Indians and so on. I was really impressed, and during one of the press conferences, I told the organizers and all the media in China, the Chess Federation, that I believe that Ding Liren has some incredible potential. I think that you guys have a fantastic talent. And afterwards, I heard from Ding and from the Federation that based on my words, the Federation took it very seriously and started supporting Ding very much. And I'm very happy to hear that, because I saw his games and I immediately sensed that this is some fantastic player. His rating was not yet over 25.
Αν πάμε σε όλα τα 14 παιχνίδια, πάντως θα πάει και την άλλη εβδομάδα, έτσι. Όλη την άλλη και μετά. Γιατί θα έχουν και κάποια ρεπό. Την Τρίτη νομίζω έχει ένα ρεπό. Και μετά πρέπει να ξανά έχει κάποιο Σαββάτο ίσως.
The best game that I recall and comes immediately to my mind is his game against Duda from the Olympiad in Batumi 2018. That Vienna variation where he came up with this queen d2
1 ώρα και
queen f4.
15. Κάτσε να δω.
An incredible illustration of what combines all his skills. Yeah, that he goes for principal lines. He was not shying away for complicated battles, and it was one of these games in this 100 games undefeated series. Yeah, so he went 100 games undefeated not by playing solid chess, by going for
σε 2 λεπτά θα έχει ξοδέψει
lines, and that what makes it all the
40 λεπτά ο Liren σε αυτήν την κίνηση.
Wow, what's very impressive to me
Ξεκίνησε
is
αυτή την κίνηση
your
με 1 ώρα
recollection
53
of
λεπτά
all
και
these
16
events,
δευτερόλεπτα.
not just your own experience with Ding, and you're a prophet because you knew or you foresaw what kind of
Είναι
talent
σχεδόν
he
40
had,
λεπτά
and
σε αυτή την
his
κίνηση ο
rating was
Liren.
not very high
Wow.
by the huge standards of today's youth, but still the way he has been able to shine in his career, and the game you mentioned against Duda, one of so many excellent games. I remember one
Κάνε
against
μέσα στο
Von
μυαλό του
Braun
τώρα.
in
Ναι,
2013.
έλατε.
The
Εκτός αν είναι και αυτό
Memorial,
στρατηγική.
what a squeeze
Να
he
κουράσει
put on
τον
Von,
αντίπαλο,
who's
να
obviously
ξέρω
been one of the
εγώ.
world's best for quite a long time now. But Peter, I mean, these past successes, they haven't exactly been replicated since the World Championship of 2023. Ding has struggled in this particular championship. He's had great positions throughout. I feel like he lost game 3. That was a huge blip for him. That was something that
Πολύ
in the
περίεργο.
press conference
40
afterwards,
λεπτά.
he was clearly very frustrated
Σχεδόν.
with. But the overall picture has been pretty good for Ding in this World Championship. I think he's had more advantageous positions than his opponent, and he's also done quite well in this game to seize a lead on the clock. But now that I say that and look, most of that time advantage has been burnt, and he is trying to deeply calculate what to do next here. So Peter, you know, as we talk about Ding as a player, as we know his strengths and also some of his weaknesses, what is he aiming for in this position? Why is he
Αν δεν
spending so
μπορεί να
much
το
time?
προστατεύσει, τότε να το σπρώξει στο ε6.
So
Κάποια στιγμή μελλοντικά υπάρχει αυτή η κίνηση, ναι.
Physically, but Peter, at this moment, what's going through your mind? How do you
Αν δεν
believe
φύγουν
that
από
Ding
τη
is
μέση.
processing this position?
Well, I think this cuffing is absolutely correct in this situation, and it's I don't believe that.
Λες τώρα κατευθείαν, να παίξει κατευθείαν ε6.
Much more because of nervous
Εντάξει, στο φάει, ξέρω εγώ.
He senses, he knows that Queen F5 was not supposed to be the best move. I'm pretty sure that if Rook BD8, the object
θα του έχεις δώσει ένα πιόνι. Βέβαια η πιονοδομή του είναι αρκετά άσχημη, αλλά έχει ένα πιόνι.
Queen F5 is the first surprise. And you mentioned that game against Hikaru Nakamura in the Candidates Madrid 2022. A very important, decisive game for Ding. He seemingly got absolutely nothing out of the opening, or at some point he had nothing. On the other hand, he was familiar with the position. He was familiar with the plans. And in this position, this is like you are thrown into the jungle. Yeah, that no real normal chess rules apply to this position, because this whole structure, this pawn structure, I don't think that anyone really have seen it before. So then how do you navigate? Now there is also this question that, do I trade on c6, or should I maybe push e5, e6 to destroy black's pawn structure first? Yeah, I think that we should also highlight and mention this line. For example, after e6, one of the problems that I see from White's perspective is that after queen takes e6, Queen takes e6, f takes e6, rook d6, there is rook f2 counterplay immediately. That's the real problem. Just imagine white rook on e2, white would be very happy, because then suddenly white would get access to all the weaknesses, but rook f2 is just in time and black is better.
Very instructive line there, Peter, because e6, giving up a pawn on your own terms, even going down a pawn temporarily, can be beneficial if you seize control of the open board. But as you point out, unfortunately, the f8 rook becomes active there. So queen takes c6, that looks like the move at the moment. And I'm just so curious after queen takes e5, because we know that this is just the start of the many variations swirling through Ding's head, is what he intends to play if he gets here. Does he want to keep the queens on the board? Does he want to trade the queens? If he does want to trade queens, can you make a move like queen d6 or queen to d5? You know, these little decisions, right? D6 or d5, what's the difference? Well, if you go to d6, the queen may be able to escape to a5. If you go to d5, the queen may go back to e7, and the game goes on. So I think that it's all about these little decisions and just one square difference here or there, but they actually are very consequential.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, let me just follow up on your line. Yeah, with queen d6. And we see queen d6 on the board. Okay, nice. We're gonna be seeing
σχεδόν έπεσε κάτω από το χρόνο του Gukesh.
Played out.
Εντάξει, τώρα φαντάζομαι ο Gukesh θα φάει κατευθείαν στο ε5. Δεν θα σκεφτεί ιδιαίτερα.
How he reacts.
Λογικά.
And how quickly he reacts.
I'm actually a bit surprised he hasn't already played queen takes e5.
Ναι, όντως και εγώ.
Sometimes when you have been waiting for your opponent to move for a long time, you just have to like,
παραπάνω από 40 λεπτά. 43 λεπτά περίπου. Λοιπόν, έφαγε κατευθείαν, εντάξει, ωραία. Και τώρα αναμένει να δούμε από εδώ και πέρα.
Will he blitz out his next move like rook ed1 or queen d6, queen d5, or will he take again time? The line
εντάξει, ναι, θέλεις να παίξεις εδώ, να προσπαθήσεις να βγάλεις βασίλισσες από το παιχνίδι.
And let's just go one move further, queen a5, and if you still keep on chasing that queen with queen d5, then black has rook b5. Yeah, this is one of the problems, and all of a sudden black is the one who is getting the initiative because the pawn on a2 is hanging. Yeah, so just chasing this queen and trying to force the trade of queens is not so easy.
Όχι, αν πάει εδώ.
And that might mean that queen to d5 is better, and well, the black queen can escape. I just want to continue to remind people that the queen trade can be played, but white, I believe, is having more fun just as long as you don't just get greedy and go pawn grabbing. White's pawns on the queen side, they actually are able to be pushed, and short order, b4, king b2, king b3, and the white king helps out. And it takes just quite a bit of time for f5 and g5 and f4 because black's pawns will be hanging in some of these variations. It's not quite as
ξέρω αν
easy
έχει
to
όντως
get the
υπεροχή.
pawns rolling. So,
Να
Peter,
σου πω
the big
αλήθεια. Ο
question
υπολογιστής
now,
δίνει
again,
ότι έχει,
he
αλλά μικρή
wondered
όμως, όχι
how
κάτι
quickly would he
το τρομερό.
follow up queen takes
2,3.
c6. He spent 42 minutes, 42 seconds on the decision to capture on c6 in the first place. That was the longest think
Είναι λίγο,
of this match
ας
so
πούμε, αν μπορείς να
far.
φέρει τον πύργο, έφυγε
And
λίγο πιο
now
ενεργούς
that
πύργους,
those
ας
pawns have
πούμε,
been
και
traded,
διπλωμένους.
there is a bit of
Με
a
αυτήν
shock
την
to
έννοια
me that he
φαντάζομαι.
hasn't actually played his next move because he could easily visualize this position, Peter. He still seems uncertain, does Ding Liren.
Yes, well, we can see it on
Και ενδεχομένως
his
και ο
body
Λίρεν
language,
αυτό,
that
γι' αυτό έχει
he's
μπλεχτεί.
nervous, he's
Δεν ξέρει πώς να
unsure.
συνεχίσει μάλλον. Αλλά πώς δεν είναι να μην ξέρει, αφού λογικά αυτό ήταν όλο μες στην προετοιμασία. Δεν ξέρω πού χάθηκε η προετοιμασία του.
Waste the tempo on this move, but then the pawn on e3 will be vulnerable in the future. Is this the direction, or should we, like you highlighted with queen d5 first, kick that
Όχι, γιατί
queen
πέφτει
away?
αυτό.
One thing I would like to add, because I was the one who was advocating that, yeah, maybe quintet is not that bad.
Πέφτει
And
αυτό.
the lines that we
Απειλείται
illustrated,
βασικά.
I
Πέφτει
think
αυτό και
they
απειλείται εδώ.
beautifully illustrated that white should
Και πρέπει να
just keep
επιστρέψεις.
both rooks on the board. There should be simply
Μάλλον.
no rush from white side to trade any rooks. And your idea b4 and then king b2, king b3, push, yeah, for example, let's just make f5, b4, g6, and then king b2, and you are, or king c2, king b3, and I perfectly agree with you.
Αυτό ένα από τα μειονεκτήματα της θέσης του λευκού τώρα είναι αυτό το πιόνι. Και ο πύργος αυτός να κάνει θα το φυλάει εδώ, όσο το απειλεί Βασίλης.
And black's pawns are vulnerable, or rook f1, hitting that pawn, and then the g5 pawn will fall. This is one of the big problems for black.
It's that black's pawns are easier to attack, and the white king is more useful at the start of the position. And a reminder to everyone that when there are many heavy pieces on the board, like in the live position,
τώρα δεν
you
έχει
want
να
to
πάει
keep the
εδώ.
king safe away from the enemy pieces. But when queens get traded and we
Αλλά θα φύγει, θα
enter
πάει
the
εδώ.
endgame, the king can be used as a weapon, and not just can be used, it
και είναι αυτό που έδειξε ο Λέκο πριν, αν πας εδώ, θα παίξει εδώ. Μάλιστα.
This is a
Τώρα το είδα
moment
αυτό,
for Ding. He is not just thinking about this
και από εδώ πώς
individual
μπορείς να
turn, but
συνεχίσεις.
what's going to happen as a consequence
Υπάρχει και αυτό το
of
πρόβλημα
his
εδώ.
move here. Another benefit, Peter, of playing queen to d5 is that f5 is harder to play because that's one of the moves we keep discussing that black wants.
Ναι, αλλά δεν θα ανταλλάξει ο μαύρος.
But with a queen
Θα φύγει,
nicely
ξέρω εγώ.
centralized on d5, if the queens remain, then black does not have such an easy time pushing forward. Queen d5, rook d1.
Αν μπορούσε με κάποιο τρόπο να αντάλλαζε τις βασίλισσες θα ήταν πολύ καλύτερα. Αλλά δεν θα είναι εύκολο.
Every other pawn would be defended. So I think that white's pieces are quite ideally
Αυτό είναι το
placed.
πρόβλημα τώρα
And
του
one
Λίρεν.
more question I'll
Έπεσε
leave you
κάτω
with,
από τον Gukesh σε χρόνο, έτσι.
Peter, is that will there be a time, especially if just
Το πώς θα μπορούσε να ανταλλάξει τις βασίλισσες. Όντως έπαιξε βασίλισσα α5, οκ, ναι. Αλλά θα φύγει, ρε παιδιά. Θα φύγει τώρα λογικά ο Gukesh.
Do you think that white sort of can operate in multiple directions?
Yeah, queen d5 on the board. I like this move. I think this is the professional move.
Για να δούμε.
But before getting into, because we're gonna be talking about all these lines, I just want to quickly rush back to the moment that Gukesh was standing up. Just yeah, queen e7 played. Yeah, this is the status quo.
Ναι, φύγε πίσω, βασίλισσα ε7.
Just the psychological factor, yeah, that by spending 45 minutes from Ding's side, we change a shift in momentum, yeah, that Gukesh has suddenly built up quite some confidence. The way how he got up from his board, he was walking and standing next to his board. This is the typical way of when you feel like, okay, I have settled into the position, I'm kind of satisfied, and what a change compared to like 1 hour ago when he was
Βέβαια τώρα
thinking,
έχεις βγάλει τη βασίλισσα από αυτή τη διαγώνη, οπότε έχεις ελευθερώσει και τον πύργο σου.
The pressure was all on his side. Ding was just enjoying life in his resting room, resting area, looking forward to the game, and all of a sudden, Gukesh is the one who is calmer.
Οπότε αν παίξεις τώρα εδώ...
Also the one with the lead on the clock. That's not something that we thought just a few turns ago. So time is valuable, not just in your everyday life, but also in a game of chess. And I think that there could have been some pressure on the clock if Ding had played queen takes c6 and queen d5 sooner. But we're here. This is move 22, queen e7, the last move played. Plenty of time for both players to reach that critical move 40 as Ding is coming to make his next turn. But Peter, white is the side for choice. Slightly better. Plans are a bit more difficult for black to execute. So I think that Ding should be happy overall with the position that he has. And I guess yesterday he didn't maximize. He actually allowed a very quick draw from a position of strength. Here I get the sense that he wants this game to continue because there's no doubt in his mind that he should be at least slightly better.
Well, he might sense that he's slightly better because he knew that my preparation was indicating a different move for black. Yeah, I think that helps. On the other hand, that he spent like 45 minutes or already more than 45 minutes on this position indicates that he's unsure how to really continue. And if we see that there are quite some imbalances, yeah, you highlighted that maybe white can also at some point shift towards the king side, some action on the g file, like with rook g1. Yeah, hitting that g7 pawn. Clearly, black will push g6, g7, g6 at some point. And then also black will have the possibility to play rook b6. For example, this rook b8 to b6 will be beautifully protecting that g6 pawn if you ever try to double on the g5 with rook g1, rook dg2, and then try to take rook takes g6 check, for example. It would be a beautiful checkmating pattern thanks to the pin. Yeah, maybe let's just show this. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I knew where you're going with that, so I'll do us all a favor and show what can happen. There you go. Peter's sacrifice, and the point, everyone, is the f7 pawn is pinned, so f takes g6, not legal. And once the king moves, queen h5. So Peter, you know, I know you to be quite a strategic player, but you're getting very tactical today.
Well, no, but actually that's the point of being strategical, that you hinder all your opponent's ideas, all the threats, yeah? So in order to be a good strategist, you have to be also a good tactician. It's only that I find it always more easy to try to stabilize the position instead of creating my own ideas, yeah? Because I'm still laughing at my father that when he taught me to play chess, when I just turned, it was 1 week before I turned 7,
Οι ψήφοι έχουν πάει λίγο πιο πολύ τώρα προς την ισοπαλία. 56 Liren, 17 Gukesh και ισοπαλία 27. Για να δούμε, έχουμε κίνηση όμως. L6. Συνεχίζει να κυνηγάει τη βασίλισσα.
Well, prophylaxis is an important element of the game of chess, and taking your father's wisdom into account seems to have really helped your chess career as you played the World Championship match and still are one of the best players in the game, even though you said you don't play as much anymore. But Peter, we see queen d6 has been played by Ding.
Άμα φύγουν οι βασίλισσες.
And if you were Gukesh, do you continue to avoid? Do you play this cat and mouse game and continue to run away from this white queen? Is there a universe where you actually take this queen on
Θες κάποια στιγμή να φέρεις αυτόν εδώ,
purely avoiding?
να σε επίθεση εδώ, να ασκήσεις πίεση εδώ.
Well, I guess that intuitively I would say yes, we're going to move away. The big question is, do we have a good square to move away? Yeah, for something like queen h4, is that a good move? Hitting the rook on e1. Will white, for example, try to chase that queen with queen g3? How do the lines continue at all?
Και το πιόνι αυτό είναι μια χαρά.
Let's maybe dive in, because Gukesh, he will spend some time here. These are big decisions. Once you trade queens, you can't undo that. And if you play queen to h4, where does white play the rook or the queen?
Μια κίνηση πριν ήταν εδώ. Πήγε πίσω και τώρα του την κυνηγάει. Και τώρα θέλουμε να δούμε τι θα κάνει. Θα τις ανταλλάξει, θα φύγει.
Covered by two white pawns, so capturing towards the center is usually helpful for for the side that is able to do so. So, Peter, queen g3. I don't think black is going to trade on that square. It looks very promising for white in the endgame. So after queen g3, now where does that queen run to?
Yeah, maybe just queen e7 back or queen h5. Yeah, one of these moves. And I'm not exactly sure how strong is this queen on g3. Okay, this is one question. But I would like to give some alternatives. So after the move queen d6,
23η κίνηση,
there is
έχουν
also
μια ώρα
this,
και κάτι παραπάνω επέκταση.
this kind of idea that what if I say that, you know what, with queen d6 you are trying to trade queens. All right, I don't mind if we trade on my own terms, and I'm gonna go rook b8 to e8. Yeah, it's a cemento move. Yeah, I'm trying to basically set up this endgame that if you trade on e7, I take back with the rook. I'm covering the 7th rank, and then f5, g6, king g7, g5, f for counterplay might come. We do see that developer aids this endgame, but humanly speaking, if you ever consider the endgame to be an option, then you might be thinking that this could be a possibility.
Yes, this is an improvement over some of the other variations that could be with the rook on e7 behind a potential passer. I just still like white's control of the only fully open file, the d file here, and the white king. While it can help the pawns from b3, it can also quite quickly go towards black's attempts at pass pawns. So let's say I could play b4.
Για κάτσε να δω κάτι. Λοιπόν, έστω ότι φεύγουν αυτές, ξέρω εγώ.
b4, king to d2. It still seems difficult, Peter, to organize this f5 and f4 from the black side, and now white can then play king d2, pawn c4, try to get b4 going. I just get the sense that in all of these endgames, for the most part, I should say all of them, that white will have an easier time pushing those pawns forward because the c pawn is already directly passed, and black, it's going to take
Αν
some
φεύγουν
time
όλα τα
to
κομμάτια αυτά τα μεγάλα,
no matter
θες είναι
which break you
ισόπαλη.
want to make.
Yes, exactly. And Gukesh decides to keep the queens
Λοιπόν,
on
τι
the board.
έπαιξε,
Absolutely correct. He played
την έβγαλε από
queen
εκεί,
g5. When I was
πήγε
highlighting
ητα
queen h4,
5.
I felt like queen g5, queen h4 are more or less same ideas. Queen g5 on the board. I think you hit perfectly the nail there in the endgame that over the board during the game you just think like, okay, with the queens on the board, I will always have counterplay. But if, and look at this queen d5, this is a sign, signature that is Ding thinking about repeating after queen e7.
Wow, it's a really critical moment in this game because queen d5, that's where the queen was a turn ago, and a queen to e7, you possibly see a repetition of moves. Peter, what do your instincts tell you? I think that Gukesh would be well advised to bring the queen back to e7. Do you actually think that Ding is
Gukesh με τα μαύρα είναι. Πολύ πιθανό να το κάνει.
Or is he doing that, as the saying goes, you repeat twice and then you play on?
Yeah, it's now a tricky spot because he spent quite a lot of time. In practical terms, it would be quite nice to play two moves quickly to be more comfortable with potential time trouble and then think again what you're gonna do. But I'm a little bit skeptical about this. Yeah, I do feel like we have seen Ding being quite nervous, unsure how to continue the game.
Εγώ δεν έχω καταλάβει ακόμα που έχασε την προετοιμασία ο Liren. Προφανώς μέχρι εδώ ήταν στην προετοιμασία, ωραία. Αυτή η κίνηση ίσως, αλλά και πάλι ήταν μέσα στις προτάσεις. Οπότε, μετά από εδώ, ήξερε γιατί φάνηκε, αφού έπαιξε και αυτή την κίνηση, δεν γίνεται να μην είχε δει αυτή, γιατί έπαιξε πύργος ε1.
Gukesh doesn't have to repeat with queen e7. There are other queen moves like queen g6 or queen h4, just to name two. And maybe he wants Gukesh to play on because
και μετά σίγουρα είχε δει την ανταλλαγή.
So if it's the black queen,
εδώ αυτή η κίνηση είναι, αλλά και αυτή δεν είναι κίνηση που δεν θα είχε μελετήσει, φαντάζομαι. Οπότε πού την έχασε, δεν μπορώ να καταλάβω που χάθηκε. Γιατί από εδώ και μετά δεν έχει κάτι. Τέλος πάντων. Δεν μπορώ να σκεφτώ πού μπορεί να έχασε την προετοιμασία του ο Liren. Βασίλισσα β7. Η βασίλισσα β4. Εγώ μάλλον βασίλισσα β4 θα έπαιζα. Εννοείς εδώ. Α, εδώ. Βασίλισσα θ4. Να ελέγχω κάπως καλύτερα το δ8 και να διεκδικώ την δ στυλ.
Yeah, there are all kinds of situations. What I really like that he's taking his time. Yeah, he's not rushing like, okay, I'm gonna.
Εκτός αν πάει για ισοπαλία. Και πει πάμε για ισοπαλία, έχω τα μαύρα, δεν με πειράζει.
Because maybe Ding does not have any
Παίξει
intention
πύργος
of
δ1. Κάποια στιγμή ναι, μπορεί να το κάνει αυτό. Όταν βέβαια η Βασίλισσα δεν είναι εδώ, έτσι. Άμα επιστρέψει πίσω, λες, μάλλον. Να παίξει αυτό, ναι. Για να δούμε. Αλλά εγώ δεν έχω καταλάβει ακόμα που το έχασε. Θα δούμε, θα πει στη συνέντευξη τύπου.
Perhaps that will encourage Ding to then play on, because if, say, Gukesh spends 10 minutes here, which I don't think he will, but if he did, then I feel like Ding's looking at the game, looking at the clock, and saying, I could keep this one going for a little bit longer.
Yes, this is a typical, very tense psychological moment in the game, yeah, because Gukesh feels like it would be
Πήρε λίγο πάλι τα πάνω του στο θέμα χρόνου.
So that the pressure is on Ding and he might repeat. Yeah, we have seen Ding not believing sometimes, like yesterday, in his chances. Then why should he believe here? After all, yesterday he had a much clearer advantage. Yeah, here.
Τι λέτε, άμα πάει εδώ, θα έχουμε επανάληψη ή θα παίξει κάτι τέτοιο, να δούμε τι άλλο μπορεί να κάνει. Για να δούμε.
Because why is white better with the queen son? Yeah, I perfectly get it. Yeah, beautifully illustrated that any kind of endgames, especially with the all rooks on the board, is potentially very dangerous and risky for black. But with the queens on the board, white is not able to advance the pawns on the queen side. I also don't believe that you can really create mating threats against my king on g8. It's solid enough with the g6 rook b6 construction. And then where is my problem? Yeah, it's I would really be only afraid of playing this position against a computer.
Εγώ αν ήμουν ο Gukesh θα κυνηγούσα την ισοπαλία πάντως εδώ. Θα έκανα επανάληψη κινήσεων.
Maybe Magnus could really understand these finesses of a computer, but for normal human beings, it's very difficult to understand.
I completely agree with what you just said. Keeping the queens
Νομίζω
on the
αν έχει να
board
χάσει κάτι ο Liren, αξίζει να κυνηγήσει την νίκη.
challenges to
Το θέμα είναι
Ding's
πώς θα την
setup,
κυνηγήσει.
because you can't just push your pawns freestyle with queens on the board, because anytime you push a pawn in front of your king gets more exposed. So
Γιατί το πάνε πάλι πάει καλά παρτίδα. Κάπου έχασε την προετοιμασία του ο Liren, δεν ξέρω. Όπως. Λοιπόν. Okay. Να σου πω, ο Gukesh του λέει πάμε για ισοπαλία. Για να δούμε. Τώρα εδώ, άμα παίξει η Βασίλισσα Δ6 και έχουμε ξανά το ίδιο.
With a rook e to d1 move. And Peter, there's another queen trade that he can offer. I don't know if it's any good, but queen d7. That's a square he hasn't ventured to just yet, but if the queen's gonna trade on d7...
Ναι, όντως δεν έχει δοκιμάσει ούτε αυτό, ούτε αυτό έχει δοκιμάσει.
Yeah, but after queen d7, really black goes queen h4, hitting that rook on e1 with a tempo, I believe, and this should be good enough as a counterplay. Also, this rook on e1 is kind of vital, yeah, because it's seemingly passive, but it protects the vulnerable.
Ναι, δεν θα είναι καλό η ισοπαλία σήμερα.
I like the way how Gukesh handled the scenario, that instead of blitzing out the move queen e7, he did spend some time, because he also signals to his opponent that if, for example, Ding is thinking about repetition, that maybe I'm not going to repeat, maybe I have something else, maybe I can play for an advantage. The players don't have the evaluation bar at disposal, so it's more about emotions, yeah? And finally, okay, Gukesh settles in that, no, I cannot really play for advantage, so okay, I come back with the queen to e7, it's a very logical, normal square, so I would give at least 50-50 that the repetition could take place here.
I think it's quite likely, and I think that Gukesh was wise to spend some time, but not too much time, because had he really dug deep there, and he probably wouldn't have played anything besides queen e7. They say long think, wrong think. That's often the case. So to play that move relatively quickly,
πύργος ε1 έχει 3,5 κινήσεις ο Ινδός.
He may be asking in a sense, are we just going to make this draw, head into the rest day 3-3? And given what Ding did yesterday, it wouldn't surprise me if he just settled here and now.
Yes, I think even the odds are not 50-50. It's maybe 70-30
πιστεύω
or
να
even
το
maybe
παλέψει.
80-20 that
Για να δούμε.
repetition could take place. And in this regard, I would also like
Κοίτα,
to highlight that the
σε
move
χρόνο είναι εντάξει
is
σχετικά.
Queen G5. Queen G5 is a
Μέχρι και
super
μπροστά
move
βρίσκεται τώρα.
and way better than
Οπότε,
my suggestion with Queen H4, because with Queen G5 you hit the pawn on E3, but you also discourage White to go for any of these Queen G3 ideas, because then Black can immediately activate the Queen to A5, for example, create counter threats against White's king. So Queen G5 move is, practically speaking, much more unpleasant to face with White, and it kind of encourages White for the repetition. Yeah, it's a beautifully played sequence: Queen E7, Queen G5, and Queen E7 by Gukesh.
It's a really good point. Instructive that the queen on G5 is more flexible, because the queen on H4, if that's where it decided to go, it's staring into its own pawn, so can't immediately reroute itself to the queen side, where it is the side that Black wants to play on. So, Peter, the question I was asking, at least in our heads, was if queen to D7,
Ελπίζω να μην πέσει πολύ στο χρόνο τώρα.
I'm saying, please take my queen. Now my rook gets to the 7th rank with pressure against your queenside pawn over here. You're not going to trade queens. I know that.
Χάνει έτσι ο Liren.
Where's your queen going to go to? Back to G5, up to H4? Where do you see this queen belonging?
Well, because actually queen takes A7 isn't really a threat because of rook A8 with the queen on G5. That's why even the move queen G5 maybe could be played. Or you are hitting me with, no, rook D5, I have queen G2. Okay, I can play queen G5.
I don't see anything more here than queen to D5. I would be nervous to play on as white. I know I've been suggesting some positions where the white can press, controlling the open file, but the white king is quite exposed. Open files for Black's rooks are valuable with heavy pieces on the board, and especially if this queen can go back over to a square like A5 and you get some luft for your king, no back rank checkmates, it can turn. And we have seen that the move queen D6, queen G5 has been played. So here for Ding. Does he repeat a third and final time, Peter? You might not have much time to answer the question. Do you think he's repeating right now?
Yes, he is. Yeah, and it's on the board, queen D5. And now Gukesh, if he plays not he.
Ο Gukesh δεν το έδωσε.
Queen H4.
Όπα!
Wow. What a surprise.
Ο Gukesh δεν έδωσε την ισοπαλία και έπαιξε εδώ. Οκ. Απειλώντας στον πύργο. Μεγάλη έκπληξη αυτό από τον Gukesh. Το οποίο δεν θεωρεί, υπολογιστής δεν του άρεσε αυτή η κίνηση. Μάλιστα.
But Gukesh, we talk about this day after day, Peter. He is an ambitious player. He's a hungry player.
Κινέζο μου, σε στηρίζουμε ντου. Ναι, κατάλαβα πάνω τι εννοείς με ισοπαλία. Βέβαια πάνω, με τα μαύρο, μέχρι στιγμής τουλάχιστον, ο Liren δεν έχει δείξει ότι έχει κάποιο τρελό θέμα. Αν ξέρεις μια παρτίδα. Σ' άλλες δύο έπαιξε ωραία. Και κέρδισε κιόλας. Αντίστροφη ψυχολογία τώρα. Για να δούμε τώρα. Λοιπόν, τώρα ας πούμε λέει, ο υπολογιστής προτείνει αυτό. Και δίνει μετά ένα μικρό πλεονέκτημα στα λευκά. Γιατί όμως?
With the queen on the h4 square and with the center queen on d5, maybe white could try to go for something. For example, your move rook g, I mean your idea rook g1, eventually, no, he goes rook ed1. Okay, also nice. Why? But okay, I'm completely shocked. Why on earth did not Gukesh repeat with queen e7? He could have just stopped the clock, write down on the score sheet the move queen g5 to e7, and claim a threefold repetition. If I'm not mistaken, this is a huge mistake, especially by deciding so impulsively. Yeah, he has a lot of time on the clock. Why do you take this decision in 10 seconds?
I am floored. Queen to h4, it's, if it works out and Gukesh, say, wins this game, we'll be applauding his bravery. If he goes on to lose this game, everyone, every critic in the world will circle that move and say, what was that? But I do think, Peter, we're not trying to make more of it than it is. I do think, objectively speaking, this was a questionable decision because look at White's coordination.
Μπορεί να πουσάρει το, να προωθήσει και το πιόνι. Αυτά τα δύο. Τώρα η βασίλισσα εδώ πέρα δεν έχει πρόσβαση. Εδώ. Ας πούμε.
Hey, can White throw the c pawn forward? C4, C5, rook to C2 to get behind your passed pawn. I mean, that pawn can actually start running towards the other side if Black's not careful.
Well, the good news is that whenever you move that
Κινέζο να πέσει σε παγίδα, πήγε να χαλαρώσει ο Κινέζος, αλλά μπαμ. Καλά να πάθει ο Κινέζος, πρέπει να πιστεύει στο παιχνίδι σου, το άφησε στον Quickies. Συμφωνώ, του πάνε τα μαύρα. Για να δούμε τώρα. Τώρα έχει την ευκαιρία να όντως να πιέσει λίγο εδώ με τα πιόνια. Από ό,τι φαίνεται.
Activating that king, making it more comfortable, because the long diagonal is always closed with queen d4, yeah? So I'm not really worried of black queen switching back to f6.
Same page.
27η κίνηση, χρόνος υπάρχει.
I think that Ding himself was surprised. He was willing to make a draw. He probably felt like he should be maybe slightly better, at least theoretically speaking, practically hard to prove. And now Gukesh gets back into his chair. And how quickly will he play here? Because he is the one who decided how the trajectory of this game would continue. And now for Gukesh, if he sits in for, say, a 10-minute think here, trying to figure out where do his rooks belong, should he play g6, should he push his h-pawn? Peter, that would be a very bad sign in my opinion.
Absolutely. I think that g6 will be played pretty fast. It's
the move that
begging to be played. A professional move. You feel like this pawn belongs there. You have to create luft for your king. Eventually, potentially somewhere, for example, rook d8, queen takes d8, the queen versus two rooks kind of crazy position can also appear, but this kind of questions can only appear after black has played the move g6.
But that's also something you have to think about in advance, right? And g6 hasn't played quite quickly. To play rook d8, it's not a decision you take lightly because the two rooks against the queen.
Αν κουνηθούν τα πιόνια, φέρνει και το βασιλιά από πίσω, λευκός από πίσω και μαύρος κάτι αντίστοιχο από την άλλη πλευρά και το παραμικρό τέμπο μετράει. Να, ακριβώς, Γιώργο. Να, τους υπολογιστής τώρα θέλει βασιλιά γάμα 2 κτλ. Και μετά γάμα 4.
This has to be shown because let's say White makes some, I don't know, c4 is what we've been talking about, but we get this position with the queens traded for the rooks. This looks really scary to me, Peter, because I'm going to get the c2 square if I want to. I can probably even play c5
Απίστευτο που δεν έδωσε την ισοπαλία Gukesh.
For your queen because my pawn is going to rumble forward. But
και έπαιξε το βασίλειο σε θήτα 4.
I don't believe in the queen against the rooks here. I believe in the passed pawn and maybe a new queen appearing for white.
Yes, I understand, but I have this trick, yeah, that after c5, queen g5 is like a double attack on the e3 pawn. I want to get your e3 pawn.
Ναι, και εγώ δεν το περιμένω, ας πούμε.
Suddenly I will have this very dangerous.
Καλό για μας βέβαια αυτό.
Could be extremely sharp.
It promises to be sharp from here. It started as a quiet game. It was heating up thanks to Ding Liren's preparation. Then Gukesh, it felt like he was stabilizing, but he did not just want to draw. So John, what a bold decision from the player vying for the youngest unified world champion in history.
I absolutely love the psychology in this position, Robert, Peter. I cannot hide my excitement right now with Ding offering the draw and Gukesh saying, yeah, you know what, maybe not today. There are going to be some very big implications as a result of that move. Even if this game does end up in a draw, there's so much to talk about. Let's settle in for a think after G6, folks. And round 6 of the FIDE World Championship continues after this.
Φαντάζεσαι να πει, ήτανε misclick. Πάλι διάλειμμα. Μπορεί να σκέφτηκε ή όλα ή τίποτα. Ναι, αλλά το ή όλα ή τίποτα το σκέφτηκε με τα μαύρα, δεν το σκεφτόταν με τα λευκά καλύτερα. Γιατί να το κάνει αυτό με τα μαύρα. Βέβαια ακόμα έχει πολύ δρόμο το παιχνίδι. παίξει τον Gukesh. Θέλω να δω τι θα πει στη συνέντευξη τύπου. Τι σκέφτηκε. Γιατί δεν έδωσε την ισοπαλία. Όπως επίσης θέλω να δω πού θα πει ο Liren ότι χάθηκε από την προετοιμασία του. Θα τον κοιτάξει πάλι ο Μαουρίς έτσι περίεργα. Θα του πει γιατί πήγες να δώσεις ισοπαλία. Λιπόψυχος ο Κινέζος. Είναι πολύ αγχώδης τύπος. Φουλ. Γι' αυτό πέρασε και αυτά με καταθλίψεις και τα λοιπά. Φαίνεται ότι είναι μέσα στο άγχος και μέσα σε όλη αυτή τη φάση. Λοιπόν, πύργος δεν μπορεί να παιχτεί. Η Βασίλισσα ελέγχει, χτυπάει τώρα εδώ, οπότε θες τον πύργο εδώ. Ναι, να προχωρήσει τα πιόνια με το βασιλιά, με την υποστήριξη του βασιλιά. Και είσαι ok. Θα έλεγα Βασίλισσα Δέλτα 4. Για να χτυπήσεις εδώ, ναι. Έπαιξε, τι έπαιξε. Βασίλισσα ε5. Πήγε εδώ, μάλιστα. Υποστηρίζει αυτό και ανοίγει για τον πύργο όλη τη φάση, ας πούμε τώρα. Μάλιστα. Για να δούμε. Λοιπόν, για να δούμε τώρα ποια θα είναι η απάντηση του Ινδού.
Decision not to go for the draw with the black pieces, and I am here for it. Forget about lines on the board. Psychologically, what's going on?
I'm still speechless. I really am. I mean, this was such a bold decision from Gukesh. And sometimes these decisions, they pay off. Other times, they completely backfire. And you're asking me to talk about, the psychology. I'm very impressed with Gukesh. Even if it doesn't work out for him, I think that it's impressive to be on this stage in the first place, but then once you're there, to sort of neglect or say, I don't necessarily care about the common wisdom of, I have to make a draw with black, that's necessarily a good result. If he senses that his opponent has played a bit timidly in previous games and he feels that there are enough imbalances that benefit him, I guess for Gukesh, he's thinking, I can actually get this one to work. I do think, objectively speaking, I've been sort of singing the praises of White's potential in this position. I'm worried for him, but I have to say it's a brave decision, and sometimes fortune favors the bold.
Well, Peter, let's lean into your World Championship experience. You've been in similar situations to this before. Maybe Gukesh is thinking, Ding actually hasn't really probed me, hasn't really shown that he's able to hold on to an advantage under pressure. Maybe Gukesh is thinking, Ding's not only going to let me equalize, but he could make a mistake here. Let's explore a little bit.
I think it's connected with yesterday's game. Yeah, if in yesterday's game, Ding would have been more ambitious and force Gukesh to defend for a long time, and then, for example, he escapes with a draw, then he would have definitely taken this draw immediately today. Yeah, so in match situations, I think that it's kind of a chain reaction. Every single small detail is connected to each other, and Gukesh wants to signal that, you know, if whenever I will get a chance in this match, I'm gonna go for the maximum. But here there is a very special moment, and the reason why I felt like repeating was the right choice psychologically, because Ding
ανοίξει την αλυσίδα με τα πιόνια εντός, έτσι το βλέπω. Για να δούμε.
That after the move Queen F5, the computer indicates that White should be better, otherwise they would have been analyzing this move, yeah? So he was for like 50 minutes fighting with himself that how do I play for a win? I know that the position should be better for me, but I cannot find the way. So finally he gives in and he says, yeah, I don't see it. Okay, let me repeat.
Το καλό είναι ότι φύγαμε από μια νεαρή ισοπαλία για την ώρα τουλάχιστον. Χάρη στον Gukesh βέβαια.
Asking me the question when the repetition first appeared, that could it be that Ding is actually luring Gukesh into continuing the game, and then he will be much more comfortable with the situation. And this is exactly what I feel that happened now, because ever since this Queen H4 business, Ding has played Rook ED1, and after G6 also Queen E5 quite quickly, and he shows confidence and he's ready to continue the game.
That is, I mean, there are two different, equally amazing outcomes there, right? On the one hand, Gukesh might be thinking, well, hang on a second. Ding spent so long thinking, and now he's offered to repeat moves. Maybe he's a little bit lost at sea. I'm going to push this boat out a little bit further and see what I can grind out of this position. On the other hand, Robert, I love the fact that you guys have discussed that, and it's possible that Ding is luring Gukesh in. Maybe that 42-minute, 42-second thing is preparation to win on move 42. Who knows? Back over to you guys for this bit of the broadcast.
Thank you so much, John. And Peter, I think I'm most familiar with trying to lure someone into a repetition is when someone has a half-point lead in the tournament, right? When one person needs to win, the other person wants to draw, you just kind of hand that over them, saying, are you really going to make this repetition, or are you going to play an objectively suboptimal move to play on? But I like what you said about the chain reaction, because in a way, yesterday, Ding played subjectively rather than objectively. He made a draw instead of trying to press forward. He had to know he was better. How much better is a different question, but he was in no danger of losing that position. It was playing for two results. So the fact that Ding said, I'm just going to make a draw there, maybe that has encouraged Gukesh to play a bit subjectively and say, I don't want to make a draw against this guy. I'm going to play on because maybe in the future, Ding will try to repeat moves, and then at the wrong moment he will do that, and Gukesh can gain the upper hand. But I mean, look at the last move just played here. We see Rook B to E8. Whatever aggressive intentions that Black may hope for with the queen on the board, Black is now operating in the center and over on the king side, and White still has this upper hand on the queen side. The C pawn, keep an eye out for it. Right now, the queen is under attack. I like the move queen C5.
Πριν την έδωσε στον Gukesh, ο Gukesh είπε όχι. Για να δούμε τώρα.
Attacking A7 over here. I just feel like this is a game that the balance could get out of hand in a few moves if neither side is finding every single right choice.
Τώρα θέλει να επιτεθείς εδώ, ξέρω εγώ.
Yeah. Also in my mind, the Rook B8 to E8 was one of the main candidates. I felt like this queen should be kicked away from E5. But and you remember also in the endgame I was highlighting that black's rook on e7 could prove quite handy. However, yeah, for example, after your line queen c5, there is one problem that I see in the position. Yeah, that if black plays the move rook e8 to e7, protecting the pawn on a7, then he has to kind of watch out for the move rook d8. And I'm not exactly sure. One really has to calculate a lot in order to understand how all these complications work out. Maybe black does not need to worry about it, but certainly requires a lot of calculation.
And
3-1
all of white's pawns
και
are protected,
3-1.
except for a2, right? But that pawn is hard to get to. e3 defended by the queen on c5. The rook on d2 not only controls an open line, but protects h2. And black's pawns are also defended. So to be clear, it's not like white is about to win material.
Ανταλλαγή βασιλισσών
wonder is can white start throwing
στο
pawns
G2,
forward?
στο
Is
G3
that an
εννοείς,
opportunity now? In an earlier position, we said it's too soon.
Ναι, και εγώ αυτό σκέφτηκα.
But a move like a4,
κάτι
a5,
τέτοιο θα έπαιζα μάλλον. Ή θα προσπαθούσα να κυνηγήσω αυτό, να ασκήσω πίεση εκεί. Ιδανικά θα ήθελα να μπορέσω να φέρω τον πύργο εδώ, αλλά θα πρέπει να προσέξω εδώ.
Yeah, exactly. If for example b4 king b2 can be played,
αν φύγει ο πύργος, αποκτά και πρόσβαση εδώ, και ασκεί πίεση εδώ, αλλά και εδώ μετά. Είναι λίγο περίεργη θέση. Δεν είναι τόσο απλώς φαίνεται.
The vulnerable pawn on c3 only matters if black is able to double on the c file or get
έχει απερσκηνήσει εδώ για το λευκό, να περάσει
f6.
άλλη μισή ώρα. Για να δούμε, Γιώργο.
Τζον
έχει άλλη παρτίδα μετά. Ναι. Εννοείς έχουν και αύριο, μετά την Τρίτη έχουν ρεπό και μετά συνεχίζουν. Είναι πως θα φτάσει πρώτους 7,5. Τώρα είναι 2,5-2,5. Έχει ακόμα δρόμο δηλαδή. Και άμα συνεχίσουν με ισοπαλίες, θα παίξουν πολλές παρτίδες.
And because Gukesh decided to play on, in a way, I'm wondering if he really is trying to play for a win, because if the outcome of his decision to play on is to be in a worse rook endgame, well then of course that was an incorrect decision, because if you're just trying to make a draw from there, you could have already made that draw. So we'll see how ambitious Gukesh really is if he was just testing his opponent. But I think step one here for me is queen c5. Queen g3, of course, we analyze positions like that. You can offer a queen trade. That's not going to be a bad move at all. But yeah, Gukesh is playing in the center and on the king side. So Peter, he is testing Ding, but sometimes you offer a test and your
Lord
opponent
Sheffield,
pieces
καλησπέρα
it.
σε όλους. Ευχαριστούμε για το content. Εγώ ευχαριστώ, παιδιά, για την παρέα.
We haven't reflected on their teams. Yeah, for example, imagine Rapport and Nico and all his team. Yeah, I think it's also not fair just to mention Rapport. It's clear that there are many other people behind. And we don't know whose idea was it. Yeah, so his team Ding came up with this idea. The team at home was very happy, euphoric that yes, finally our preparation worked. We got the upper hand and everything. We are up on the clock. Then suddenly Ding spends a lot of time. Then offers the repetition of moves. At that moment, probably some incredible disappointment in team's Ding spirit that we had this golden opportunity and he lets it slip so easily. Oh no, this is unlucky, and then suddenly Queen H4 happens.
Καλύτερα αυτό που είπες
the team
στην αρχή,
jumps from joy that wow, but now Ding will be forced to play the position where he's probably better, and we get a chance again.
Να βγάλω βασίλισσεις από το παιχνίδι και μετά να δω τι μπορώ να κάνω με τα πιόνια.
Who was really under pressure and they felt like,
δηλαδή, άμα πάμε εδώ
we should have definitely analyzed this position deeper.
Και μετά να δω αν μπορέσω να φέρω πύργο εδώ, να χτυπάω εδώ.
I'm just speculating, but at that point when suddenly Ding starts to think and Gukesh gets the confidence back and then he's given the chance to repeat, then the team is euphoric that okay, we survived this game, now we will cover for the next game this line, that won't be a problem anymore, and then into this celebration suddenly comes Gukesh's Queen H4 move. How do you feel as team Gukesh? Yeah, it's so so fascinating, all these kind of match stories. And that's why it's not only just move pair, move over the board, what we are seeing, but also what's going on behind the curtains.
And as you're very wisely pointing out, that this is a team effort, right? This isn't just one player against one player. At the board it is that, but in advance there's preparation with openings, there's preparation with mindset. We've heard a lot about how Gukesh works with a coach for his mental state, for his performances and that competitive drive. And so I guess, Peter, I have a question for you as somebody who has played a world champion match, and maybe not just in that match, but in your career working with a team, working second, is how often would you say that you kind of ignored the advice of your team, where they would say, I think, Peter, it's best you just play solidly and make a draw. In a moment where you can play on, do you feel like there were times where you just said, you know what, I feel like in the moment this is the right thing to do. I don't need to just make that half point. I feel encouraged to go forward.
Okay.
Well, normally I think my team always encouraged me to be more ambitious. Yeah, because one of my big weaknesses was throughout my career that I was kind of too cautious. Yeah, always looking at my opponent's chances than my own chances. Yeah, and this is then also not objective. So my team usually always told me that, okay, believe in
Αυτές οι συμμετρικές τομές κοινών είναι πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρουσες για μελέτη. Ναι, Γιώργο, ισχύει. Γι' αυτό ξοδεύουν και πολύ χρόνο οι παίκτες. Οι κινήσεις είναι δύσκολες. Γεια σου, Bon Clay. Αυτοί που βλέπουμε τώρα, ξέρω πότε το έγραψες, γιατί ξέρεις με το delay μπερδεύουμε μερικές φορές, αυτοί που λέμε τώρα είναι η θέση.
Who else could be in the team? In Ding's case, we know Rapport and Nihua because we have seen them. Otherwise, we are also completely in the dark who else is involved. But one thing is for sure, and we have seen that between Rapport and Nihua when they both came to the game, that there was some great spirit. Yeah, this always is the most important thing also for the player. He wants to have a very nice atmosphere in his team because it's not about chess moves, it's about, like you said, it's a team effort. And in order to be as successful as possible as a team, you really have to support each other. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even a team effort, but it's a country effort. The Indian nation, they are watching this, and they have seen Gukesh play on. So our very own Rakesh Kulkarni captured the moment when Gukesh decided not to make a repetition and instead played on. Let's have a look at that clip.
Εντάξει, είμαστε 21η κίνηση, μπαίνουμε, έχει χρόνο. Αυτή ήταν η αντίδραση.
That's a live crowd watching the commentary from Chess-based India stream in Mumbai. So Peter, we know that chess is booming all across the world, and especially in the country of India, where Gukesh, he has already made them very proud. He looks to make them even prouder by becoming the 18th world champion. But it's awesome to see that fans are watching this very intently, and they were roaring when Gukesh decided to continue this game.
Yes, it was very interesting. Yeah, that the audience loved it. Yeah, they were like, wow, fantastic applause and everything. And the commentators were
Αρκεί να μην φάει κανένα 20 λεπτό τώρα ο Liren.
I mean, let's just finish this game.
Και μετά δεν έχει χρόνο.
Let's survive this. It was hilarious, fantastic scene.
Yeah, for Sagar Shah and the crew there, I think Tanya and Samaya as well, they're just in disbelief that you're supposed to make a draw with black. That's what everyone tells you at this high level. But Gukesh, he has been able to be at a record pace. It's a historic rise for him. And of course, there's Arjun Erigaisi, Pragnananda. There's such a strong contingent of young talent from India. And we've talked about Vishwanathan Anand earlier. I think it's the right time to mention him again. He truly inspired this nation. He continues to do that. He's been an amazing ambassador for the game. And we have seen an absolute rise from India.
Absolutely. And not only that, he was like a model. Vishy was like a model. Yeah, and okay, fantastic player. But after he finished his career, okay, not even finished, because whenever he still plays,
να ποτάρει Gukesh στο χρόνο εννοείς, Εντάξει, για την ώρα δεν είναι τρελή διαφορά. Αλλά αν συνεχίσει έτσι ο Liren.
He created this chess academy, yeah, where
Γι' αυτό λες να μην έδωσε την ισοπαλία από τότε. Που τότε δεν υπήρχε βέβαια διαφορά. Ίσως να σκέφτηκε ότι έχει ήδη ζοριστεί, θα ζοριστεί περισσότερο μετά στον χρόνο και εκεί μπορεί να πάρω κάτι. Ναι, μπορεί να το σκέφτηκε αυτό. Πολύ πιθανό. Και μπορεί και να του βγει κιόλας.
It's so nice to see it. It's
Ναι,
just
Γιώργο.
fantastic. I mean, I have been always a very big fan and a very good friend of Vishy, but when you see this, then you just have even more. I did not even think that it's possible to have even more appreciation for him, but it's just without words to describe.
No, he is an inspiration, a role model, a hero in India. But for Ding Liren right now, he doesn't want to make those Indian fans happy. He wants to dig deep, find the accurate reply to the latest move, rook to e8. And Ding, he comes from China, which has so many great chess players, a history of success, but maybe not always the same fan atmosphere where there is going to be live streams with all the people. But I think in recent years that has picked up, which is great. They have Zhu Wenjun as well, the women's world champion, before her Hou Yifan, and many other strong players, including former world champions, women's world champions, that is, from China. But Peter, I mean, right now, I think that neither player, they are thinking about all those fans, everybody else. They are just trying to find the best moves. And Ding has been sitting here for quite a while now, 12 plus minutes, not sure where to move his queen. A queen c5 was just what I threw out because it keeps everything defended.
Βασίλισσα γ5 είναι προφανής η κίνηση γιατί το σκέφτεται τόσο. Ναι, δεν ξέρω.
Queen G3 and Queen C5, yeah, these two moves look the most natural.
Δεν ξέρω γιατί το σκέφτεται. Όπως δεν ξέρω γιατί ξόδεψε 43 λεπτά πόσο ήταν στο να φάει το πιόνι.
Clearly Queen F4, Queen takes F4, E takes F4. That's, I believe, a rook game that even you dislike because Black will immediately get counterplay with his e-pawn.
Είναι αυτό μάλλον. Είναι τόσο αγχώδης που το άγχος τον κάνει, ξέρω, κολλάει μερικές φορές, δεν ξέρω.
To allow black a protected pass pawn in the center with a rook behind it.
Yes, that's what I guessed. So the move Queen C5 hitting the pawn and Queen G3 on the board. Okay, it's the more professional move. However, a more passive move. Yeah, that's why I'm not liking the move Queen G3 so much because it feels like it does not put black under pressure. Yeah, it's and also the Evil bar. Look at this. Kind of shows that the position is leveled.
Τελικά προτίμησε εδώ.
Peter, let me throw that back to you for a second. Is there psychological pressure now on Gukesh because the best move here might be queen takes queen, but we've already seen that Gukesh doesn't really want to necessarily trade queens, at least earlier, and if he really wants to play on for more than a half point, wouldn't you want to keep the queens on the board? And if that's the case, then perhaps Ding is making a smart psychological decision?
Yeah, well, Queen G3 is definitely a professional move because we kind of assume that Black does not want to trade queens, and you highlighted this already that with H take G3, White even gets a better control of the F4 square, yeah, which we are talking about that after queen trade, Black will try to push F5, G5, F4, and then this pawn on G3 comes very handily. Maybe now some completely different ideas are there, but I don't see Gukesh trading queens. However, where do you retreat? Yeah, Queen E7 runs into Rook D7. This is the benefit that White has already doubled his rooks on the D file. We certainly don't want to run into this tempo, and if we retreat the Queen to F6,
θα τα αλλάξει Βασίλισσος τώρα Gukesh. Όχι, δεν αντάλλαξε.
But then we can play Rook E6. I feel like this is kind of but Queen H5, okay, that was the other alternative.
Δεν αντάλλαξε Βασίλισσος.
But a little bit strange, stepping into Rook D5. Okay, what is your take, Robert?
I'm just trying to wrap my head around all these decisions. I guess the black queen can sneak in. Even Queen F3 is tempting in some positions because it's not that easy for White to take that queen on F3. But we saw the evaluation bar creep up. I'm going to take it back one move there before Queen to H5.
Αλλά σκέψου ότι ήταν, πόσο ήταν, σχεδόν 50 λεπτά μπροστά, 45, κάπου εκεί.
The engine was queen
και τα ξόδεψε όλα σε μια κίνηση.
So if Ding figured that out on his own, where
σχεδόν όλα
I'm
δηλαδή
assessing
εκεί.
the position, queen takes his right, he probably figured that there wasn't a way that Gukesh would go for this, given he was the one who decided to play on, and white definitely looks better to my eyes still, with b4, these f4 pawn breaks not available.
Έχει
I'm just going
ακόμα
to continue, I'm being honest.
11 κινήσεις για να πάμε σε έλεγχο χρόνου.
Rook e5, and after rook d5, it's recommending a trade and pawn to f5. But Peter, from a distance, this looks really scary for black, because without the rooks, white's pawns are easier to push.
Yeah, no way that anyone can go for this over the board. Yeah, it's very scary. You understand exactly that if something goes wrong for black, black can lose this. And maybe if everything goes well, then black can save it. But it's certainly not a practical decision. Wow, in this regard then, after queen g3, queen h5, I'm not really liking this queen h5 direction. Because if you look at this position and somebody tells you that just 2 moves ago or 3 moves ago, black had the chance to stop the clock, call the arbiter and say that with queen e7 I claim 3-fold repetition, then you say, no way, because only white can be better. I mean, where are black's winning chances? Black is trying to save this position.
I don't fully grasp all the ins and outs here, and I mean, Ding, we just heard that cough there on the stream, but it might be release of some nervous energy. And now it's for Ding coming up with a plan. Does he have small or big improvements that he can make? I know we talked about earlier about b4 and king to b2. These type of ideas still in my mind. Also, you can play b3 if you want to keep pawns a little bit closer to you, with the same idea of king b2 and later rook to d4. I do feel like white has his bases covered. So I don't see how black is at least immediately going to wreak havoc in the position and cause some serious damage to white. And if that's the case, Peter, then b3 or b4 is a move. Are there other
Ήδη ο χρόνος είναι πάνω από 10 λεπτά υπέρ του Ινδού.
Where would your mind take you if you were sitting at the board in Ding Liren's shoes?
Well, I would exactly think like Ding is thinking, because I'm looking at him and I cannot even look at the board. He's extremely tense. He kind of senses that, okay, but I'm given a golden opportunity. I was ready to call it a day. And what is my opponent doing? And he also looked at Gukesh like, okay, I can only win this. Yeah, white is not risking anything. Black is the one risking. I believe already Gukesh, if he has calmed down, he certainly understands what he has done, because and look at this again. Yeah, Ding looked at him. He just cannot believe, I'm better. I have all the opportunities. I don't know yet how I'm going to continue, but I'm enjoying my situation now.
He should be. And that, I think, is the sign of a more confident Ding. I do think, didn't believe that he had much of an advantage. And objectively speaking, even at this moment, it's slightly better for white, but maybe not the biggest advantage that you could hope for. But I do think that it's a sizable one, and one where Ding can press, and he's trying to find the accurate continuation in this moment. So if we speak in move candidates for the white side, I mentioned b3. I think b4 is just a riskier approach. I don't really think Ding is going to do that, and it might objectively be bad. But I'm looking at b3, and I'm kind of tunneling there. So I'm wondering if, in addition to that, you have something else that catches your eye more.
Τι θέλεις?
Well, for the moment, b3, if you can't get the queen to the long diagonal, and it seems like with queen on g3, queen h5, you are covering the e5 square. Yes, so this is not an issue, then okay, b3, king b2. The big question, do we worry about some a5, a4 counterplay? Is that an issue or not? Because if not, then b3, king b2 would be kind of tempting. And we have to highlight that after rook e5 is always relying on this queen e2 kind of counterplay.
That's right. The queen gets active there, and I just want to note that if we go forward with a pretty natural sequence of moves, that this rook, not now, can go to c2 because the rook on d1 is loose. So you have to time these things well. Many get behind on c2, and maybe the second rook can go up to d4 because the queen on g3 does defend the e3 and h2 pawns. So maybe the rooks can be
Αυτά τα ελέγχει, εδώ ασκεί πίεση.
Wow, but we have a move, and the move is queen f4, a move that I haven't seen coming at all. What is the idea of this queen f4? Just stabilizing or improving the queen's position.
Μετά ενδεχομένως να ελευθερωθεί αυτός ο πύργος.
I have to say, Peter, clearly wasn't on my radar, didn't mention it. I like that move a lot.
άμα
I'm
φύγει
going
αυτός
to
ο
give it
πύργος,
a
υπάρχει
voluntary
αυτό.
exclamation point. A little one here, because he's not creating new weaknesses
λίγο
in his
περίεργη θέση.
position, and he's kind of throwing the ball back to Gukesh and saying, what's your plan going to be?
Yeah, but now I'm given a chance to maybe go queen a5 with a tempo, hitting on the a2 pawn, and then maybe try to get rook to e5. Is that an idea, or then you hit me with some tactics? I don't know.
I guess a3 just to keep the pawns safe and sound. And you said rook e5.
Yeah, and then rook e5, yeah.
I was looking at queen f6, but I guess you're just going to chase me.
Βάλτε μέσα να παίξει σκάκι να τους νικήσει και τους δύο, θα τους σκίσει αγάτα.
Go and checkmate you. That was the plan. I'm being transparent here. I still think queen f6 is a reasonable move.
Okay, rook e6, kicking you away.
Yeah, and I guess if I go to d4, I'm just getting in my rook's way here. I still think you can't really complain from the white side, but maybe it's not optimizing your chances.
Yeah, but in any of these lines, we see that white is very happy. Yeah, white has control, and I'm thinking with black that, okay, how do I defend this position? Yeah, it's I absolutely have zero ideas for grabbing the initiative here.
Ο Λέκο, αυτός πώς λέγεται, δεν μπορώ να διαβάσω και το όνομά του, είναι μικρό. Χες. Ο Λέκο με τον Χες. Τον Λέκο τον ήξερα αυτόν, δεν τον ξέρω. Τον έχω ξαναδεί, αλλά δεν ξέρω ακριβώς τι grand μέτρα είναι. Δεν τον ξέρω, κάτσε να το
Yes, and
γουγκλάρω.
the reason why I'm questioning it, that it was taken in like 5 or 10 seconds, yeah, this decision. And if, for example, he would have calmly calculated the position, yeah, really spending 15 minutes and knowing that with queen e7 he can stop the clock and call the arbiter, the clock is not an issue. And then for some reason after calculating, thinking, he sees like, all right, but actually I can play on because my position gives me the chance to play on. Then I would say that yes, wow, bravo, brilliant, courage and everything. But it feels to me like it was a very impulsive decision, and that's why I think that this rook ed1 that was played by Ding, and then this queen g3 signals to Gukesh that what I have done, yeah, now it's very important also for him not kicking himself, because if he starts kicking himself, questioning his decision, that will only hurt him, yeah, then it takes away way too much focus, attention and nerves. He has to try to forget about it, but it's much easier said than done. We have all been there. You start regretting, you start kicking yourself that how much of an idiot I was for continuing. I understand that the public wants to see fighting chess, everything, but at the same time, you also have the responsibility for the match, for yourself, for your country and everything. Yes, so this is a very tricky spot. I think Gukesh is regretting it now.
And objectively, white is better. We see that. It's easier to play from the white side.
Δεν ξέρω αν θες να ανοίξεις εδώ τη φάση. Επειδή υπάρχει αυτό, ας πούμε, δεν ξέρω αν θες να υπάρχουν αυτά. Είναι λίγο ρίσκη κίνηση.
A single rook endgame, a double rook endgame, just a king and pawn endgame. You know, what transformations would you say are beneficial to Ding Liren and his winning chances?
Well, actually, the point is that it looks like almost all trades are favorable for white, but no trades are also good. Yeah, so that's kind of the most worrisome for black. Yeah, that I don't really see the scenario. And I recall this fantastic movie, The Magnificent Seven. Right, there was this moment when. There was this storyline when somebody was telling the story that someone got naked and jumped into a cactus, and then they asked him, but why did you do that? Well, before I did it, it sounded like a cool idea. And I very much feel the same way, and Gukesh is thinking like, okay, did I really continue this game? I mean, white has the open file. White has the more mobile pawn structure. Black has played the maximum with g6. One could argue that, yeah, king g7 could maybe improve black's position, but we only see problems for black.
Πρέπει να υποστηρίζεις και αυτό,
I
έτσι.
really
Οπότε
do
αυτός ο
hope for
πύργος
Gukesh that he survived this game, because
θέλει
otherwise it
προσοχή
will be
που θα πάει.
very, very tough to have equalized the scores after this terrible first game, yeah, which was a total nightmare. Then you fight back with this devilish trap, because people have been talking about Ding blundering something there in game 3. That's why Gukesh won. In my opinion, it was a completely different one, because it was so difficult to see that, or it was so easy to miss, depending on which angle you look at. This knight c3 to e2 from a distance, and that was fantastic calculation by Gukesh, who had foreseen that devilish trap like 5-6 moves in advance.
Cut.
So
Ήταν αυτομάτι,
that was
γιατί
a
είναι
huge
υπέρ του
victory,
και δεν
and
χρειάζεται
if
να
he
στηρίξει.
loses this game like this, that he had the chance to stop the clock and claim a draw, I don't know, it will be very tough to recover.
Yeah, this is not a game that you never want to lose any game in a world championship, but
Έτσι.
this
Η γάτα
would
θα
be
έκανε
of
αυτό
his
εδώ.
own doing, because the draw was guaranteed had he dropped his queen back instead of marching it forward. And in this position, I have the rooks in green. You said that pretty much every trade and also no trades seem to be good for white, and I'm on the same page as you. I don't actually see a plan, and individual moves right now aren't so simple. One big theme that you mentioned is that if this rook on e8 were to go up somewhere, there could be a rook d8, and then we're talking about some checkmating nets that Black will have to be careful to avoid. And you do not want to allow all of this activity, which for the moment is just potential energy, to become very kinetic, and just all of a sudden the Black King will be in the line of fire. So Gukesh spending his time here, I think he needs to. We mentioned ideas with the queen moving over to this side of the board, a5 or b5, one of those squares. I just don't know what plan Black will have. And you can attack upon a2, it will slide up to a3, and then what, Peter? That's the question that I think Gukesh will continue to answer.
Και σε ποια στιγμή θα αρχίσουν να μετακινούν τα πιόνια. Μέχρι στιγμής
The reason why I came up with
το μόνο που παίχτηκε ήταν
the
αυτό.
idea was not because I was happy about it. I just don't see what else to do. And also now we see the change of body language. Now it's Ding who is leaning backward and is being happy. Okay, queen a5 is on the board. There was nothing else.
Okay, χτυπάει εδώ.
How quickly, Peter? That's the question now. How quickly will Ding respond with either pawn to a3 or king to b1? Those are the only two options that protect that pawn. I like a3 a little bit more, but we'll see what Ding decides to play.
I also feel that a3 is more natural because
α3
the king
έπαιξε.
is on the board already.
Okay, δεν έπαιξε αυτό, έπαιξε εδώ. Μάλιστα.
Peter,
α3.
I don't like to predict the future because mainly I can't do that. I'm very worried for Gukesh right now. I don't see an exact plan for him. I really like how White has played these last few turns. He offered the queen trade. Again, anything that resembled a liquidation or a potential draw, that was decided against by Gukesh. And then queen f4. I think that was a really nice move. Just taking away some squares from Black's pieces and continuing to improve the harmony in White's camp.
Yes,
Τα λευκά θα προσπαθήσουν πύργο δέλτα 5.
Already, if Gukesh has played my suggestion with queen a5, I believe that he will also follow it up with rook e5. That's somehow the feeling like
μήπως είναι δέλτα 4, μισό λεπτό γιατί γκρινιάζει αυτή έρχομαι παιδιά.
However, you immediately use the chance to activate it with queen f6. But queen f6, rook e6, queen d4, then feeling-wise it gives me the feeling like I achieved something with black. I agree that my position is still worse, but at least I feel that I made some progress, but I'm not enjoying the position.
I'm going to ask you a difficult question. After rook e5, if I gave you a free turn as black, what would your follow-up be?
King g7, immediately.
And then if I gave you another free turn?
Well, I'm already satisfied then, yeah? I want to make... Yes, I understand your point. Yeah, that basically there is not so much that black can do, because whenever that rook from f8 moves, then white will go rook d7. Yeah, that's your idea, hitting the f7 pawn.
That's exactly right. So essentially what I'm trying to help our audience with is we see one move for black, a bunch of options, but I'm really trying to come up with a plan for black. So if we have the analysis board, thank you so much. Rook e7, let's say go rook d7, just to freeze a rook on f8. and ask you
Τώρα
that
η Βασίλισσα
question.
έχει φύγει κιόλας από
If you
εδώ.
move your rook to f5,
Δεν έχεις
I can
πρόβλημα
grab
εδώ
your
πέρα,
e4
ξέρω εγώ.
pawn, for example. Rook d8 is what I want to achieve if
Αλλά
I get
κάτσε να
my
δούμε τι
queen
θα
to
παίξει
f6.
τώρα ο
And I'm
Gukesh.
also threatening in some positions a rook takes a7, not right away, but maybe if I bring this rook up from d1 or get the e3 pawn defended, I guess to show, Peter, king g7, rook takes a7, looks like a nice one.
Yes, yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, so rook e5 is met by rook d7 nicely. Yeah, rook d7 is very nice. You don't give me chance to activate because actually one could argue that if you don't go rook d7, maybe I have this idea of going rook c8 and rook takes c3 check. Yeah, this is one tactic in the position that black can try to play for. I don't know, maybe it does not work at this moment, but something to keep in mind. But after rook d7, you make sure that no tactics. Black simply cannot activate his pieces.
And I don't see moves. I'm truly struggling to come up with like an exact plan for black because king g7 no longer works, and that's why I asked you what your plan was going to be. Yeah. I really don't know what black does now, and I see the evaluation bar has been creeping up steadily to where it believes that white is like over a pawn better. And I think most importantly, practically, this is so easy to play for white.
Όντως ο πύργος Δ4 είναι
και
μάλλον θα παιχτεί μετά.
Yes, so let's go back to the current position after queen a5, a3, so rook e5 had not been played yet. But then also, what exactly black is doing? What options do we have?
Μάλλον δεν έπρεπε να φέρει τη Βασίλισσα εδώ.
I was hoping that was rhetorical because I'm not sure.
Έπρεπε να την κρατήσει εδώ να έχει τις απειλές.
Rook e7, yeah, is rook e7 a move? But I'm also not feeling that this really helps me. Yeah? You can maybe even go rook d7 if you want.
Και δεν έχει και το πλεονέκτημα χρόνου πλέον. Αυτό για το οποίο φαντάζομαι προσπάθησε να συνεχίσει.
Okay, so no, rook f8 you take and queen f6. Yeah, that's horrible.
Just the squeeze is fully on here. It's one of those positions, Peter, where I think we're thinking the same way. If we didn't have the evaluation bar off to the left, and actually even if we do have the evaluation bar off to the left, I still think that white wins this position a very healthy percentage of the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Αλλά έχει δώσει το tempo τώρα
it's very scary. And also, in order to understand that maybe this is not deadly, you have to spend awful amount of time, yeah, because the intuition tells you that no, you just can't play like this. And every single decision for black, it's so difficult. He might also end up in really big time trouble because there are no moves that you can simply play from your intuition, from your chess understanding, because according to chess understanding, now white has really established a safe and stable advantage.
This is problematic for Gukesh. He is going to have to burn time on each and every move. Reminder, at move 40, they gain additional time, but we are on move 31, and there's 32 minutes left for each side. So John, this is a moment for Gukesh where he may be regretting his previous decisions, but he has to throw all that away, throw it aside, and then figure out what to do from here because this looks so much more fun to play from Ding Liren's perspective.
It absolutely does, Robert. Although I'm going to throw a controversial opinion into the mix, I'm going to suggest that this is what Gukesh signed up for. At the end of the day, choosing not to take the repetition, choosing to keep the queens on the board, Gukesh knew this was a possibility, and he's trying to test Ding Liren right now. He's saying, I know my position is worse, but I think I can outmaneuver you in the long run anyway. And so far, it's not like Ding Liren now still enjoys a 50-minute advantage on the clock. They're both on 31-32 minutes, and both players are going to have to throw their intuition to one side and calculate every move, just like you guys said. So I'm keen to see how this plays out. It could still end in a draw, but it absolutely is going to be a slugfest. Really keen for that. I've also just seen a couple of subscribers come in on Twitch. Huge thank you for that, by the way. Please go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you have the ability to do so. Subscribing to the Chess24 channel unlocks brand new emotes for every single event, and you get exclusive break time content during the show. It's your subs that make events like this possible, so use !subscribe in chat now to level up.
Όπως και από εδώ, όσο ήταν εδώ η Βασίλισσα,
I am monitoring questions that might be coming in there. Please continue.
Δεν κέρδισε κάτι με αυτό. Δηλαδή, το Α3 δεν δημιουργεί κανένα πρόβλημα στα λευκά. Αδυνατίζει λίγο τα λευκά του, αλλά δεν υπάρχει κάτι για τα μαύρα.
Will Gukesh figure out a path to regaining
Ούτε επίθεση
some
υπάρχει να πεις με
sort
τους πύργους.
of attacking chance in this
βλέπω
game,
κάτι.
or will Ding continue to tighten the screws? See you in a bit.
Για να δούμε. Κάτω το κάνουμε αυτό ένα τέτοιο. Για το διάλειμμα τους. Τι άλλο. Ακούγεται που κλαίει γάτα. Σήμερα έχει ψηλοτρελαθεί. Λοιπόν, τι έπαιξε τελικά. Δεν έχει παίξει ο Gukesh ακόμα. Και στο ε2 Βασίλισσα δεν βλέπω τι απειλεί. Άμεσα όχι κάτι, αλλά ασκεί πίεση και σε αυτά τα δύο και ενδεχομένως αν μπορούσε να φέρει στον πύργο εδώ, θα είχε την πίεση εδώ. Με δεδομένο ότι ο πύργος αυτός λείπει, έτσι. Όσο ασκείς πίεση σε αυτά τα δύο με τη Βασίλισσα, έχεις και τη Βασίλισσα του Λευκού να τα υποστηρίζει. Με αυτή την έννοια. Αφού δεν υπάρχει λευκό τετράμεσο αξιωματικός με τα λευκά, δεν βλέπω κάτι να κερδίσει με το Βασίλισσα F5. Ναι, Γιώργο, και εγώ αυτό. Δηλαδή αυτές οι αδυναμίες δεν μπορώ να τις εκμεταλλευτεί κάπως. Τι να κάνει. Εγώ θα επέστρεφα πίσω, αλλά άμα επιστρέψει πίσω, χάνεις tempo. Εντάξει. Οκ. Ο υπολογιστής προτιμάει... Κάτσε να δω τι δίνει το stockfish αυτό που χρησιμοποιώ. Πύργο γάμα 8, Αλλά δεν έχεις και κάτι, ούτως ή άλλως. Δεν υπάρχει κάτι. Ούτε τακτική, ούτε τίποτα. Ζόρικη θέση για τον Gukesh. Θα το μετανιώσει που δεν έδωσε την ισοπαλία. Ναι, για τα μαύρα, Γιώργο, το κατάλαβα. Θα το μετανιώσει, πιστεύω, ο Gukesh. Για να δούμε. Λοιπόν, στο πόλο έχουμε νίκη Liren 47%, νίκη Gukesh 22%, ισοπαλία 32%. «26 λεπτά για τον Gukesh, 32 για τον Liren. 31η κίνηση. Λοιπόν, επιστρέφοντας αυτούς.
World Championship match. I'm John Sargent, joined by Grandmasters Peter Lecco and Grandmasters Robert Hess. Absolutely fantastic stuff today so far, and a huge battle from a psychological perspective. Peter, maybe summarizing a little bit for viewers that have tuned in more recently. An opportunity to repeat. Gukesh said no, and he then said no a second time as well. We really are turning the screw.
Yeah, it was a shocking moment because Ding had wonderful preparation. He put the pressure on.
Τι είναι, ακούς και πολύ δυνατά.
Gukesh was defending very nicely. It seemed like he was driving Ding completely crazy and Ding was ready to repeat. And then instead of repeating for the third time, then he took this impulsive decision going out from the repetition. And ever since, now Ding is in his comfort zone. He's very happy. He's putting the pressure. And one thing that comes to my mind that didn't we hear from Gukesh during the press conference yesterday or the day before that, I don't believe in psychology, I believe in good moves. And in this regard, I feel like he fooled himself because he didn't stay true to himself. He should have repeated that was the best move in the position instead of playing some psychological games.
Oh, that Kasparov versus Fischer quote might come back to him in the press conference today, Robert. I think that's a fantastic observation from Peter there. What's your take on where Gukesh's head is at right now?
I'm with Peter there. I think that Gukesh usually very stoic,
στο λευκό για αυτό έβαλε τη Βασίλισσα. Ναι, για να μην του δώσει ευκαιρία να επεκταθεί εδώ.
But that decision to play on was not one that
το θέμα είναι τώρα πώς θα αντιμετωπίσει αυτό που έρχεται, το πύργος Δέλτα 4. Γιατί ναι μεν το Z5 φαίνεται ότι λύνει το πρόβλημα του πιονιού, αλλά ανοίγει άλλα προβλήματα, με αυτή την ανοιχτή στήλη δηλαδή. Ανοίγει άλλα προβλήματα. Ναι, τώρα ο Ding είναι λίγο καλύτερα ψυχολογικά. Έχει πάρει και σχεδόν δεκάλεπτο στο χρόνο.
The position, of course, is better for Ding Liren. It is not a crushing win waiting to happen or anything like that, at least not yet, but he may be able to tempt Gukesh into another mistake. Back over to you folks, Grandmaster Hess and Leko. Let's have some fun.
Thanks so much, John. And Peter, we've been talking about many things here, and I think that you referencing that press conference where Gukesh was saying he believed in good moves and he made a psychological play that is probably one he's regretting. And you also said that each and every decision that Black is about to make will cost him some time. And he is burning his clock right now trying to come up with a move in this position. So, Peter,
αν δεν είσαι ο Fischer στον Κασπάροφ, δεν πας κόντρα στον Κασπάροφ. Στον Κασπάροφ δεν πας κόντρα.
Do you feel like Gukesh is going to find something that will help him reach the time control and have a good fighting chance?
Well, honestly, I'm extremely worried for Gukesh right now. I just feel like what can go through his mind. We know exactly that he is capable of eliminating every kind of thoughts, but this is really huge. It's so tough. He survived this game. He defended extremely well. He reacted well to Ding's fantastic preparation, and then voluntarily creating yourself the problem. And the problem is not just that this is a worse position. The problem is that it is so easy for white to suggest the moves that we're gonna go rook d5, we're gonna go h4, h5. I mean, we have so many possibilities to improve our position and create real threats to Black's position. And you asked me the question that what do I want to do with Black? I suggested rook e5, but then you came up with this rook d7, which even stopped my king g7 prophylactics because of rook takes a7 tactics, just showing that it's not only dangerous position, but there are also tactical move per move issues. And then how do you play this? Clock is ticking down. White is enjoying waiting for Black to finally make his move. And it will be so easy to put the pressure on Black, whatever he does.
And Gukesh didn't want to trade queens. Not only did he avoid a repetition of moves, when the queen went back to g3 and there was a queen capture available on g3, he did not take that. And I think that would have been a really challenging endgame for him. But rook d7 followed by queen c7. I mean, how are you going to avoid all the queen trades in the future? And you mentioned an idea with trying to sacrifice on c3. If you ever move your rook to c8, you've left the e4 pawn hanging. I'm not even sure if white wants to take that pawn just yet, because there may be a sacrifice on c3. It just is something you need to calculate. But the point is that rook was doing an important defensive task, covering the e4 pawn. But Honestly, Peter, I think black wants to get rid of that pawn because at least it gives him something to attack the e3 pawn in response, just to put that on the board, that if you get something like this, okay, I went to zeros, which means I know rook takes c3 check works. I didn't actually figure it out. I don't have to because the engine suggests that this is fine. But there is going to be, at minimum, a draw by repetition for black. For instance, if you drop the queen back, then you go
για να δω, ο υπολογιστής λέει αυτό και μετά από αυτό λέει αυτό.
But I guess queen takes e3 here. If the king tries to run away, there's always a
ούτως
rook
ώστε να μην μπορεί να
check,
φας.
and if you block, you get this draw because you can't run away with your king. So I think Peter maybe Gukesh will rely on rook takes c3 ideas, but Ding isn't just going to take the e4 pawn. I know he wasn't ambitious yesterday, but he must be ambitious right now.
Αλλά χάνεις αυτό.
Absolutely, because now he knows that he's clearly better.
Και πας εδώ.
That the chance came maybe surprisingly to him. Yeah, he already kind of thought like, okay, it's a logical game.
Μάλιστα.
It ends in a draw, and he did not readjust or adjust himself to the new situation. But here after rook c8, there is also the idea of just playing queen to f6. Yeah, this queen on f6 then beautifully protects, guards the c3 pawn, and we still have all these rook d8 ideas if black moves that rook from c8 with mating ideas. And Gukesh made a
Καλησπέρα Πάνος, συγχαρητήρια για το κανάλι. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Να είσαι καλά. Πόσα χρήματα αν έρθουν να βάλουν αυτή η παίκτες για να λάβουν να εντάξουν ένα χάρη μαθήματα σκακιού. Η ιδέα δεν έχω. Δεν νομίζω ότι κάνει κάποιος από αυτούς κάτι τέτοιο. Όσοι ασχολούνται κάνουν αυτά τα διαδικτυακά, δηλαδή τα αγοράζεις από τα site και αυτά και έχουν βίντεο ή και διάφορα τέτοια.
Yes, on the other hand, I'm really loving this decision because with queen b5 at least he hints at some ideas like
αν έπαιρνε κάποιος από αυτούς χρήματα, δηλαδή για να εντάξει, έπαιρνε πάρα πολλά. Ας πούμε, νομίζω είχα δει έναν στην Αμερική, δεν ξέρω αν το ξέρετε, τον Ακομπιάν, ο οποίος άμα στο YouTube μπορεί να έχετε δει βιντεάκια του. Αυτός νομίζω στο site του που διαφήμιζε για μαθήματα έπαιρνε $150 την ώρα, κάτι τέτοιο. Νομίζω, αν θυμάμαι, το έχω κοιτάξει πριν καιρό, πριν μήνες, έτσι από περιέργεια, και νομίζω είχα δει κάτι τέτοιο, ο οποίος δεν είναι κιόλας στο επίπεδο που είναι αυτοί που βλέπουμε τώρα. Δεν είναι εδώ ο Gotham Chess.
Yeah, that queen infiltration seems to be a problem, and for white right now, this rook is free to go because the second rook can replace the first on d2, and that allows at least the lead rook to get active. So, Peter, moves that come to mind, rook d7, as in the previous position, that still looks quite appealing to me because if you get this rook up here, you freeze the rook on f8, the a7 pawn is hanging, and I know rook b8 and queen b3 is what we've been talking about, but this defensive posturing does look like it is sufficient. The queen desperately needs to get in for black, and maybe that's the way that you'd want to go, but I do think it's a little bit slow now with the e4 pawn loose.
I think, like you already highlighted, just don't touch this e4 pawn, forget about this e4 pawn. It's good that this e4 pawn is there because black is lacking counterplay, but Gukesh, no, I think Ding has made a move, and he opted for rook d4.
Το παλεύει ακόμα να γίνει GM, ο Gotham, ναι.
Just in case gets rook b4 idea also in, the pawn on e4 is vulnerable. And this shows that he has a lot of confidence in his position because he played rook d4 quite quickly.
I'm giving him a gold star for rook
αυτός είναι ο καημός του πλέον, αυτό του έχει γίνει αιμονή.
Thinking offensively, let's get that rook forward to d7, but Peter, these types of moves are often what win you games. It's not just about the immediate threats, but how to actually prevent your opponent from organizing their pieces. Rook b8, no longer a thing. Rook to b4, and black drops material or goes into a bad endgame like we've been talking about. Actually, I'm going to show that real quick. That rook b8, it threatens an attack down here on b2, but after rook b4, you have to go queen e8, the only way not to lose material. And then not only is rook takes e4 with tempo, let's get us into this endgame. This is like the worst possible rook endgame from all the endgames we've seen for black because white gets to d7, the king comes up, the pawns go forward, and I think that white's already winning. I see the evaluation, but maybe it's a depth issue. This looks terrible for black.
Yes, it looks terrible. You could have even started with b4. You could start pushing the pawns immediately. I'm absolutely with you that this is horrible for black. But then what does black do? Yes, he plays a move. He moves with the queen to e2. Okay.
Έπαιξε. Α, βασικά, όπα, έχουν γίνει κινήσεις και τώρα το είδα και εγώ. Λοιπόν, έπαιξε εδώ, είχα μόντως στο πύργο Δέλτα 4 και τώρα όντως ήρθε εδώ. Μάλιστα.
Queen e1 is just a single check, and I don't think that Ding should fear that check. His king will be safe and sound on c2. He is not going to fall into a mating net. So these are big decisions still for Ding Liren. He could repeat the moves at least once if he so chooses. Rook 1 to d2 looks pretty good, and you know, Ding is, I think, coming into his own right now. I think with yesterday's game, he didn't press as much as he could have, but it was a nice recovery considering he lost in game 3. He's been able to stabilize himself, and not just stabilize, but play for more. So, while Ding is sitting, he's calculating. He talked with Mike Klein, and it was Backline's with one of the world's biggest YouTube and Twitch chess streamers in Singapore. So let's take a look at that conversation.
Όταν 200 παίρνει 20-25 ευρώ την ώρα, φαντάσου.
We are on the hunt for one of the world's largest chess streamers, and I think we have found him. We're going to move over here behind the camera.
Το θέμα είναι βρίσκεις
μαθητές. Mr. Eric Rosen, welcome to the World Championship. This is some interesting prep for the World Rapid and Blitz you have going on here. We're going to bug you during the game because anybody can play chess. Okay. And your opponent's in favor.
Moves here,
okay.
so.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to ask you some random trivia questions while you play the game. Okay. How many members of the cast of Friends can you name?
0.
Okay, I'm also 0, so thank you for not naming them. How does it feel to have your rent paid for by the Stafford Gambit?
Oh man, it feels good, but it requires a continual stream of Stafford Gambit content.
Can we expect more Stafford Gambit content? Is there more that you're holding out on that you haven't released yet?
I mean, it's difficult when my opponent plays knight c3 on move 3 and doesn't go into a Stafford. It kind of breaks my heart. But
I think he's trying to win and not go viral. I actually have some students that play the Stafford, and I want to punch them, except I remember you're a nice guy, so I don't do that, actually.
I try and avoid punching people, too. I've never gone into boxing or chess boxing.
Okay, I'm running out of questions. Let's get one from the crowd. Who's got a trivia question for Eric to bug him during his game? Anything. Okay, we'll let you get back to it, but let me ask you, what else are you going to be doing besides streaming while you're here?
Δεν μπορείς να είσαι σε αυτό το επίπεδο και δάσκαλος ταυτόχρονα. Εννοείς το επίπεδο του Liren και τα λοιπά.
That's kind of a broad, that's a continent. Can you,
ναι, δεν νομίζω ότι έχεις χρόνο για να κάνεις μαθήματα.
I mean, Thai, Japanese, Chinese, but like here it's just food, like noodles and soup and dumplings and.
Αλλά σε ένα επίπεδο, ναι, σε ένα επίπεδο εφέμου όπως είπε ο φίλος, ναι, προφανώς. Και GM, αλλά όχι τέτοιο GM. Δηλαδή αυτός ο Ακομπιάν που σας λέω, ναι, προφανώς κάνει τέτοια μαθήματα.
I need to start training, so.
Now, if you play Hikaru, are you both going to be streaming the game on your own phones?
I'm not allowed to bring in any electronic devices or stream.
Boo.
I might try and get someone to do it for me. Maybe you're a good connection for the chess.com people there.
I have no power with FIDE. All right, well, there you go. Eric Rosen, he's playing here, he's streaming here, and he's also playing the World Rapid and Blitz. This is some interesting prep, but Eric, we wish you well.
Thanks so much, Mike.
Back to you guys.
Always good to see Eric Rosen, a friendly face. He's there on the ground in Singapore, enjoying himself some noodles and a World Chess Championship match. So Peter, we are back into the action here. Again, thanks to all the subscribers to the channel. We appreciate you. And right now, Ding Liren appreciating his position, but after queen to e2, Peter, he's paused. So he's not sure how to combat this queen venturing into his position.
Ναι, θες να τη διώξεις, πολύ ενοχλητική. Πάρα πολύ ενοχλητική η βασίλισσα εδώ.
Way of creating some kind of pressure on Ding, because we talked about it, that it looked like it's completely risk-free position. But with this queen entering and offering you so many different ideas. For example, you did mention that you don't really care about this queen entering, so you are not afraid of going rook 1 to d2. And while you were talking, I thought like, okay, let me try to punish you for all your words. by going queen e1 check, king c2 and then
Σε αρχαρίσω 20-25. Πολλά μου φαίνονται.
Yeah, if we can show the... Yeah, exactly. Look, queen e1, king c2, a5.
Τι έπαιξε, πύργο από το 1 στο δέλτα 2.
Αυτό που είπε ο Bonkley. And then I realized that even this does not work because when I sacrifice the rook once and then bring the other rook, then the queen from f4 is actually covering the b8 square. So just to show that actually this queen on f4 is doing a fantastic job.
I'm just going to show that because it could be such a fun variation. I'm just making sort of random moves. I know that queen a1 here would be very strong, but your point, Peter, that normally, you know, without the queen on f4, rook b8 check would be the follow-up going after the king, but the queen on f4 is optimally placed to prevent just that. So,
but thanks to the Everall bar, there was this queen a1 possibility. Yeah, so in fact, this a5 rook b8 queen e1 check.
Τώρα κομπιά σκέψου, τον έχει πάρει ο Γκόθαμ για προπονητή τώρα για να γίνει J, μιλάμε μεγάλο επίπεδο.
Α,
ναι, δεν το ξέρω αυτό. Πολύ μου άρεσε ο Κομπιάν πάντως.
And then it begs the question is what is the proper response here? Because you stopped rook b4, that was a big reason you played a5 to try to control the b file from black side. And I can always chase your queen away if I'm thinking about this from Ding's point of view. Because after queen e2, I can bring my second rook back. But
έχει ένα ωραίο μεταδοτικό τρόπο.
Black is able to better coordinate or at least hint at an attack if this queen can continue to just pester the white king and rook.
Στο δέλτα 2 παίζει πύργο.
Yes, and actually Ding has played the move rook 1 to d2. It's on the board, so we might be seeing this type of direction. But I also feel that for Gukesh, knowing that he's in a passive position.
Ναι, είναι αυτό που δείξαμε. Μετά θα φάει εδώ, θα φάει εδώ, θα σε φάει εδώ και θα πάμε σε αυτή τη θέση. Έχουν φύγει κάποιοι πύργοι και το υλικό είναι ίδιο. Η θέση είναι πιο ισόπαλη από πριν.
I see the evaluation plummet. I forgot about that square. I thought I was forcing the queens off, but after queen a1, rook to d1, the queen gets out via a2, and then we see why black is in charge because the king on c2 doesn't feel safe and sound anymore. So an oversight there by me, but one that Ding will not miss. Queen to a1 is a concept that's not something that you want to see appear because then you go from better to perhaps immediately lost.
Yes, and now it's the big question, yeah, that okay, Ding played the move rook 1 to d2 because he knows exactly that after queen e1 check, he can still play rook d1 and then think again. And maybe he also, by signaling that he's not afraid of queen e1 check, forces Gukesh to retreat with the queen, but I don't think that black can afford to retreat. If black simply retreats, then white got everything what he wanted. Then this b4, king b2, and everything that you highlighted before. Also this rook b5 ideas. Just everything works perfectly. So I think black has to go for. And look at this. The shoe. Look at the shoe of Gukesh. It's moving. Yeah, this is the typical sign where you are showing some nervousness, but at the same time also because you think like, aha, maybe I have a counterplay. Maybe I have a chance for
14 λεπτά με 24-25 σχεδόν. Έχει πάρει και το πλεονέκτημα χρόνου ο Κινέζος, μια χαρά.
These two players, they're alone in that hall. It's a box. There are spectators that are
0,7 έχει φτάσει η αξιολόγηση.
So they're kind of alone in the world with their thoughts, with their calculations, and that's the point of view of the many fans that are in attendance. You see that big image of Ding Liren there on the wall. It's him in a pensive pose, but as we zoom in, we see those two players in that glass box in the arena where it's 1 versus 1, and they have to figure out what to do in complex territory. So Gukesh still thinking here, Peter. He's down to 13 minutes, 20 seconds. And that was White's 33rd move played. So he's got about, let's call it 2 minutes per move. But we know that this is a difficult position for Gukesh because, say, he has to trade queens. He now may be in even worse endgame than before, and he wants to avoid that. But how to do that without actually making more concessions?
Κινέζο το πάρει, για να δούμε, Σίμω.
Well, go for this queen e1 check. I think it will be played because the other option of going queen f3 is there, but I'm worried of these endgames. Yeah, the queen f3 is a possibility, but I'm not really believing in it.
There are several replies possible. Rook f2, if you want to take back on f4 with a rook. After queen f3, there's also queen h6 maybe, or queen g5, just keeping those queens on the board for a little bit longer. So queen f3, you raise a good point that instead of just bringing your queen to e1, there's also this square. But I guess, as we say, we really don't want to allow a capture on f4 that gives black a protected pawn here. So I would move the queen maybe even back to g3 and say, now what?
Είναι πολύ πίσω σε χρόνο τώρα, ναι. Έχει διπλάσιο χρόνο, λέει. Θα δυσκολέψει θέση και όσο πιο περίπλοκη είναι με λιγότερο που να αυξάνει την πιθανότητα να κάνει λάθος εντός. Ακριβώς αυτό. Όχι, πιστεύω αν τώρα του έδινε την ισοπαλία ο Liren θα τη δεχότανε με τα χαράς. Το έχει πρέπει να το έχει μετανιώσει τρελά τώρα. Ο οποίος είναι σχετικά ανέκφραστος, δεν είναι πολύ. Δηλαδή, αν ήταν αντίστροφα τώρα και ήταν ο Liren εδώ, θα έχει σηκωθεί, θα έχει ξανακάτσει, θα έπιανε το κεφάλι του. Μπορεί να πάθει καμιά κρίση πανικού. Λοιπόν, πού πήγε, Βασίλισσα? Και πήγε εδώ, Μάλιστα.
And this is counterplay.
This is serious counterplay, and it's still going to be a long battle ahead because white does have the c pawn, but black
προφανώς δεν θες να φας, δεν θες να του δώσεις αυτό το ελεύθερο πιόνι με τίποτα.
Queen f3, that move has been played. Gukesh down to 11 minutes 45 seconds. You will have 7 more turns to make, and after queen f3, we don't like the capture on f3. I'm just going to put that on the board to show you why. That this rook on e8 scares down to e3, and now that becomes a weak point in white's camp. When there's a pawn on e4, that pawn was safe and sound. As soon as that capture happens, e3 is a weakness and a target. And so here, Peter, queen to g3 is one move I mentioned. The queen can escape elsewhere if you choose to go to g3, g5, h6, all of these moves to keep the e.
Καλησπέρα, Βάρβαρα από τη Σκωτία.
And what will black's follow-up be if the queen trade, if it is offered, will be on white's terms?
Well, actually, queen g6 is a very nice move. When you mentioned it, immediately I sensed it that, wow, this is super high class. Because you remember there was a moment when computer claimed that queen take g3, h take g3 is kind of okay for black, but we said that we don't believe that it's okay for black. It looks bad, and this is certainly not an improved version for white, so we don't have to worry about this. But otherwise, I can't really improve the position. I cannot play the move rook e5 because the queen from g3 is still covering the e5 square. It's a nice little touch, this queen g3, and also so frustrating if your opponent plays a move like this, and you wanted to dislocate that queen from f4 because the queen on f4 was so irritating, and suddenly the queen on g3 is just as effective.
Yes, and the queen trades will favor white, and in this particular position, not just psychologically, but also in terms of the objective evaluation, white will be pressing for a win. And so queen g3, it's what's coming to my mind. I could see a more aggressive approach being taken here. It was right on by you that rook f2. It's not the best decision for Ding, and that means that a queen move looks to be stronger, and it's not easy to choose which square that is, and that's why Ding is investing some of his time, but he has a healthy lead on the clock as we approach move 40.
Yeah, time trouble will be crucial, but still for Ding I think time trouble isn't an issue because these moves comes naturally. It's much more of black's problem here, yeah, because to find counterplay it's so difficult. I have to give a lot of credit to Gukesh. There was this moment when he played the queen a5 ace and he was thinking again. We were really worried, like, hey, how are you going to defend this? And he understood that the rook on e8 has to stay. This is kind of a stronghold. And he finds this queen b5, queen e2, queen f3, creating some practical problems. Yeah, this is the way how you have to play. You have to defend tough positions, giving your opponent also choice.
Θα λυγίσει ο Gukesh και όσο κοροϊδεύουν τον Ding Liren θα μετανιώσουν πικρά. Για να δούμε, πάντως είναι πολύ πιεσμένος τώρα με τον χρόνο. Είμαστε 33η κίνηση, παιδιά.
To hang on here, but the storyline, the dominating one, is that he could have already finished this game, made a draw, entered his rest day with a 3-3 tie, where he'll get the white pieces 2 days from now. But right now, he has played queen f3, a very strong reply. And you see Ding, he keeps looking across at his opponent. And he's studying the board, glancing over at Gukesh. He is undoubtedly surprised that the game continued and that he was able to obtain this position. And now it's about maximizing your chances. So Peter, as we talk about specifics, I know I mentioned queen h6. I'm actually going to throw that one away because I don't like the queen being so offside. It looks aggressive. It looks like you might set up a checkmating net, but I feel like the queen needs to be a bit closer to the action. So I don't love that suggestion I made so much. And by a process of elimination, it leaves us with queen g5, which I like. And I think my sort of calm, cautious approach is to play queen g3.
Yes, queen g3 was your original idea. I'm here. I can confirm, all our viewers can confirm that it was the first move that you mentioned. As a good commentator, you also have to highlight aggressive intentions like with queen h6. I'm absolutely with you. I wanted to say that I'm not afraid of queen h6. Please play the move queen h6. I don't care about it. I'm much more worried of queen g3 because the small little move and you have the positional advantage. You don't need to create anything. You should just make sure that black is unable to create counterplay.
And so queen g3 keeps everything protected in the best possible way. The queen is defended, everyone,
και κάποια στιγμή μπορεί να παίξεις αυτό.
Get rid of this e3 pawn. Black would be happy about that because e4 then becomes a strong point rather than the liability that it currently is. And e4 is weak because the rook is needed to protect it. If you ever play f5, especially with the queens on the board, and the rook slams down on d7, the black king is the one that's exposed. So individual choices here, they are going to be of the utmost importance. Ding, he is spending some of that lead on the clock. I think he's doing the right thing right now. And for Gukesh, he is trying to calculate on his opponent's time. Peter, that's very important.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so what are the options? Yeah, queen g3 we are afraid of, but we have to find an idea. Is it that then suddenly black might again switch to this queen f1 check idea, trying to hope for eventual queen a1 at some point? Or if you think
είναι αρκετή διαφορά στην μπάρα. Ναι, το 0,65 δεν είναι λίγο.
Block everything, then after queen f1 check, rook d1 would be the most logical.
Για να δω άλλο στο πόσο δίνει.
And wait for Ding to show
ακόμα πιο πολύ δίνει.
Try to kick that queen away from e2 because that queen on e2 was irritating as well.
Yeah, we sort of have a dance going on where the position slightly changes,
αλλά
but the same themes
θέλει
arise.
να βρει αυτή την κίνηση τώρα.
Bring your rook back from d4, but then we're really back to where we started.
Με αυτή δεν δίνει τόσο καλή αξιολόγηση.
And not easy to figure out where the pieces belong. So Peter, I'm gonna just sit on the live board for a second here and ask you, where do you feel that each piece belongs from the white side? Like if you could pick up a rook or a queen and place it anywhere you want, like what are your dream moves?
Well,
είναι πολύ περίεργη θέση. Πολύ περίεργη θέση. Έτσι όπως θα πάνε θα έχουμε rapid. Ναι, για τις τελευταίες 7 κινήσεις.
Also, it's logical, yeah, that before white was always happy with the trade of queens. Now black is the one who is offering the queen trade. I think
στο Είτε 3. Ναι, είναι ένα ενδεχόμενο. Αν ανταλλάξει εδώ ο Gukesh. Είναι ένα ενδεχόμενο. Και πάλι έχουν κάποιο προβάδισμα τα λευκά.
He is not taking any of the risk, but no, he's actually back to calculating. And while he does that, and he looks across.
Κοίτα, άμα φύγουν οι βασίλισσες από το παιχνίδι, μπορείς να κάνεις και πιο εύκολα παιχνίδι εδώ, να προχωρήσεις. Με πιο εύκολο. Με αυτή την έννοια. Και έχεις αυτά τα δύο, οπότε είναι πιο δύσκολο για τα μαύρα από ό,τι για σένα. Και έχεις και τους πύρους σου καλύτερα, έτσι, πολύ καλύτερα. Εδώ τώρα αυτή δεν είναι τόσο καλά. Πρέπει αυτός να κινηθεί, μετά να μπει αυτό στο παιχνίδι. Αυτή είναι ήδη έτοιμη. Μπορούν να πάνε και εδώ. Είναι καλύτερα τα λευκά σίγουρα. Μετά από πολλή σκέψη κοντεύει να φτάσει στο 1 εδώ, αν πάμε σε αυτή την βαριάντα. Για να δούμε. Κοίτα, είναι πολύ πιθανό να κερδίσει ο Liren. Έχει και το πλεονέκτημα χρόνου, εντάξει, όχι πολύ μεγάλο. Ένα 5 λεπτό τώρα πες. Να δούμε. Έτσι με τώρα αυτό. Ο Ding Liren πρέπει να παίξει για νίκη και βασίλισσα Είτε 3 είναι καλό. Ναι, και βασίλισσα Είτε 3. Για μισό λεπτό να δω. Γύρος Αλεξάνδρου, καλησπέρα. Σε ποια πλατφόρμα βλέπεις αυτές τις αναλύσεις? Χρησιμοποιώ Stockfish 17, Γιώργο. Με το SID, το πρόγραμμα. SCID. Στο chess.com εδώ στο τέτοιο έχει τον 16 και πάει μέχρι 22 βάθος. Αυτόν μπορεί να τον αφήσει να τρέχει απεριόριστα, ξέρω εγώ. Απλά αυτός που τρέχω θέλει, δηλαδή σε αυτό τώρα το δίνει 0,82 σκέψου, αυτό το δίνει γύρω στο 0,57 εκεί, 0,6 παίζει. Δίνει δηλαδή, προτιμάει αυτό. Αλλά και αυτές οι δύο είναι οι κινήσεις, λογικά. Οι καλύτερες τώρα για τον Liren. Πιστεύω θα παίξει μία από τις δύο. Λοιπόν, όπα, επιστρέψαμε. Είναι αίρια με δύναμη ο King Ding, αλλά ο Gukesh πιο διψασμένος. Καλά, σίγουρα. Σκέψου τώρα 18 χρονών και να σου δίνεται ευκαιρία να γίνεις ο νεότερος παγκόσμιος πρωταθλητής. Ο Ding είναι παίκτης ψυχολογίας. Τώρα έχει την ψυχολογία με το μέρος του. Μπορεί να το εκμεταλλευτεί. Πριν, ας πούμε, κάποιες κινήσεις, είδες ότι είχε πρόβλημα και έδωσε μέχρι και ισοπαλία. Εκεί τον είχε πιάσει πανικός λογικά. Και ευτυχώς που ο Gukesh δεν το δέχτηκε. Καλημέρα. Γιατί όχι πύργος Z2? Μπορεί να παίξει και πύργος Z2. Αλλά λογικά θα γίνουν αυτές οι ανταλλαγές. Και μετά εδώ δεν έχεις κάτι το ιδιαίτερο. Τα μαύρα είναι ok. Έχουν φύγει οι βασίλισσες από το παιχνίδι. Ο πύργος εδώ είναι λίγο περίεργα. Ok, πρέπει κάπως να τον φέρεις πάλι ξανά στο παιχνίδι. Απλά να το φέρεις πίσω, ξέρω εγώ, να ξαναμπείς μέσα. Ωχ, τι έπαιξε ρε.
This might be a test. This is a huge moment where Ding plays king to c2, and it was something I was actually about to bring up, not this specific move, but the king.
Τώρα, άμα ανταλλάξει,
I'm just going to pick up a piece because I can drag it to a2. If the king were on a2, that's good when queens are on the board, but bad when the queens get traded because the king
κάτι σαν και αυτό
should be
που
close
δείξαμε
to the
πριν,
center. And Peter, no player in the world.
Με τη διαφορά το ποιον θα είναι εδώ αντί για εδώ. Οπότε αυτός έχει το ελεύθερο εδώ.
Absolute certainty that queen takes f4 is okay for black. I see the evaluation bar. It went closer to the center. Queen takes f4 is best. But if we're being realistic, Peter, a really difficult move to play, even if you want to, because you're not 100% sold that the ensuing endgame will be good enough as the king and the c pawn and the b pawn. They're all coming to approach the black side.
Ξεδιπλώνει και τους πύργους, ναι. Μπορεί να θέλει να παίξει με τα δύο, να αποφύγει το βασίλισσα φ1 σαχ. Ναι, θέλει να αποφύγει τα σαχ εδώ. Τώρα δεν υπάρχουν σαχ και φέρνει και το βασιλιά πιο κοντά στα πιόνια σε περίπτωση που αρχίσει να τα σπρώχνει. Έχει πολύ λογική η κίνησή του. Και τι έχουμε? Έχουμε τις αλλαγές, φύγανε οι βασίλισσες από το παιχνίδι. Οκ, για να δούμε. Τελικά έχουν κουραστεί, σίγουρα. Μετά τις αλλαγές, με τα λευκά κινητοποιήσουν το πλεονέκτημα των πιονιών τους, έχουν σοβαρό πλεονέκτημα. Για να δούμε. Τα λευκά τώρα έχουν εδώ τα 3 έναντι αυτού του ενός. Τα μαύρα έχουν 4 έναντι 2. Αυτό βέβαια έχει περάσει, αλλά ο βασιλιάς είναι δίπλα, ξέρω εγώ, για να τον μπλοκάρει. Και η πύργη είναι πιο ενεργή αυτή. Οκ, ναι, Z5, αναμενόμενο είναι.
And provoking it all the way up to g4, and then you don't get these breaking possibilities, but it will be in the possession, and white is not just able to enjoy. Clearly, okay, you're gonna push c4, b4, king c3. You have to watch out always for counterplay. King g7, king f6, supporting g5. It can get very messy.
Black could even win this game. So we've been talking about one-way traffic for Ding Liren. Now, with that G5 idea, and Peter, you mentioned this many moons ago, that you could sacrifice one, maybe even two pawns to get some passers. You have a rook on e8 behind a protected pass pawn on e4. I think we have to just quickly bring up a board and show a couple lines, because if white is careless here, let's say you just say, I'm going to play b4 because Robert's been talking about that for a while.
Για σε παλιά πάει και αυτό αφού έφυγαν οι βασίλισσες.
Take on g5. Look at this. Game over. Black would win because there's e3 and f4 and f3 and the rooks are perfectly placed behind those pass pawns, so white's ahead material. But it's
ποιος θα είναι πιο γρήγορος.
Yes, I feel that from white's perspective, h4 is the move that you really want to play. On the board, I believe, yes, of course, h4, just making sure that you control g5
Ναι, τώρα ελέγξεις αυτό
in
εδώ.
all circumstances.
The problem with making a move like h4, while it takes away g5, you're putting your pawns closer to your enemy pieces. So in certain endgames, king g7, instead of going to f6, which...
Για να δούμε, τώρα θα αρχίσουν να μετακινεί από εδώ ο Liren τα πιόνια του λογικά. Πήρε περίεργη τροπή η παρτίδα. 36η κίνηση, εντάξει, έχει 9 λεπτά ο Gukesh, σχεδόν 12 ο Liren. Τα μαύρα θέλουν να κρατήσουν τους πύργους σκακέρα. Ναι, οπωσδήποτε.
Absolutely, I was shocked, yeah, that, okay, because we kind of assume that white has everything under control, so what we don't want to do, to give any kind of counterplay for our opponent. And look at this, Gukesh immediately, also the body language now, he's shaking his chair, he understands that time trouble is approaching,
ναι, εντάξει, θα τον
and then
μπλοκάρεις
getting
εδώ.
the counter chance possibility.
Και τώρα
This
το
is
πιόν είναι
practically
πιο
so
ευάλωτο.
important,
Δεν υπάρχει
yeah,
αυτό να το
that he
υποστηρίζει,
sees that
οπότε
he
αν ο πύργος
can't
έρθει
just
εδώ,
king g7, king
θα έχει
h6
δύο
idea.
πύργους
You can even close your eyes
να
and
το
go,
επιτίθονται, ας πούμε.
and you might even have winning chances. It's a very messy
Ή αν έρθει ο
game.
βασιλιάς.
Now Ding has to watch out in time trouble not to completely lose control of this endgame.
And we saw that Gukesh was shaking, and Ding, we see the feature chat.
Οπότε δεν νομίζω να παίξει τώρα τουλάχιστον
And
ε3.
king g7, not always the easiest move to play, because a check on the 7th rank, is the a pawn loose, can that be captured, is there enough time? c4, c5, b4. We know that the black king is trying to walk forward. And both sides have passed pawns here, Peter. It is an absolute race. Neither player
Βασιλιάς
can
δ1.
see all of the options, and they are
Ενώσεις πριν από αυτή
in
την
some
κίνηση,
serious time
εδώ.
trouble, not to lose on time, but to possibly make
Ναι.
an inaccurate decision
Για να μπλοκάρεις,
that
ξέρω,
could
με το βασιλιά
completely
το
tilt
πιόνι,
the balance of the game.
ενδεχομένως.
Yes, well, just I can highlight some idea like king g7, rook d7 check. I say
Αλλά θέλει
ignore
προσοχή,
it.
έτσι, αν ο
King
βασιλιάς
h6.
είναι εδώ,
I'm
πρέπει να προσέξει εδώ
continuing.
να μην
And for
υπάρξει
example,
κάτι
after
τέτοιο.
rook takes a7,
Μετά έχεις τέτοια
I'm gonna
προβλήματα.
push e3, and after rook e2, I'm gonna go
Αλλά δεν
king
έπαιξε
h5.
αυτό, όπως
I
και να
also
έχει επεξεθεί τα
sacrifice the
4.
h7 pawn with check. And then
Και
king
περιμένουμε τώρα τον
g4,
Gukesh.
and then king f3, I get
Όχι,
your rook on
μετά
e2,
λες.
and my e
Α,
pawn
δούμε,
might
κάτσε να δούμε τι
decide
θα
the
παίξει.
game. It's just razor sharp endgame.
I'm
Ναι.
showing this exact continuation.
Αν μπορείς να
You
φέρεις το
raised
βασιλιά
such a
εδώ,
good
είσαι οκ.
point.
Τώρα αυτό δεν
E3,
υπάρχει.
You stop the passer. King h5. Take another pawn with check. And king to g4. And
Και
you
μετά
see
η
that
πύργη είναι πιο
black
ελεύθερη εδώ.
is winning in this particular endgame.
Αλλά
It's
ίσως
not
θες το
about the
βασιλιά
pawns,
εδώ
but the
να
quality
προχωρήσεις
of the
με αυτά
pawns
μαζί.
that
Ξέρω
you
εγώ
have
από πίσω.
remaining in this
Δεν ξέρω.
e3 pawn. I mean, that's just worth way more than 1 point. Ignore the values. That is too strong, and I think white will have to sacrifice a rook for that pawn just to survive.
Ναι, δεν πειράζει, Τσίλιν, δεν
Right
πειράζει.
now,
Ίσως έχει
Gukesh
και κάποιο
on
λίγο
the
μικρό
clock.
delay,
He's
οπότε.
under 7 minutes.
Το
A move like
G7
king
βασιλιάς
g7,
πολύ
well,
περίπου
is
το
white just
προτιμά
gonna
ο
start
υπολογιστής.
pressing these pawns, pushing them forward
Α,
here. And
ναι,
this is
προτιμάει
what
αυτό.
is
Και
really
μάλιστα
difficult
δίνει και
about
πλεονέκτημα
chess,
στα μαύρα με
is
αυτό.
that unless you're playing daily chess or if you're playing
Γιατί, ας πούμε,
correspondence chess, when
αυτό.
you say, you don't have to make a move for a year, it's all good.
Και
You
μάλιστα
have
εδώ
to
δεν
make the
μπλοκάρει
move
καν.
within the time limit, and you may make
Παίζει
a
εδώ.
very rushed
Αχα.
decision, say pawn to e3, which you should always be tempted by. My coach called the 20% rule, when you could go up to the
Α,
6th
τώρα
rank,
όμως.
you know, your opponent's 3rd rank or further, you always have to consider the move, and about 20% of the time it will be the best choice. I think that's actually a very bad decision, because you're
Γι' αυτό
instead
το
of having a
προτιμάει.
protected pass pawn by another pawn, you're extending it too far, it becomes a quick liability.
Yes, then white blockades it with rook e2, king d3, yeah, beautifully
Χτυπάς
highlighting
εδώ.
with arrows. No, just don't push the e3, I mean the e pawn to e3. King
βασιλιάς είναι
g7,
κοντά
it's very
εδώ.
much in the blitz
μετά έχεις τα
spirit as
πιόνια.
well. Yeah, yeah. You see that, for example, you start pushing c4, b4, c5, but I'm gonna go king g7, king h6, king h5, king g4.
Δεν πειράζει,
And,
συνεννοούμαστε,
it's gonna
Τσίλιν,
be
είμαστε οκ.
hell of a race. I would be more scared actually from the white side because this king on g4 can then
Τώρα υπολογιστής προτιμάει τα μαύρα.
you can even somewhere sacrifice that rook like in the dragon. Yeah, sometimes you see
Λόγω του
those
ε4
positions, we know those endgames, yeah, that black plays a rook down endgame but the pawns are compensating very sharp.
Πω φαντάζει να κερδίσει ο Gukesh μετά από όλο αυτό. Και να πει τι ωραία που δεν έδωσε ισοπαλία, θα λέει μετά.
Does annoy me because the king is really caught offside. You don't necessarily want to take on h4. You could walk into a ladder checkmate. And so, Peter, from a distance at least, king g7, king h6, king h5, you see c4, c5, and
αν πάρεις παλαιό Κινέζο θα είναι καλά. Λες Jim, να φτάσαμε σε αυτό το σημείο πλέον.
With rook to g2. So I'm not saying that this is a bad decision from Gukesh, but we see I think he made a different move over there. Wait, he played e3. That was a move that we both were suggesting.
Έπαιξε ε3.
Yes, it doesn't feel right, but on the other hand, maybe it has a very concrete idea.
Είναι αυτό που είπαμε πριν. Τώρα δεν έχει υποστήριξη από το πιόνι. Τώρα είναι ξεκρέμαστο.
Rook e7, rook e7, king d3, rook f8, and he will insist on going h6, g5 later on by bringing his.
Και ο βασιλιάς μπορεί να έρθει να το απειλήσει. Ή ο πύργος.
Okay, computer also confirms that easily it's not a blunder, it's an absolute normal move we're unsure of, but it's a normal move.
Huge decision there from Gukesh, and objectively, a fine one. And he has 5 minutes left, 36 moves have been played. They need to get to move 40. And rook e2, a quick reply. Which square does the black rook go to? It looks like he's already chosen the e7 square. And now, you know,
εδώ τα λευκά λέει δεν θα πάνε εδώ, ναι.
Question mark given to rook e7. That feels harsh. If we can, I'm just going to go a half step back and look what the better move was. It says rook f6.
Όπα, για να δούμε. Έχουμε ε3, ναι.
It wants some weird way of doubling the rook. So somehow rook e6 instead of rook e7 was better. And maybe, Peter, if I am reading this correctly, it's really hard to parse through the details.
Για να δούμε, θα παιχτεί τώρα γάμα 4.
Get more advanced with the rook on e7.
Ή β4. Τώρα έχει κάποιο χρόνο, έδωσε χρόνο ο Gukesh στον Liren να παίξει εδώ. Είδες, η πίεση του χρόνου, τώρα ο Gukesh δεν είχε πολύ χρόνο να σκεφτεί. 37η κίνηση. Είναι 4 κινήσεις μέχρι την 41η. Για να πάρει έλεγχο χρόνου. Λοιπόν, 5 λεπτά θα διπλώνει προς υπήργους. Ναι, Άλεξ, αυτός είναι ο σκοπός του. Αλλά δίνει χρόνο έτσι στον Liren. Και δεν υπάρχει κάτι να κάνεις και εδώ, ένα breakthrough, κάτι να υποστηρίξει το πιόν αυτό να προχωρήσει. Τώρα μπλοκάρει το δύο πύργοι τους. Ναι. Αυτός θα μείνει εδώ, να μπλοκάρει αυτό. Ένας από αυτούς πρέπει να κάθεται εδώ να το υποστηρίζει και ίσως και δεύτερος, ανάλογα.
Rook e8, c4, maybe works out just fine, but is king d3 actually beneficial to you?
Λέω τώρα, αν ο βασιλιάς αυτός καταφέρει να πάει εδώ, καλά, θέλει βέβαια 10 κινήσεις, αλλά άμα ήταν εδώ, ας πούμε, θα ήταν οι δύο πύργοι εδώ, κολλημένοι και αυτός θα ήταν ελεύθερος. Ή θα μπορούσε να έρθει εδώ και να το φας. Αλλά εντάξει, ναι, για να πας εδώ θες 15 χρόνια.
Yes, I also feel like you just don't have time because for example, king d3, rook e8, white already pushes something like b4 or c4, and after rook e4 you are just wasting way too much time. Yeah, finally we trade the e3 pawn for the f4 pawn. You still have to move that rook from f4 by taking the h4 pawn. How many tempos do you give?
Το τετράγωνο δέλτα 3 το θέλουν για το βασιλιά τους, τα λευκά. Εδώ είναι και κοντά στα πιόνια, μπορεί να παίξεις και γάμα 4, β4, μετά γάμα 5. Δηλαδή αν καταφέρεις να φέρεις αυτά τα πιόνια εδώ, νομίζω ότι θα υπάρχει μεγάλο πρόβλημα για τα μαύρα. Για να δούμε, βασιλιάς δέλτα 3. Μία κίνηση εδώ τη βρίσκει ουσιαστικά, ναι εντάξει, γιατί πέφτει το πιόνι και από εδώ βλέπουμε τώρα. Τώρα ας πούμε εδώ αυτό δεν λειτουργεί. Ναι. Τι έχουν τα μαύρα εδώ.
And this is also kind of a slightly nightmarish scenario, yeah, that you would prefer that one move is clearly stronger than the other, obviously, and then you can make this move a tempo.
You know, Peter, I just had a thought here. While I'm looking at this position, looking at Ding, one reason why king d3, and we see objectively it was fine, but one reason we don't love the location of the king is in some positions you'd want on
Όταν παίξει γάμα
E1 to be in
4,
front of the pawn. The rook on E2 is stuck
θα
right
πρέπει να
now.
βρουν
It's
παιχνίδι
immobilized.
εδώ, με
Because
βασιλιά,
with these
ξέρω εγώ.
rooks on the E file doubled, if this rook were to ever move, say right now,
Εδώ.
E2 would then win the game.
Όχι,
But if the
γιατί
king had gone back to D1
προλαβαίνουν
in
τα
some
μαύρα.
parallel
Όντως.
universe, then E2 wasn't so threatening because the king could sit in front of the passer. So I'm wondering if maybe king D3 was premature. The evaluation has remained the same, but it may prevent certain options from being played because the rook is stuck there on
Πώς
E2.
συνεχίζεις τώρα?
On the other hand, I don't really see any real scenario when white would have allowed that pawn to advance anyway, and with going king d1, it's a little bit too passive. As well, I'm worried anyway that black will eventually go h6 g5 at some point, creating another passer. I feel like king
Οπότε
d3
προλαβαίνουν
is
τα
fine.
μαύρα εδώ να
I
κάνουν
also
αυτό άμα
would
πας
like
να παίξεις
to
εδώ έτσι.
add one little remark to rook f8 given an exclamation
Για να
mark by
λέτε,
the computer.
ας
Just
επιστρέψουμε
feel like
πίσω.
because the computer was harsh with rook e7, it felt like
Προλαβαίνει να
it needs
γυρίσει
to
χρόνο ο
balance it
Gukesh.
out. Yeah,
Ναι,
just
ναι,
to
προλαβαίνει,
compensate.
προλαβαίνει,
Yes, I'm
Άλεξ.
correcting my mistake.
Τρεις κινήσεις
These
είναι,
two moves are
άνετα.
absolutely fine.
Κούσα ξεκίνησε ο γρηγορότερος κερδίζει. Όντως, Ανδρέα. Για ποιο λόγο θαυμαστικό όμως? Εδώ. Γιατί δεν έχει άλλη καλή κίνηση. Ας πούμε. Γιατί με οτιδήποτε άλλο χάνεις αυτό το πιόνι. Οπότε άμα χάσεις αυτό το πιόνι, έχεις πρόβλημα. Γι' αυτό δίνει θαυμαστικό. Φαίνεται η ιδέα της θέσης να ήταν γρήγορο παιχνίδι για τα μαύρα πλευρά του βασιλιά. Ναι. Ναι, Τζιμ. Θέλει τρελό μέτρημα αυτό, όντως. Τι παίχτηκε?
Yes. Well, it's certainly a move I did not see coming.
Ναι, όντως.
Is this an attacking or a defensive move? This is what I'm
Τι είναι
trying
αυτή η
to
κίνηση που παίζει ο
understand.
Κινέζος?
I'm not sure what to make of it.
Ο υπολογιστής δεν κινήθηκε καν, ξέρω. Τι κίνηση ήταν αυτή?
Think defensive because now these king marches won't come at the cost of a potential pawn here. But he's also maybe giving himself an opportunity to trade on g6 and play a rook d6 and maybe hit at that pawn because there might be some positions, Peter, where you allow the black pawn to push forward, but you get enough checks with your rooks, and that way you are not as frozen. But I don't pretend to foresee what's going to happen, and I would have been focused on the other side.
Yes, exactly, because somehow the feeling was that black anyway wants to activate the king. The king would love to go to f6.
39η είμαστε έτσι. Έπαιξε. Το έφαγε, ναι. Δεν το τρώει. Τώρα έχει φτιάξει ελεύθερο πιόνι εδώ.
Wow. So he wants to push h4, h3, h2.
Άρα τώρα πρέπει να παίξει γρήγορα ο Liren. Κάτι είχε σκεφτεί για να το παίξει αυτό.
That is a big decision here, Peter, because black's pawn structure is now ruined. So if white is able to quickly grab this f5 pawn, then black seems to be in some big trouble. So do you have enough time to throw?
Αλλά άμα φύγει ο πύργος εδώ, ανοίγουν τα σάχ.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Intuitively, I'm not liking it, but I also see the level bar in front of me.
Βέβαια τώρα μπορείς να το βάλεις από πίσω. Αλλά μετά έχεις πρόβλημα εδώ, ξέρω εγώ. Δεν ξέρω τι θέση είναι αυτή. Όντως. Αυτό έπαιξε, πύργο Δ5. Λοιπόν, πύργο στο Δ5, ναι, σύμπλικ, αυτό ήταν τελικά. Θέλει Θ6. Πριν εννοούσες εδώ, ναι, ενδεχομένως. Καλή κίνηση, κρατάει τα πιόνια σε μια στήλη και δεν θα προχωρήσουν. Για να δούμε. Άμα το φάει, πάει σάχ και μπλοκάρει πιόνι με το βασιλιά. Εδώ εννοείς πάει σάχ. Εννοείς εδώ άμα φάει αυτό. Ναι, άμα φάει εδώ. Όπα, Θ4. Ωραία, τώρα θα πήραν και έλεγχο χρόνου, έτσι. Φτάσαμε 40 κίνηση, από την 41η ξεκινάει έλεγχος χρόνου. Και τώρα έχουν και προσάυξηση, πριν δεν είχαν προσάυξηση. Τώρα έχουν 30 δευτερόλεπτα πρέπει να είναι. Οπότε τα τελευταία 30 κάτι λεπτά που έχουν, θα έχουν και την προσάυξηση. Θα έχουν περισσότερο, δηλαδή, περισσότερη άνεση. Λοιπόν, για να δούμε τώρα.
But Gukesh is relying on his passers, not just one anymore,
but a
to help him maybe not even just hold the balance.
Άμα φάει και δώσει σάχ.
Gukesh to even play for more.
Πάει πίσω.
Really impressive decision by Gukesh, sensing that he can take g takes h5. I'm still kind of puzzled why Ding pushed h5, because it was absolutely unnecessary. Your suggestion of advancing the queen was much more natural. And then also Gukesh's reaction of taking g takes h5 quite quickly, as if he has sensed that h5 might be a move. Now we are seeing lines that
όχι, εννοούσα εκεί που έφαγε ο Gukesh, αν μπορούσε να κάνει σάχ ο Liren. Εδώ εννοούσες, αν μπορούσε να κάνει σάχ ο Liren και να μπλοκάρει το πιόνι με τον βασιλιά. Α, και αφού αντιμετωπιστεί το σάχ, ξέρω εγώ, να μπλοκάρει εδώ. Ναι, θα μπορούσε. Θα μπορούσε. Και ενδεχομένως μετά να έπαιζε και κάτι τέτοιο.
Dissect from these last few moves. H4 is black's 40th. Gukesh, just like Ding, can now walk around, try to stretch those weary legs and try to just concentrate on what's to come. John, what a turn of events we have here as we bring back the sergeant. And, you know, it's just incredible to see the decision making with just a few minutes on the clock to take that pawn on h5. First to offer it, then for black to take it and ruin his pawn structure.
I can't make heads nor tails of what's going on at the moment, Robert, if I'm honest with you. I was surprised by the queen trade after we went to such lengths to avoid it before. And that's me thinking, okay, maybe there's not much left to try here. And then, of course, completely wrong. h5 coming in. We now have the black pawn structure in tatters, but with the rook significantly better connected than they were before. It's very clear that there's still quite a lot to, like you said, dissect in this position to analyze. Keith, how much of this is the development on the psychological play we saw earlier when we were trying to dodge the queen trade? Are Ding
Αυτά τα δύο είναι απομονωμένα πιόνια. Αυτά είναι δύο διπλωμένα πιόνια. Τα λευκά έχουν αυτό εδώ, αλλά είναι πολύ πίσω αυτά τα πιόνια. Είναι αρκετά πίσω. Δεν είναι, ξέρω εγώ, εδώ μπροστά.
Because it's certainly a big improvement compared to what happened after he refused the repetition.
Τώρα πάντως έχουν χρόνο.
And I believe also we can speak in the name of the chess world. Everybody roots for Gukesh to survive this game, yeah, right? Because he avoided the repetition. He is delivering this incredible battle that we are witnessing. Probably Ding's fans disagree because Ding had the chance maybe to get more out of it. But I think the whole chess world would be quite satisfied with a very hard-fought draw.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. At the end of the day, no matter which camp you're supporting, Gukesh chose to decline the repetition and is the one trying to find extra nuances in the position to potentially convert. So very, very exciting stuff here as we close out the weekend. It's Black Friday weekend as well, of course, which means it's going to be your final opportunity to hook yourselves up with 50% off premium memberships after a 7-day free trial. So that's half off, unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, ad-free gameplay, and a whole bunch more. The players have now reached the time control, so you have a little bit of time to go to go.chess.com/BlackFriday24 or use !Black Friday in chat to cash in.
Το πιόνι στο θ φαίνεται χαμένο αυτό,
When we come back, the players have made the time control. Let's see how this rook ending will unfold.
Θ3. Ναι, θα πάει από πίσω. Οπότε μετά θα το φάει κάποια στιγμή. Και άμα το φάει εδώ, υπάρχει πρόβλημα, γιατί άμα φάει εδώ, εντάξει, παίζει με σάχ, θα το διώξει το βασιλιά, αλλά θα πρέπει να φέρει τον πίσω, τον πύργο, πίσω. Δεν νομίζω ότι συμφέρει. Ο Liren προσπαθεί να ξεκαθαρίσει την κατάσταση στην πτέρυγα του βασιλιά για να επικεντρωθεί στην πορεία του εμπειρών στην πτέρυγα βασίλισσας. Ναι, κάτι τέτοιο. Το θέμα είναι όμως μήπως έχει αργήσει. Μήπως έπρεπε ήδη να έχει προχωρήσει λίγο με τα πιόνια στην πτέρυγα της βασίλισσας. Τώρα δεν ξέρω αν θα έχει χρόνο να το κάνει αυτό. Γιατί έχει όντως δύο ελεύθερα ο μαύρος. Δηλαδή ο πύργος εδώ πρέπει να προσέχει αυτό. Εντάξει, αυτό είναι ένας κίνδυνος που τώρα αντιμετωπίζεται εύκολα, αλλά πρέπει ο πύργος να έχει το νου του, οπότε δεν έχει πολύ χρόνο ίσως. Αυτός έχει τους πύργους, μπορεί να σου δώσει κάποιο σαχ και μετά κατά πάσα πιθανότητα θα θέλει να φέρει το βασιλιά του πιο κοντά εδώ. Αν καταφέρει να διώξει τον πύργο και μετά να προχωρήσει. Ο βασιλιάς του είναι σε πιο ενεργή θέση. Ναι, πρέπει να ενεργοποιήσει το βασιλιά του ο Gukesh.
Good chances, and then also I think my technique was quite pretty much close to perfect. I would say like.
Εντάξει, δεν μπορεί να προχωρήσει κιόλας ιδιαίτερα. Υπάρχουν τα σαχ, ξέρω εγώ.
Yes, very, very good. Impressive. And then the final game?
Oh, I've seen this game. I've surely seen this game, but I can't recall who played it. Is it Magnus?
Yes, it's Magnus when he became Grandmaster in 2004.
In the Dubai Open?
Correct, yeah.
Dubai Open. Trying to think who he fought. Deepan, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. And now the accuracy score of this game?
For sure, a very beautiful game, but I can't see any clear mistakes. So let's say 97, 90.
Yes, it was actually 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, 100% accuracy from Magnus in that game.
Yeah, seems like a perfect game.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz. Chess in its most thrilling form.
Λοιπόν, ο βασιλιάς του Gukesh με ένα σαχ πάει υποχρεωτικά στη γωνία. Κάτσε το κάνω τώρα, πας και δεν δώσουμε τίποτα. Ο βασιλιάς του Gukesh με ένα σαχ πάει υποχρεωτικά στη γωνία. Όπα. Φαίνεται να νικάει ο Κινέζος στο ελεύθερο πιόνι στο βασιλιά. Τρώγεται, βασιλιάς εκτεθειμένος και αριστερή πολυφιλοφού δεμένη για πρόθεση. Για να δούμε φωνικέ. Αυτό είναι το σκεπτικό του Liren. Αυτό ήθελε να κάνει προφανώς εδώ. Χάλασε την πιονοδομή του μαύρου εδώ, με αυτή την κίνηση. Μετά σκέφτηκε θα μπορέσω να φάω αυτά τα πιόνια εύκολα. Και έχω και αυτό που μπορεί να είναι μπελάς κάποια στιγμή για τα μαύρα. Και όχι μόνο μπελάς. Κλείνουν και αυτήν εδώ. Οπότε ναι, για να δούμε. Πάντως, αν κρίνουμε με βάση το χρόνο, το προβάδισμα το ψυχολογικό τουλάχιστον το έχει ο Liren αυτή τη στιγμή. Φαίνεται να ξέρει τι κάνει κάπως περισσότερο. Για να δούμε. Ο Gukesh έχει μπει σε βαθιά σκέψη τώρα. Μελετάει προφανώς τι θα παίξει μετά τα σαχ, γιατί το πιο πιθανό θα δώσει κάποια από τα σαχ. Τώρα θα είναι από εδώ, θα είναι από εδώ. Απλά αυτό μάλλον. Δηλαδή να δώσεις το σαχ και αφού κινηθεί να παίξει βασιλιά. Οπότε αν τυχόν σου δώσει σαχ, να μην χρειαστεί να πας πίσω, ξέρω. Ενδεχομένως να πας εδώ ή θα υπάρχει κανένα πρόβλημα μετά με τον πύργο. Ναι, μετά μάλλον θα μπορεί να υπάρχει. Όχι, μετά θα υπάρχει πρόβλημα. Για να δούμε. Αν κάνει ο λευκός έναν κύκλο με τον πύργο του, ζήτα 5. Ναι. Φάει το πιόνι του στα 4. Και καταλήξει στο ζήτα 3. Εδώ. Ίσως μπορούσε να προωθήσει το πιόνι του ζήτα 4 να αναγκάσει ένα μαύρο πύργο να το κρατήσει. Ναι, είναι και αυτό το πιόνι είναι asset για τα λευκά. Και επίσης κλείνει πάντα το ένα τέτοιο, ας πούμε, για τους πύργους του μαύρου. Δεν τους το επιτρέπει. Αλλά μετά πάει επανάληψη κινήσεων γιατί ο πύργος πρέπει να επιστρέψει. Ναι, λες μετά το σαχ. Ναι, ο πύργος πρέπει να επιστρέψει μάλλον. Γιατί άμα ο πύργος είναι εδώ και μπλοκάρεις με το βασιλιά, μετά αυτός μπορεί να επιτεθεί σε αυτά, ξέρω εγώ, και τι θα παίξεις. Θα είναι λίγο περίεργη μετά η φάση εδώ να παίξεις μετά β4. Μετά θα πρέπει να κοιτάξει αυτό πώς θα υποστηρίξει και ούτω καθεξής. Πύργος ε4, ώστε να μπορεί να πάει στην θ. Πύργος ε, λες για την κίνηση του Gukesh τώρα, έτσι. Πύργος ε4, ούτως ώστε να μην μπορεί να πάει στην θ και να φάει. Για να απειλεί αυτό λες. Και αν πύργος Ητα5 σαχ, ναι. Βασιλιάς Δ7. Πύργος Ητα4. Και μετά εδώ. Ναι. Μετά θα πάει εδώ βέβαια να στο απειλήσει έτσι. Τα δύο. Πάλι θα πέσει βέβαια το πιόνι αυτό. Και μετά, αν ο βασιλιάς είναι εδώ, είναι και αυτό πρόβλημα. Αλλά δεν έφασε εδώ. Υπάρχει αυτό. Και είναι προβληματική η θέση μετά. Για τα μαύρα. Λοιπόν, επιστρέφοντας, το κομπιούτερ δίνει ισοπαλία σε άνθρωπο που δεν φαίνεται να είναι εύκολο. Όχι, σίγουρα σε άνθρωπο δεν είναι καθόλου εύκολο. Γεννήσεις υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές. Εδώ βλέπουμε ότι η θεωρία της μπαταρίας πύργων δεν είναι τόσο καλή όσο θεωρείται. Πάντα εξαρτάται από τη θέση. Πάντα εξαρτάται από τη θέση. Λοιπόν, έχουμε κινήσεις. Λοιπόν, κάτσε γιατί είχαμε κοιτάρει εδώ. Είχαμε πύργο Δ7, ναι, σαχ, βασιλιάς στο γ2. Και τώρα πάλι σε σκέψη ο Gukesh να δούμε πώς θα συνεχίσει. Το σκεπτικό ναι είναι όντως αν μπορέσει να φέρει το βασιλιά του κοντά σε αυτό το πιόνι.
Trying to understand that is something like rook g7 a good idea, yeah, that now that we kick the king away to try to activate the rook, and then if rook h5 then we always have rook g4 protecting the h4 pawn and counter-attacking the f4 pawn, and very important detail that if white then trades with rook g5, yeah, because one could argue that then the e3 pawn will fall, but then thanks to the h3 pawn, yeah, so we take king g7. For example, king d3, h3. White is unable to capture any of the pawns because then the h pawn wins. And now we are, yes, just to highlight, suddenly this g takes h5 pawn wins the game. And otherwise we are just coming with the king, king g6, king take g5, and we might win the game. So this puts also some pressure on white. And if white feels like, okay, there is too much pressure, I cannot play for a win, then he can always play.
Όσοι δεν έχετε κάνει like, κάντε like στο βίντεο και εγγραφή όσοι δεν έχετε κάνει στο κανάλι. Βοηθάει πολύ.
Of course, then white has to do it earlier, not here. What is your take, Robert? Am I talking total nonsense or does it make sense?
It makes perfect sense. And I'm wondering now who wants to play on, because in one of the variations here, let's say after king c2, rook g7, rook h5, very natural move, rook g4. What about king d3 here? I mean, this e3 pawn's under attack. You can get f4, but after rook takes
Έχει και το πλεονέκτημα χρόνου ο Liren, 33 με 22.
The potential of white's passers more threatening than black's double isolated pawns?
Yes, but do I have maybe rook d8 check then? Try to harass your king, or I can't do that?
Rook f4, you're saying rook e3 and rook d8 check. The king doesn't get to hide as much as it would like. Can't. King c2, you're going to keep giving checks, right?
Then I give you check, yeah, exactly.
Okay, and then you're going to go rook to b8. If king goes out to b3, that feels frustrating. So you're saying king e2, and then?
Yes, but then I feel like I should also get counterplay. I don't know if rook g4, rook g2 idea, or something. It feels that it should be enough for a draw, but I understand that white is risking absolutely nothing.
And even here, rook
Gukesh
e7.
χάνει
I
χρόνο,
can
ναι.
give up b2 and start
Είναι
going
αρκετά
on
πίσω
the
στο χρόνο.
offensive. And this is how games turn very quickly. The
Ισοπαλία θα
evaluation
πάει σίγουρα, εκτός
remains
αν δεν κουνήσει
level.
βασιλιά ο
So to be
Gukesh,
very
αλλιώς θα
clear
νικήσει
to
ο Ding.
everybody,
Για να δούμε.
both players play the best move at every turn. The game, just like the start of chess,
Πάντως για την ώρα τον χρόνο τον έχει με το μέρος του ο Liren.
so complex.
Και άμα θυμόσαστε στην πρώτη παρτίδα, αυτό που είχε πει και ο Liren, ότι όταν ο Gukesh βρίσκεται υποποίηση του χρόνου δεν παίζει καλά. Οπότε ενδεχομένως κάποια στιγμή ο Gukesh να παίξει λάθος. Και εκεί αυτό να εκμεταλλευτεί ο Liren και να κερδίσει. Για να δούμε.
So, Peter, I do feel nervous about this kind of endgame because you want that off ramp. You often
Αυτά τα
want
φινάλε
to say,
πύργων,
okay, I know I can force a draw if I need to. I don't see that here.
Yes, that was my feeling that black steel has to show.
Είναι μεγάλη αδυναμία πάντως στα πιόνια του μαύρου, κοίτα εδώ. Είναι τελείως ασύνδετα μεταξύ τους. Μεγάλο πρόβλημα αυτή για μαύρα.
With the rook g7, rook g4, I did slightly out of desperation, yeah, because I just see that white wants to go rook h5, and how do we stop this idea? And this rook g7, rook g4. I think that Gukesh is absolutely doing the right thing. Also, after this time control, yeah, you have to slow down, and that's why I feel that this is the so-called FIDE time control, yeah, that the old classical time control would give the players 1 hour each after move 40. Yeah, that's the real time classical time control for the next 20 moves, and then 15 minutes after move 60, and only then with increment. Yeah, but FIDE is shortening the time control. This is also another first World Championship match, I believe, using this shortened classical time control. And so far, till move 40, we haven't really seen any real differences that, okay, yes, you can lose on time or not, but white has the 2 hours, the normal classical 2 hours for 40 moves. And the match has never really reached move 40 with tension. Yeah, this is the very first time in this match that we see that this new time control can in fact influence things.
And you can see that there is tension here, and Gukesh, he's trying to will his way, I think, back towards a half point. He was ambitious. He declined an immediate draw when he could have had one. He played on. The queens were dancing about the board, avoiding each other, then in contact with one another.
Ο Gukesh
Ding,
δεν κάνει στα rapid και blitz και έφερε να παίξει στο πίσω χρόνο. Ναι, Άλεξ. Αυτό είχε δηλώσει κιόλας ο Liren και αυτό θέλει να εκμεταλλευτεί τώρα. Α6, waiting move.
We already weren't sure about that, but the evaluation didn't change. And then pawn takes h5. I do want to just dial back a few turns because I think it's an important moment to revisit where
Αλλά το waiting move την δυνατότητα στα λευκά να προχωρήσουν κι αυτά. Δεν θες να τους δώσεις χρόνο να προχωρήσουν. Όσο δεν προχωρούν αυτά τα πιόνια, είναι ok.
Well, I would love to
Λοιπόν,
get into
έπαιξε.
the details, but I believe that Gukesh has
Λοιπόν,
just
ok,
made his
πήγε
choice,
βασιλιά Είτε
and
7.
he played the move King G7, so let's go back to the
Και
current
τώρα
position.
έχει πολλές
We don't
επιλογές
have
ο
enough time to
Liren.
talk about. And the computer confirms, so bravo. What does it tells us? That after rook h5, he is willingly giving up the h4 pawn, saying that this pawn is not that important. How exactly?
Is he bringing his king up, just like in one of the earlier positions where if you take king f5, that this king is trying to enter?
Ναι, εγώ αυτό θα έκανα.
Wow.
Άμα φύγει αυτό το πιόνι, μεγάλος μπελάς. Και όχι μόνο αυτό. Μετά μπορώ να έρθω εδώ.
I always like to look at the players, how they behave. He made his move, and look at this. He's walking behind his chair, signaling that I have figured it out. I know exactly what's going on. I have nothing to worry about. And probably then white will have nothing better than to settle on a draw.
Wow. I think part of it is a
Γιατί όμως ισοπαλία, αν πάω εδώ...
There are many decisions made by Gukesh that I wouldn't dream of playing, but these are the types of moves that have helped him become the star he is today. And rook g2 check,
Βασιλιάς δεν μπορεί να ξανάρθει.
has the blue arrow. It's the only move that is acceptable here. If you go up to h6, you get immediately checkmated. There was rook f6 and rook
Οπότε ό,τι γίνει μετά με αυτά...
Oh, we might just see an immediate draw here because king g7, rook g2 check. We might get a repetition of moves. So a really well-played game. Risks have been taken, but Peter, this might be the time where the game is coming to a natural conclusion.
Yes, I was immediately very impressed by king g7. And then when I also saw that how Gukesh is standing up and walking behind his chair, it was obvious for me. Yeah, you do this when you feel like everything is under control now. And King G7 on the board. Ding has also kind of anticipated the move King G7. Otherwise, you don't blitz out Rook G2. But please, you highlighted already, told about this checkmate. Please put it on the board after Rook G2 check King H6. I think our viewers would really like to see that. Why you cannot get active with the king.
I'm showing it right now on the board. This has not happened, but I'm just trying to show you why the king can't go forward as you might want to, because Rook F6 check, and then Rook G5 checkmate. So this is not the live position. Of course, there's not going to be a walk into the checkmate, but that's why the king is forced back to the corner. So as you do look at this moment here, Peter, White can force this draw.
Θα φάει πολύ χρόνο το Liren εδώ νομίζω.
But is there a possibility that it's now Ding who says no 3-time repetition for you? Can he push his c-pawn and start trying to use that as a weapon?
Well, but then you give up the chance of going for the repetition. And the big question is that, for example, you push c4, I go king g6. I force you to give rook g5 check. I'm going to go king f6. And then I'm going to kick you with h6. Rook h5, I'm going to go king g6. Rook takes h4, king f5. And again, go for the same idea with activating the king, this king e4, king f3, as you highlighted. And in this race, I feel like this c-pawn is still far away. It does not really influence the outcome.
I'm just going to put all that you've been saying
Μάλλον θα
up
πάμε
here.
ισοπαλία.
So you're saying if c4, king g6, check,
Τώρα αν θέλει
king to
ισοπαλία, θέλει
f6.
λευκός παίρνει
And
πύργος
if you were trying
ε5.
to continue pushing forward with the pawn here, you thought that the rook would get kicked out and the black king is trying to go forward.
Πριν παίξει ο Gukesh, το γράψες.
Yes, I just wanted to illustrate. Yeah, h6, rook h5, king g6. Yeah, just to show the idea. Yeah, rook takes h4, king f5, and again, thanks to this active king, maybe black can even play better, but this comes to mind because we are comparing the lines that we talked before.
Giving up multiple pawns, but just saying, my king is so active that it's full compensation for the sacrifice material. This is the nature of this endgame, and we just saw some
But forget about all this. Rook g2 check has been played, king h8, rook e2. It's going to be 3-4 repetition. What a game it was.
Wow, so many twists and turns. One declined repetition.
Είδα την παρτίδα Θεοδόρου Καρόνα χθες. Άλεξ, την κοίταξα γρήγορα. Το μέρο παρτίδα είναι στο έρο. Θα την ανεβάσω κάποια στιγμή και αυτή, ναι. Είναι στο σχέδια. Παίχτηκε πήρε στο ε2, γάμα 4. Ναι, έχουμε ισοπαλία. Δεν έπαιξε, όχι, δεν το δοκίμασα γιατί υπήρχε αυτό. Και αν δώσει σαχ πήγαινε εδώ και μετά έχει αυτό για να διώξει τον πύργο σου. Οπότε είχαμε ισοπαλία πάλι. Τα κατάφερε ο Ινδός μετά αφού είχε θέση δύσκολη να πάρει την ισοπαλία. Μάλιστα.
I have a feeling we'll be talking about the psychological impact of today's game for quite some time. Yes, Gukesh could have agreed to make a draw a very long time ago. He went out of his way not to do that and continued fighting on.
Εντάξει, μην ξεχνάμε βέβαια ότι ο πρώτος που έδωσε ισοπαλία εδώ ήταν όντως ο Liren, Ποια ήταν η θέση?
Absolutely. Yeah, the chessboard loves it. This is why we are also so thrilled. Yeah, imagine that the repetition would have taken place 2 hours ago. Then we say, yes, okay, missed opportunity by Ding.
Εδώ.
Gukesh defended well.
Μην ξεχνάμε ότι εδώ μπορούσε να δώσει ισοπαλία ο Gukesh, αν πήγαινε πίσω τη Βασίλισσα. Αλλά είπε όχι και έπαιξε Βασίλισσα θήτα 4. 26η κίνηση.
But finally, chessboard really benefited from it because we have witnessed an incredible fight and this queen b5, queen e2, queen f3.
Τελικά έγινε αυτό που λέγαμε με τσέκα από διαφορετικά γωνία και επιστροφή πύργου. Ναι, κρίθηκε στις Βασίλισσες. Κρίμα, δεν φαίνεται να έχει το mentality. Έχει πολύ άγχος εσύ, παίζει με πολύ άγχος, δεν μπορώ να καταλάβω. Πνίγεται μόνος. Εγώ δεν μπορώ να καταλάβω πιο πριν, άμα πάμε πιο πριν που το έχασε. Αυτό θα θέλω να δώσω τέτοιο. Μετά από εδώ. Δηλαδή εδώ ξόδεψε 43 λεπτά. Δείτε εδώ το χρόνο. Δες εδώ, από 1,53 έπεσε ένα 10. Πώς γίνεται να μην είναι μες στην προετοιμασία του ακόμα? Τον μπέρδεψε τόσο πολύ Βασίλισσα στο Z5. Δηλαδή η προετοιμασία του ήταν μόνο γιατί προφανώς στην προετοιμασία έβλεπε τις βαρέτες του υπολογιστή. Το πήρε ως Β8. Είχε προετοιμαστεί γι' αυτό.
It's pinning the pawn on c5. The queen is not defended. Knight e4, knight f to d2. It's an important move because if you move the other knight to d2 in many variations, the knight on f3 could actually be attacked. It's some opening theory. We could dive so much longer into those details, but we're going to get into the meat of this game.
Κλειδιά του πορτοφολιού. Τις έχω γράψει, Τσίλιν. Τις έχω γράψει στο τετράδιο.
Gukesh knew what to do. Queen g6.
Ισχύει Gukesh μάγκας. Ναι, όχι, σήμερα Gukesh όντως αρνήθηκε την ισοπαλία και έπαιξε παλικαρίσια μετά. Και ήταν υποπίεση έτσι. Ευχαριστώ πάλι για το κόντο, καλή συνέχεια σε όλους. Να είσαι καλά, Lord. Να είσαι καλά. Εγώ ευχαριστώ για την παρέα, παιδιά, και για τη στήριξη. Κάντε εγγραφή όσοι δεν έχετε κάνει, παιδες.
Open lines in front of enemy kings. The b file for black, the g file for white. As with the f file,
games are
super messy. So as the game went on, rook to b8, saying your knight can't take on e4. That would be checkmate in 1. Don't blunder that, everyone at home. We saw the knight come to c4 instead, protecting b2. After bishop e6, rook d2 is the only move, given that little exclamation point.
Okay.
Queen f3, rook e1. All of white's pieces are defended. The bishop trades for the knight, and after queen takes, here we talked at length about this queen f5 move, a very human decision, and it caused Ding Liren to slow down. He was within his preparation. Rook b to d8, a half turn ago. That, I think, is the engine's first line, a very difficult find over the board. Gukesh wasn't playing that. Queen f5.
Να το, εδώ, αυτό το σημείο. Μάλλον έχει προετοιμαστεί γι' αυτό και όχι για το Βασίλισσα. Το μόνο που μπορώ να σκεφτώ. Περίεργο όμως, είναι δυνατόν σε μια θέση να παίξει τουλάχιστον να μην έχει προετοιμαστεί για τις top 3. Δηλαδή να πάω λίγο πίσω. Εδώ. Εδώ. Οι top 3 είναι Ασές F8, Z5 και Θ6, ας πούμε. Αυτής της έκδοσης. Φαντάζομαι αυτές θα είναι οι δύο top. Οπότε το Βασίλισσα Z5 πρέπει να το έχει προετοιμάσει. Φάνηκε όμως ότι δεν έχει προετοιμάσει κάτι. Όχι, δεν έχει ρεπό αύριο. Ρεπό έχει την Τρίτη και αύριο έχει παρτίδα, Γιάννη. Νομίζω. Αύριο μέρα ξεκούρασης. Όχι, παιδιά, για μισό λεπτό να δω. Το έχω δει λάθος.
The white queen will sacrifice itself for the two rooks. Then we get an imbalance that will be hard to properly assess. Queen e5 played, rook to e8, protecting and attacking the e5 queen, but protecting the e4 pawn. The queen slides back to g3. And once again, Gukesh says, no, I'm not just going to simplify matters. Queen h5. And as the game continues here, white has the advantage. And this was another critical moment. Queen slides to b5. If not for queen b5, this rook is going to d7. Black
ναι, έχετε δίκιο. Λάθος τα είδα. Όχι, έχετε δίκιο. Δεν το είδα καλά. Αύριο είναι 2 του μήνα, έτσι, δεν είναι, ναι. Αύριο έχει ρεπό πάλι. Όντως. Έχετε δίκιο, παιδες. Ωραία, οπότε θα δούμε και κατά πόσα πιθανότητα και την παρτίδα του Θεοδόρου. Ναι, αύριο ρεπό. Μέρα ξεκούρασης, οπότε θα έχω χρόνο να ετοιμάσω και την παρτίδα του Θεοδόρου, κατά πάσα πιθανότητα. Κοίτα, David, δεν ήταν άσχημη παρτίδα. Ωραία ήταν. Και μάλιστα αυτό το άνοιγμα εγώ δεν έχω ξαναδεί κάτι τέτοιο. Μου άρεσε πάρα πολύ. Εγώ ευχαριστώ, Γιώργο, εγώ ευχαριστώ. Όσοι θέλετε, παιδιά, καθίστε να δούμε και τη συνέντευξη τύπου. Νομίζω θα ξεκινήσει σύντομα, όπως και χθες. Όσοι δεν έχετε κουραστεί. Είμαι περίεργος να δω τι θα πει ο Liren εκεί για την προετοιμασία του. Λοιπόν, ψάξε κανάλι 21 για το Bitcoin, εξαιρετικό ελληνικό κανάλι. Κανάλι 21. Δεν έχω ιδέα τι είναι αυτό. Θα σημειώνω αυτό που μου λες, για να τα κοιτάξω μετά.
But as we saw in the game, there wasn't much more to it. H4, running forward, rook d7, and then king g7. I'm going to go ahead, give that an exclamation point, because I thought other variations saw black in trouble after king to g7. The point is after rook to h5, you play king g6, giving up h4 for king f5, king e4, and king f3. So the extra material is not that meaningful here. It's the activity of the black king. It's about pawn quality, not quantity here in the endgame. So instead of all this, we saw that Ding, he wanted no more of it, rook g2, and now that the repetition is here, it was made. The game ends as a draw, a 3-time repetition. Risky choices by Gukesh. So many details to explore, but I think that he can breathe a sigh of relief and get some rest and relaxation tomorrow, as it is a rest day. The score is 3-3. The match is tied, and we are just about to enter the halfway point of this match between Ding Liren, the world champion, and his challenger, Gukesh Dommaraju.
Thank you so much for that, Robert. An extremely entertaining game where, despite things looking like they were going to be quiet, and despite a draw effectively being offered multiple times, we got to see some probing, some fighting chess, and Gukesh in particular asking some serious questions of Ding Liren. I've got no doubt that this press conference is going to be very, very interesting.
Ποιο παιχνίδι θεωρείς το πιο ωραίο από τα έξω ως τώρα? Εγώ νομίζω το πρώτο. Ναι, το πρώτο. Όχι επειδή κέρδισε ο Liren, αλλά ήταν ο τρόπος ήταν ωραίος. Και εγώ το πρώτο θα έλεγα. Συμφωνώ, Γιάννη. Και αν εξαιρέσει τη δεύτερη, νομίζω δεν ήταν άσχημες παρτίδες γενικότερα. Εντάξει, έχουμε αρκετές ισοπαλίες, αλλά πρώτον είναι τελικός του Παγκοσμίου που είναι αναμενόμενο, και δεύτερον οι ισοπαλίες δεν ήταν όμως χάλια παρτίδες. Ας πούμε η σημερινή, εγώ δεν θα την έλεγα ότι ήταν άσχημη. Δεν ήταν μια ξερή ισοπαλία βαρετή. Είχε τις συγκινήσεις της, είχε ξέρω εγώ το τέτοιο και έλεγες όπ, τι μπορεί να γίνει.
Welcome to the post-game press conference.
Ξεκινάει η συνέντευξη τύπου, για να δούμε. Ωραία, ήταν και σημερινή, αλλά θεωρώ ότι παίζει πολύ φοβισμένα και οι δύο. Ναι, είναι τελικός Παγκοσμίου. Είναι και ο Link είναι ο χαρακτήρας του τέτοιος. Ο Gukesh είναι 18 χρονών μόλις. Εντάξει, πιτσιρικάς είναι. Πρώτη φορά. Είναι κάπως λογικό. Ωραία, ας το βάλω αυτό τώρα να το βλέπουμε σε full screen.
This was a fighting draw, a tremendous fighting spirit that both players are showing. And my first question would be for the world champion. You had seemingly an opening that you were comfortable with. How far, actually, there was a moment when you stopped when you played Queen F5, but tell us your feelings just right out of the opening.
I'm happy the opening was my preparation until Queen F5. I know the position is slightly better for white, but in the game, I thought for a long time, and maybe I don't know what to do. Maybe Queen C5. That's a good move. Yeah, after a take, and my first intention to play is this, but after G6, don't know.
Well, you found the best move. It looked like, at least from analysts and engine, right away with Queen takes C6.
D8.
Τι λες, Liren? Άλλο του λέει το μεταξύ.
I decided to repeat moves, and this came a totally surprise because I think his queen not so well placed on the king side. Better placed on queen side. Here.
Άρα ουσιαστικά εκεί μπερδεύτηκε.
I might have some advantage. Here, maybe rook f1 is better.
There seem to be various options here.
something psychedelic in this position was to bring the king over to b1, but there was nothing that obvious with the white pieces from what looked like outside analysis anyway. Did you feel like you must have had something, or the game proceeded logically for you when you were playing into the traded down queen's endgame?
I feel like I'm slightly better. But after queen 3, very hard decision for me. I saw this move, but if I check here, I have to.
Το είδε αυτό και δεν το έπαιξε.
And I don't know, rook b8.
Και ήταν αρκετά καλύτερος εδώ.
The rook very well placed on here because if queen a1 I have rook b4.
Yeah, there was also absurdly crazy line of like queen e1 and potentially bring your king up to b3 in some positions. It also seemed more computer than human. Did you consider this possibility?
No. Having find a safe place on a2. Yeah, I should keep the queen on the board. I saw this move, but if we go here, I can play rook d7, h6, queen c5. A good variation for white.
So maybe it was better to keep the queens on just to keep the fight going. How did you feel? He played very fast, got this position that he's clearly comfortable with, and you were under pressure pretty much right away, right out the opening. Did you feel like...
Όχι, τελικά Bon Clay είναι την τρίτη.
I mean, I knew the position till I played...
3 Δεκεμβρίου. Αύριο όντως υπάρχει ρεπό.
Sorry, rook b8. In the opening.
Yeah, I'm going back.
Yeah, but knight c4 I wasn't aware of. But I never really felt in danger because I thought, I mean, once I take on c4, get queen f5, maybe I'm slightly worse, but should be really hard to convert it with white because, okay, you can't really push the queenside pawns that easily and always have some play on his king. So, yeah, I wasn't really that worried at any point.
Okay, press, questions?
Leoncho Garcia from El País. My question is for Ding Liren. Today, once again during this match, you had a better position, but you didn't push in the best possible way to try to win once again. Please help us to understand what is going on. Is that a problem of lack of confidence? Do you still have problems to sleep? Any other health problem?
Oh, it's mainly because of the position itself. Here I saw something like b3, but he goes here. And queen a5, rook d7, rook d8. Yeah, I missed the c4. I saw king b2, he had rook c5. I have to push the pawns here. So here, yeah, I'm not so comfortable after queen f3. My first intention to play this, but this is not so good after f5.
Αυτό που είχατε πει, το είχατε πει κάποιοι. Στον πύργο στα 2. Αρκετοί το γράψατε. Αλλά δεν του άρεσε, ναι. Το είδαμε. Αλλά είχε βρει και το Βασίλισσα Είτε 5 εδώ, δεν ξέρω γιατί τον φόβησε τόσο πολύ. Όπως και να έχει, και με το Βασίλισσα Είτε 3 ήταν καλά.
Maybe it's time to push the pawn, but...
maybe it's time to push the pawn, λέει, ναι.
So this, and he take, and I don't think I'm better here. So I've choose king c2.
Μάλιστα.
Also not such a good move.
Michael Reichel from FIDE Media. A question for Gukesh. You just mentioned that you thought you were maybe slightly worse after the end of the opening, but difficult to convert. However, a few moves later, it was you who rejected the three-fold repetition, which you could have claimed by playing queen to e7 instead of queen to h4. Could you show us a bit your reasoning to reject the draw at that point and continue playing? Did you think you could play for a win, or you just wanted to keep the game going? Or did you sense that maybe your opponent was unstable at some point in his view of how the game was going? Talk a bit about that moment, please.
Yeah. So I guess when I played queen h4 instead of queen e7. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I thought I might be slightly worse. I was not even sure fully about if I'm slightly worse, but I thought it's more likely. But even though I thought that, okay, with the files open in front of his king and yeah, maybe I just thought I always have counterplay, and I saw no reason not to take a repetition right now. I just thought since he is going for a repetition, I thought I'll make a few more moves, and I mean, obviously it's not playing for a win or anything by queen h4, but just I wanted to make a few more moves and see what happens.
Just a small follow-up. Did you decide that before you did the first repetition, or did you repeat twice and then you decided to bring the hammer down and change?
I mean, when he played queen d6, it was already clear that he was going for a repetition. So when I played queen e7 for the second time, I had already decided to go queen h4.
Okay.
Next question.
Abhidaya from Chessbase India. My question is to Gukesh. On move 36, when you played the move e4 to e3, did you ever consider playing king g7 instead, activating your king?
Yeah, king g7, I thought mainly I was worried about rook d7. I mean, rook f7, actually this was a very interesting moment. I mean, rook f7, take, rook d7. I think the pawn in game is just lost. If I go rook e7. It's not, yeah. It is losing, yeah.
No.
So yeah, I thought this was losing. So I can't, I mean, maybe I can give the pawn instead of going rook e7, but I thought that's a bit ugly. And also if I go rook d7, king h6, then he takes on a7, and king h5, he had this funny like rook g2. If I go h6, he has rook h7, threatening rook g5.
Sorry, here, king h5?
Maybe I can go e3 here, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is what I saw. Like h6, he has rook h7. But I missed that I could start with e3. That might be quite clever.
Funny mate.
But instead of king h5, e3, yeah? Yeah, maybe this was a better try, but yeah, I mean, I just missed e3, otherwise I would have gone for this. But what is the defense after king g7?
What's the difference, what?
What is the defense for white after king g7? I mean...
Όχι, κύριε Μαωρίς. Εδώ.
I should just stay passive, probably.
Right, white doesn't have to play rook down.
Yeah, maybe you can go like b4, king d1, king e2. I mean, king g7 was my initial instinct, but I just missed that e3 was possible.
Πώς πήγε τελικό
But anyways, it was...
Παγκοσμίου σκακιού 24, θα δώσει κανένα τόσο επίδοση έχει κάνει. 18 είναι φωνικέ, ούτε καν 24. Είναι καλός, είναι ταλέντο.
But yeah, after h5 it was just a draw.
So, I'm Katerina from the German Chess Federation, and I have a more general question. So during this World Chess Championship, there is a lot written online, and for example, right now, I've seen a lot of Ding chilling memes, and so my question for Ding is, if you have seen any of them, and what do you think about them?
Say, what is the thing that you've seen? You said.
It just says Ding chilling, which is like comes from a meme from a Chinese ice cream promotion, and it's like adjusted to Ding Liren now, and it just shows that he's like chilling and just like playing good chess. So.
Είμαι εκατοστάδο στο chat. Όντως, δεν το είδα.
What's the meaning of chill?
Τι το ρώτησε, ρε παιδιά, ότι έχει γίνει meme.
Well, to chill means to relax.
Relax.
Δεν ξέρω τι σημαίνει chill.
First game, the end of the first game when I have a totally winning position.
But she's saying there's a meme out saying that you're chilling, meaning you're kind of just cool, relaxing, and also there's an ice cream connection. I don't know if you've ever seen this before. I certainly have.
Gukesh.
I didn't have ice cream here.
So you have not seen this
Το Liren.
Thank you.
Αμάν, στεναχωρέθηκε, δες εδώ.
Junior Tay from Chess Magazine, England. I have a question for Mr. Ding Liren. Do you think the first move in chess with white is overrated? In the first 3 games you played with black, you pressed for a win even though you weren't the first to move.
93 votes στο poll.
And you also tried to win.
Αυτονοήσει είχαμε 100 viewers. Έτσι.
Do you think black is the new white?
Δεν ξέρω αν μπορώ να το δω καλώς κάπου αυτό. Ιδέα δεν έχω.
Do you think that the advantage with white is overrated today?
Sometimes I play white pieces like black. This time I try to push for advantage in the opening. And this London was like last time also in game 6 I win a beautiful game in London. So this time I want to repeat the success.
Question for Mr. Gukesh. Now that you've experienced the first few games of a World Championship finals, how do you compare it to other Grandmaster tournaments? The atmosphere, the conditions, the competition itself. Can you elaborate on this?
Yeah, as it's quite well known, the World Championship is one of the probably the toughest event in chess, and yeah, I mean it's obviously there is more at stake, and there are more nerves than what you generally have. But other than that, I think it's just a very interesting and long match against a very strong opponent. So yeah, it's a bit different, but at the end of the day, we are still playing chess.
Same question for Mr. Ding. How have you made adjustments? Did you do anything differently after going through the Astana World Championship finals last year?
That will be your last question, please.
Right.
What's the difference from the last time?
Yes. Did you do anything different in preparation during your stay during the tournament?
I have 1 more second and more ideas.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hi, I am Ajit Kumar from the Hindu newspaper. My question is both to Gukesh and Ding. So we are heading to another rest day. So Gukesh, are you happy with the scoreline now, 3-3? And how do you review your own performance so far? Are you happy, or do you think you could have done better? And this is the same question to Ding as well. Thank you.
I think so far it's been.
Φωνικέ, ναι, έτσι φαίνεται και εγώ αυτό πιστεύω.
It can.
Ανεξάρτητα αν θα το πάρει φέτος.
I still can improve my play and
αν το πάρει ακόμα
πιο πολύ. But so far it's it's an equal match so far, and we are. I mean, considering that I was also trailing after the first game, I'm happy to be here. But it's too early to think about anything like that. I mean,
από τους ψήφους 93. Νομίζω μέχρι 70 νομίζω είχε φτάσει από ό,τι είδα. Σαν ταυτόχρονος, ξέρεις.
Well, the results.
Αλλά τα views είναι παραπάνω, δηλαδή μπαίνει περισσότερος κόσμος. Εντάξει, άλλοι κάθονται, άλλοι όχι, άλλοι μετά φεύγουν. Γίνεται, ξέρεις.
I'm better in many games and.
Ναι, ναι.
Critical moment, I let the advantage slip. Maybe That's what I should
Πώς τον κοιτάει έτσι.
improve in the next couple of games.
Γιατί τον τραμπουκίζει έτσι, ρε φίλε, δεν μπορώ να καταλάβω.
Mike Klein with chess.com. I think I speak for everybody and say, Ding, I'd like you to have some ice cream on your rest day, but my question is for Gukesh, please. I want to follow up on Michael Rahal's question. You said that after you declined the threefold repetition,
Νομίζω το περισσότερο άγχος ο Liren θα το έχει όταν πηγαίνει συνέντευξη τύπου.
decided to keep playing, and I'm wondering if that was in any way psychological, letting your opponent know that you were going to start pushing in equal positions. And I asked this question because, for example, in games 2 and 5, it looked like Ding took one of the quicker passes for a draw. So was it in any way psychological that you decided to continue playing this position, where even though you weren't better at all?
I just like playing chess. Yeah. I mean, it was more just a position than it was psychological. I just thought there was still a lot of play left in the position. So, and I did not really see too much danger for me. So, yeah, I just thought I'll make few moves.
Χθες η μάμα έλειψε συνέντευξη τύπου που σε κάποια φάση όπως μου μίλησε του Liren ήταν λες και τον τραμπούκησε, ξέρω εγώ. Σαν να του λέει γιατί έφερες ισοπαλία. Σε τέτοια φάση.
Tomorrow is the rest day.
Yeah, we haven't had any games that have made time control where the result was not really in doubt. So, did you want to play a game past time control just to get like a little bit of a longer game?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about time control, but yeah, I wanted to play a longer game than just finishing it at that point. Yeah.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Ωραίος ο Gukesh σήμερα.
Hello, I am Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess
Α, η Nemo, ρε.
and this
Η
question
streamer.
is for both of you, but I will address it to Gukesh first. Hypothetically, if you won the World Chess Championships tomorrow, what would be the first thing you do?
I don't know. I guess I'll be happy first. Yeah.
Thank you. And then the same for Ding. If you hypothetically won the World Chess Championships tomorrow, what would be the first thing you do?
Last time I cried after the win title. This time I make smile.
Amazing. Thank you both.
Το Liren.
Asking on behalf of FIDE social media followers, this one is directed to Gukesh, but we want to know Ding's answer as well. Is the match going the way you expected it to go?
I mean, I was prepared for all kinds of scenarios, so I don't think like any kind of situation would have shocked me or anything. But also you can't really plan everything exactly as it's going to happen. So there is some surprise in some games and some things that I expected. But overall, I think I'm feeling good. I'm able to focus well. I feel energetic, and that's the most important thing. So yeah, glad about everything so far.
I think it's good for spectators that the match is still even. There are a lot of to see in the next couple of rounds. And for me, I want to improve my score as much as possible.
From German newspaper Die Zeit, a question for Ding Liren.
Could you go a bit closer to the microphone, please?
Concerning the preparation, you said you were deeply prepared for this opening, and I guess the preparation means that you are prepared then when this comes on the board. But then, after the move Queen F5, which was, as I understood, the first move after your preparation, you said you didn't know what to do. How is that possible?
Because there are so many lines to prepare, and this is just one of some lines. And the preparation like an iceberg that
Πώς να μην τον αγαπάς το Liren, ναι. Ναι, είναι πολύ συμπαθής. Είναι ψηλό αρκουδάκι φάση.
Higher than the sea, but there are a lot of operations that didn't occur in the board. It's like iceberg in the sea. So
Αλλά συμπάθησα και το Gukesh σήμερα, από την αλήθεια μου.
But there's no excuse for just repeating moves after such a good preparation.
Abhinav from US Chess. I have a question for both the world champion and the challenger. One of you has already won the world championship and one of you is aspiring to do so. Can you give 2 to 3 past world champions that you view as personal inspirations, either stylistically or that has influenced your chess growth as a whole?
Last time I have answered a similar question. I mentioned Topalov and also Carlsen.
For me, it's obviously from the start it has been Vishisha. Vishisha, I think. Fischer and Magnus inspire me a lot.
Σαν battle. Ρε φίλε, δεν ξέρω, λες και ειδικά το link το τραμπουκίζει. Το κοιτάει με ένα βλέμμα.
First of all, 请丁立人谈一下今天的对局。
Hello. So I'm Gukesh Dommaraju. Could you please describe the game today in Chinese? Thank you.
今天对局比预想中要有趣一点，因为有可能以更无聊的方式结束。对，他让这盘棋富有了一些生机吧。
Το πορτάρι τώρα ξανθιάνει σύντροφός μου. Κάτσε ρε παιδιά, πόσο πίσω είσαστε.
就仅仅这样吧，然后没有什么特别亮眼的表现，我也错过了一些保持优势的机会，比如说后G5，我就没有往下深入的去计算，还是去没有走就是最有力度的招法吧，然后让优势。
Κάτι πάει καλά με το stream μου φαίνεται. Ξανθιά ήταν πολύ ώρα πριν.
被动，但是我还是看到了这个
Τόσο delay έχει.
G2的和棋的手段。
That was a super long reply. I shall do my best. So Ding said that the game could have been potentially quite short with the repetition of moves early on, but Mr. Gukesh decided to give some life to the position. And he missed some.
Φωνική για γράψε μου αν μ' ακούς.
He mentioned in particular maybe after queen f3 he could have gone queen g5, but he felt he didn't. He was a little bit short of time and he didn't quite find all the critical moves to try and press potentially what little advantage there was. He felt towards the very end potentially that white had to find some accurate moves maybe to extricate himself from a slightly tricky position. Including this idea of this rook e2, rook g2 check, and back again to rook e2 to secure the draw.
第二个问题是，通常世界冠军赛会在下午3点钟举行，这次是在下午5点钟举行，对二位棋手有一些什么调整吗？
This is a question to both Mr. Ding and Mr. Gukesh. Traditionally, the World Chess Championship matches tends to start at 3 p.m. rather than 5 p.m. Have either of you had to make any adjustments for this slightly later starting time?
对，上次比赛是在3点举行，然后这意味着有更多的时间去准备，然后中午也能够有更多的时间去休息。
So last World Championship we did start 3 p.m. Starting at 5 means I have a little bit more time to prepare and to rest before the round.
For me, it's a bit of a change because usually all kinds of tournaments start at 3 p.m. or even earlier, but it's not much different for me really. Like I remember I played like 1 or 2 tournaments starting at 5 p.m. and some even later. So over the years I've played in a lot of time settings. So it's.
Έλα ρε Βασίλη, κάνει αργά παρά ποτέ.
最后一个问题，几轮之前你们曾经说互相评价对方还为时尚早，现在可以评价对方了吗？
Final question. You commented a few rounds ago that it was a little bit too early to appraise your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Do you think now?
Σίμω για στείλε μου αν μ' ακούς.
Your opponent's strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, as I said, I think both of us we are pretty universal. Strengths, I guess. I mean, a lot of things, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how exactly to put it. No?
因为可以看到他应该是慢慢进入状态了，消除了第一盘棋的紧张感之后，他发挥的也是越来越好了嘛。
So you can see Mr. Gukesh was perhaps a little bit nervy in round one, but he's played himself into form by the looks of it. You can probably see from the following games.
Last question, please.
A final question to end on a light note from FIDE social media, this time from follower Prem Gujarati for both players. Which book, chess or
Αυτή την ξανθιά
non-chess,
εννοείς
has it
φωνική.
impacted you the most?
For me, chess book, I probably Game Changer. I really enjoyed this one. So yeah, probably this one.
Αργεί το chat, βασικά αυτά που λέω τα ακούτε. Δεν πρέπει να έχει πάνω από 11 δευτερόλεπτα delay. Αργεί να μου έρθουν αυτά που γράφετε εσείς στο chat. Για κάποιο λόγο. Γιατί όμως?
I'd like to thank both players for not just their fighting spirit on the board, but to come to a press conference and sometimes answer some tricky questions with wit, humor, and poise. Tomorrow we all get to chill like Ding and have a rest day, and we'll be back on Tuesday at 5 p.m. local time. Thanks everyone and have a good night.
Να το. Αύριο ρεπό, οκ. Τελείωσε η συνέντευξη. Εντάξει.
Thank you very much to Maurice, the
Λοιπόν,
players and everyone who submitted questions there.
ναι, αργούν να μου έρθουν αυτά που γράφετε. Δεν πειράζει. Τέλος πάντων, παιδες. Πρέπει να σας άρεσε η παρτίδα. Ωραία ήτανε. Δεν ήταν άσχημη. Ευχαριστώ για την παρέα. Ευχαριστώ για τη στήριξη, παιδιά. Κάντε like, εγγραφή όσοι δεν έχετε κάνει. Και θα τα πούμε τώρα. Θα ανεβάσω την παρτίδα αυτή και κατά πάσα πιθανότητα και του Θεοδόρου. Και θα τα πούμε Τρίτη τώρα. Σας περιμένω Τρίτη για live. Λοιπόν, θα τα πούμε. Γεια σας, μάγκες.